Sea to the Mediterranean, our UK armed forces continue to strengthen interoperability with Finland and Sweden in anticipation of their accession to NATO. Beyond the US armed forces, Madam Deputy Speaker, no nation has contributed more.
Flora Anderson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can the Minister tell us if the Government is working with NATO allies to set up a full 2023 action plan for Ukraine specifically, for military, economic, diplomatic and humanitarian support to help give Ukraine confidence in a sustained stream of future supplies, to urgently ramp up our own industry, to encourage allies to do more across NATO, and to make clear to Putin that things will get worse, not better, for Russia?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Honourable Lady asked an excellent question, but I hope she won't mind if I just make an important distinction. NATO is not involved in the planning and direct support of the Ukrainian war effort. And it's a really important point to make because Putin claims the exact opposite to the Russian public, and he's entirely wrong to do so. Those who support Ukraine do so as an alliance of friends of Ukraine out with NATO, but of course, NATO is invariably supportive of the work that we're doing. She's right, however, to observe that NATO does have a job of work to do to both strengthen its eastern flank and to provide a wider deterrence against any sort of growth or escalation in the conflict, and, of course, in making sure that the lessons of modern peer-on-peer war fighting in Ukraine are learnt by the entire alliance and learnt quickly.
Liz Twist.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Now, Labour has fully backed moves to bolster NATO allies in response to the illegal invasion of Ukraine. So, can the Minister tell me what steps is the UK taking to ensure our NATO obligations to enhanced forward presence are completely fulfilled?
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, in the immediate response to Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, we doubled the size of the battle group in Estonia as a further show of support to the Estonian government and recognition of the importance of the enhanced forward presence battle group. We've also contributed to EFP battle groups in Poland and in Romania in the last 12 months as well. What will change, and what was announced at the summit in Madrid, is that there will be a new NATO regional defence plan, which will be an evolution of the in-place enhanced forward presence battle groups alongside national defence plans. Of course, the UK will be very supportive of that in the region that NATO assigned to us, but that is something that's very much under review, and the UK looks forward to hearing NATO's detail once it's finished working it out.
Stephen Crabb.
Deputy Speaker, following the very successful Franco-British summit at the end of last week, which was the fruit of an enormous cross-government effort, does the Minister agree with me that renewing the bilateral defence partnership with France, which is the second largest European contributor to NATO, is an important part of not just strengthening the NATO alliance, but enhancing European security, particularly in the East?
I really do. And it's noteworthy that whilst relations elsewhere in government may have been slightly more fraught, within the UK and French MOD, the relationship has remained very tight, and necessarily so. The interdependence that the UK and France has is very obvious. Our industrial collaboration is widespread and will grow as a consequence of the summit last week. And it's not just in the Far East that the UK and France can work together, but also in West Africa, where our interests lie very keenly as well.
Bill Esterson.
Question 6.
Madam Deputy Speaker, we are driving delivery of capability to the front line. The majority of our programmes are delivering on time and on budget. For the second year in a row under my stewardship, the Ministry of Defence has set out an affordable 10-year equipment plan to make sure that we are giving our armed forces what they need whilst living within their means.
Bill Esterson.
Defence procurement is essential for the success of a domestic steel industry, and the Secretary of State will know that the UK is the only country in the G20 where steel production is declining at present. Steel is a vital industry of national security importance. So will he ensure that we do not get a repeat of what happened with the Fleet Solid Support contract, where an overseas lead contractor has no obligation to use UK steel in the construction of UK Navy ships?
Where we can, we always strive to use as much UK steel, and when we don't, it's often because we don't manufacture that type of steel, and we have to do that because of the necessity of using a steel in a certain type of product. Look, the Future Solar Support Ship, whether Navanti are part of the consortium or not, he shouldn't really listen to the union briefing. What he'll find is that across the provision of that, there will be plenty of British components. In fact, a majority will be British components, as will the full integration of that ship in a yard in Northern Ireland.
Philip Dunn.
Will the Secretary of State update the House on the status of the Ajax procurement programme, where it's my understanding that the supply chain is being geared up to produce 589 vehicles?
So my right honourable friend will know the Ajax was obviously decided upon in March 2010, I think, under the party opposite, and it has been, as I've often described it, a troubled programme. Since I have taken over this office, almost on a weekly basis, and with the determination of both the former Minister of Defence Procurement and the current, we have sought to rectify the issue. The vehicle has now passed its user validation trials and is now on its basic field trials and is doing extremely well. I get a weekly update. Also, I think the House should be aware that, of course, while the programme is delayed, and we are doing our best to rectify that, overall it hasn't cost a single extra penny, because the contract, which was made under this government, or under the Conservative government after the selection of the vehicle by the party opposite, was a fixed price. So yes, it's delayed, but we are getting on it, we are fixing it, and it's showing good progress.
Kevin Jones.
Can I first say to the Secretary of State, if he's going to quote the NEA, he should read the entire statement rather than just selectively from it. But can I ask him, in terms of defence procurement, in the private sector, in large multi-billion-pound contracts, there's usually a project lead put in place with an expertise for a number of years. Compare that to defence procurement, where we have well-meaning and committed individuals who are there for a short period of time with very little expertise in project management. Is it now time not to look at ways in which we actually project manage these large multi-year contracts and get away from what it appears to some from an amateur approach to a more professional approach?
I don't disagree with some of the Right Honourable Gentleman's observations that consistency in these programmes is incredibly important, and as he will know, some of these programmes, even when on track, can be 20-year programmes, and that consistency is important. But it isn't just the SROs that obviously those programmes are led by, and he is right, and we are seeking to see if we can make longer term or more permanent SROs. It is also there accompanied by programme deliverers from the DNS, obviously down in Bristol, and they are more permanent. But I think there are lots of lessons to be learnt about procurement. Some of them are within our gift to fix. Some of them have sadly been observed as problems for decades. You only have to read numerous reports under his last government and my government to know that they have not always been rectified. Some of them are out of our control, such as either inflation, change of threat, change of technology, or international consortium, where you obviously have less control when you start, like the Typhoon. Obviously, it's a four-nation project, and it's harder to sometimes control that. But overall, I think the key, in my experience, Madam Deputy Speaker, is first of all that we've got to manage expectations, get our pricing right, and also seek that consistency of skills and reward that skill base for the long term. And I would agree with him entirely on that point.
Alex Shelbrook.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Would my right friend agree with me that defence procurement is a complex issue, but it is not a total disaster as often presented, and that when we compare naval procurement to some of our closest allies, for example the United States, who ended up spending $5 billion per destroyer in the Zambor class, while the Canadians, who took over 30 years to procure a ship, that actually naval procurement and the MOD producing Type 26s, Type 31s under a fixed price, aircraft carriers, hunter-killers, submarines and more, actually shows that the MOD does try to do its best in always tight financial circumstances.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. He served obviously with me in the department, and I obviously miss his time in that department. The biggest driver to cost overrun, one of the biggest, is the decision to defer by the government of the day to put off decisions about whether they should cut something or delete something. Deferring the aircraft carrier under the party opposite cost £1 billion. Deferring the F-35 buy under this government cost about 500 million. If you defer things, you cost more in the long run. That's always the battle that the MOD has with the Treasury and others. That's fundamentally one of the challenges, one of the cost drivers. For many other projects, they are delivered on time, they are delivered successfully, and our men and women in the armed forces have some of the world-leading equipment they need to do their job.
Shadow Minister Chris Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I join other voices in welcoming you back to your position, Madam Deputy Speaker? I think I speak on behalf of everyone when I say the House has missed your ability to turn people to stone with a few words when they fall foul of the rules in this place. Much of the innovation in the defence industry comes from the SME sector. However, many tell me there are real barriers to entry and gain access to government contracts. And when they do, they find some primes are slow to pay, especially when projects are delayed. This has left them demotivated, demoralised, and with a poor experience of working with the Ministry of Defence. How will you ensure SMEs will have better access and be encouraged to be involved in a thriving British defence industry?
Well, I do recognise some of that characteristic about SMEs. SMEs have for decades said there is a challenge about engaging with wider government procurement, whether it's defence or anything else. I also recognise one of the challenges is that obviously, as the guardian of the taxpayer, risk involves. If you commission a small SME to build something very large, the amount of risk they take in infrastructure is a challenge, and you can't get halfway through a project without failing. But I do think the changes to the battlefield is going to open much wider the aperture for SMEs to be able to engage with defence. What we've seen in Ukraine through Operation Kindred is actually the winners of that are actually the SMEs. The ability for us to cut through the regulations that normally govern how we procure because we're procuring for someone else in a war zone has enabled us to effectively go straight to those marketplaces, straight to SMEs, and some of the big winners have been SMEs in innovation and space. And we therefore know the results of whether they work or not when they get to Ukraine. So I think there is an exciting time. I do recognise that narrative. It's been around since when I worked in the aerospace sector, but of course we should do more and must do. And where we have a big exciting project, whether that's the next generation of fighter aircraft, the GCAP, or when we had the Carrier Alliance, sometimes it's important that something sits over the top to make sure these SMEs are forced in if the primes get in the way.
Alex Norris.
Number 8, please, Madam Deputy Speaker.
With permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, I should like to answer questions 8, 9 and 20 together. I look forward to the outcome of the review into welfare services cited earlier, but in the meantime, over 40 million is being invested by the MOD to digitise old paper-based practices, improve processes and to create a single entry point for pensions and compensation by the end of 2024. We have successfully launched a new digital claim service for compensation and pension schemes, making it easier for our people to process their claims. Over time, that will make a very big difference.
Question 20 has in fact been withdrawn. Alex Norris.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister mentions the review underway. There is, of course, a review already underway into the Armed Forces Compensation Scheme, with its initial findings saying that so far the processes are burdensome and even distressing for the claimant, which is especially concerning since there's been a fall in successful claims from 66% to 47%. I wonder if the Minister might confirm that that review is still ongoing, when it might report, and what he thinks is going on here.
Well, for that, and he is correct, that the final report will be delivered within, I hope, a few weeks. So he'll have to await the government's response to that, of course. But it actually does tie in with some of the findings of the APPG group for veterans, which we discussed earlier on, and I am concerned about any reports that the service isn't as good as it really ought to be. So I will be taking that review and the APPG's findings extremely seriously, but I'm bound to cite the 122 complaints versus 1,715 thank you letters, which I find persuasive in forming a conclusion that the people working for Vets UK are working hard and doing their very best under quite difficult circumstances in the interests of the people who serve and have served our country.
Dame Angela Eagle.
Thank you very much, Dame Eleanor, and it's great to see you back in the chair after your time away. On the Armed Forces Compensation Scheme's quinquennial review, my own constituents have had similar problems trying to engage with it. They find it slow to make decisions, very difficult to engage with, and not really user-friendly. So I hope that when the Minister does publish the findings of this review, he'll come back to this House and explain how he's going to make this system much easier for veterans to engage with, because at the moment my own constituents have told me that it's very, very difficult indeed.
Hear, hear. Yes, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. She's right to raise this. We're increasingly digitising the services. As I said earlier on, I can't understate how important that is. If you go to Norcross and see the mountains of paperwork that organisation is having to cope with, you begin to understand how vitally important it is that we properly digitise it and bring the service into the 21st century, which we're intent on doing. She may like to know, because it gives us, again, a bit of a barometer, a bit of a litmus on how the service is doing, that the proportion of cases appealed, that is to say to the tribunal, under the Armed Forces Compensation Scheme has been falling since 2014-15. And I take that as some measure, perhaps, to balance some of the remarks that have been made to the contrary, that Vets UK is not up to scratch. But we do need to review it. That's what we're doing. And I'm absolutely convinced the service going forward will be better than it is at the moment, if that's of any reassurance to the Honourable Lady.
Thank you. We now move on to topical questions. Mr. Alistair Carmichael.
Topical number 2, please.
Madam Deputy Speaker, today's questions have rightly focused on support for our friends in Ukraine. It is important to remember that threats are also growing elsewhere in the world. The Middle East continues to harbour terrorism, which is why the UK still supports the government of Iraq as part of the global coalition against Daesh. I want to update the House on a strike that took place a few weeks ago, as is our agreement on strikes such around Op Shader. In late December, an RAF Reaper remotely piloted aircraft conducted a strike against a leading Daesh member in Al-Bab, northern Syria. The individual's activity was related to chemical and biological weapons. The Reaper's crew minimised potential risk to civilians before firing 2 Hellfire missiles, both of which struck the target accurately. Action like these are vital to degrading such terrorist threats, protecting British citizens and supporting our international partners.
Alistair Carmichael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think we can all accept that there is a legitimate role for the security services in combating disinformation campaigns from foreign hostile states. But a recent report from the campaign group Big Brother Watch showed that in 2020, a number of British citizens had their social media posts featured in monitoring reports produced for the Cabinet Office by the British Army's 77th Brigade. So can the Secretary of State tell the House, is the 77th Brigade still monitoring social media posts of British citizens? And if they are, for what purpose and under what authority?
The role of 77th Brigade, in one part of its role, is to challenge disinformation, not opinion. It is not its role to monitor opinion or indeed to counter that. That is for the freedom that we all enjoy in our society, but it is, does do a role of being on the lookout for what you would call media manipulation of misinformation or lies from abroad, and where that is found, that is flagged to the appropriate authorities. I'm very happy to write to him with fuller details about what legal authorities they function, but I can assure him at any stage, if I see anything that I think crosses out of that line, I have in writing made sure that is known and that is stopped.
Sir Julian Lewis.
Welcome back, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's great to see you. I was going to put to my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, the statistics that he's heard many times about the proportions of GDP spent on defence both during and after the Cold War. They're a lot higher than the present day. But may I instead ask him to bear in mind when negotiating with the Treasury that any investment made in defence now for purposes of conventional deterrence will be minuscule compared with what we would have to spend if, heaven forbid, the war with Ukraine escalated into a war with NATO. So this is an investment. It is not expenditure that should be lightly considered, but it is essential for our future security.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I completely concur with my right honourable friend that defence is not a discretionary spend. It's not an add-on. It is a core function of any state, especially this government. I have been very grateful since 2020 that we have turned that corner and started to rebuild that momentum. The extra money that I've got for this week is continuing that momentum, but he is absolutely right. The importance here is that deterrence is actually cheaper than having to go and fight the war if it goes wrong. Look at the cost of the people of Ukraine, look at the cost of their economy, and we really need to make people change that culture, the culture that we have got used to probably since the early 90s, that somehow defence is discretionary. It isn't, and please the Prime Minister, and also when he was Chancellor 2020, recognised that. We need to carry on that trajectory.
Shadow Secretary of State John Healey.
The House will be thankful and grateful to the Defence Secretary for updating it on the latest Op Shader activity, and if there are any questions that can't be raised this afternoon, we will return to them. On tonight's AUKUS announcement in San Diego, does the Defence Secretary recognise this has Labour's fullest support? We want Britain to play the biggest possible role in building the new Australian submarines. But beyond the subs, how will the Defence Secretary develop the Pillar 2 collaboration on artificial intelligence, on cyber and on hypersonic missiles?
Madam Speaker, I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Gentleman's support for AUKUS. AUKUS is a decades-long commitment, and when people talk about procurement challenges, when you start this journey of submarines that will be delivered in 2030s, 2040s, some of them will go into the 2050s. It's not a journey you can stop halfway along or indeed stop for a break. And go back to the Right Honourable Gentleman's friend's comments earlier. Sometimes I think parts of the Treasury struggle with that concept. So I'm grateful for the extra money. AUKUS Pillar 2 is incredibly important. It is about next generation's technology. One of the most important works we are doing, and we met in the Pentagon in December, is to clear away the ITAR challenges that for so many years has held us back in being able to share our own technology with the United States or indeed collaborate properly to make a step change to give us the strategic advantage we need. We're going to be working on that, and I'm very happy to brief him in detail on the future of the Pillar 2.
Andrew Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. France is our closest security partner other than the United States. So can my right honourable friend update the House on his meeting with his French counterpart, and how will we continue to ensure that historic defence partnership is ready to take on the threats of the future?
My honourable friend is incredibly right to point out how important France is to us. France is our main partner in Europe. It is a similar size armed forces with a similar expeditionary status and indeed ambition. I speak to my colleague almost every 2 weeks, sometimes every week. I spoke to him twice, including last week when I visited in the beginning. So a partnership we worked on was more of the CJEF, that's the Combined Joint Expeditionary Force, that we work with them, training and exercising together, more work on complex weapons through MBDA, which is a great international consortium with a factory obviously in Bolton and Stevenage, and working together to make sure we have the same requirements we need, and also in shared operations and where we can work together in areas such as West Africa, where British and French interests and European interests are under threat from the likes of Wagner.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving such thorough answers, which I'm quite sure that the House appreciates. But now I would ask him to be a little quicker, because it would be good if we managed to get everybody in. Ruth Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's good to see you back in your rightful place. Labour's dossier of waste in the MOD has found that at least £15 billion has been wasted in taxpayers' money since 2010. So can the Minister explain to the people in my constituency of Newport West why this Tory government is failing to get a grip of the defence procurement process and failing to secure value for money for the taxes they pay?
I would point her constituents to the 2010 National Audit Office report of her government that gave some really interesting clues about why procurement was so bad. It said here the department under her government contracted for aircraft carriers when it knew it wasn't affordable. Or perhaps the Public Accounts Committee, chaired by the Right Honourable Lady for Barking, who actually said delays and cancellations of programmes, this is about the land systems under her government, have revealed in gaps in armoured vehicles capability that will not be filled until 2025. I think there's lots of clues for her constituents. She should just direct them to those reports.
Mark Forsyth.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I too say it's great to see you back in your place. Secretary of State, I'll try and keep this brief. The Clive Sheldon KC review into the management information surrounding Ajax has been with the department, I think, for over a month now. Given its importance, can the Secretary of State guarantee that, one, it will be published by the Easter recess, and two, it will be published fully unredacted?
I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his proper concern about this issue. The Sheldon Review was and is entirely independent of government and provided an initial draft to the MOD at the end of January. Since then, Mr Sheldon has been conducting a fact-checking and maximalisation exercise as part of the final stages of drafting. The time frame in an independent review is not a matter for the department. Once received, however, I can say it will be published with all expedition, accompanied by a statement to the House.
Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Good to see you in your place. The Prime Minister spoke to journalists earlier on today about the integrated review refresh. So we already know that there's no target for reaching the 2.5% of GDP for defence spending, and that the Army is not going to get the $3 billion it needs to avoid making further cuts. Is this a good deal for defence?
Yeah. Well,
I think, first of all, I'm not sure where he gets there. He won't get the 3% to avoid the cuts. At the moment, it'll be a decision of the balance of investments that he'll see in the command paper about how we apportion any savings that we have to make as a result of inflation. But overall, as I've said, our equipment programme and indeed our envelope is on track, subject to the inflationary pressures and extra operational commitments that we have been making. He will also be aware that, of course, we've had an extra $560 million on top of that for restocking of ammunition. We've also had commitments from the Treasury on new for old and much of the gifting. So I believe that the Army will be in a good state throughout this process, and I'll make sure that when it comes to the Defence Command paper, he gets a full readout of why and how we make those decisions.
Jack Lopresti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Could I ask my honourable friend what steps his department is taking to support SMEs in the defence sector who are being adversely affected by the application of the environmental, social and governance criteria, which is making it very difficult for them to raise capital, to invest in their business and expand?
My honourable friend is a champion of SMEs, and he's absolutely right to be so, because they're at the heart of a vibrant and flexible UK defence industry. And that's why this department helps find and fund exploitable ideas from SMEs. But to his point, there is nothing contradictory between the principles of ESG and the defence industry. On the contrary, strong national defence is the ultimate guarantor of the freedoms which all too often are taken for granted: human rights, democracy and the international rules-based order.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is good to see you in your place. Madam Deputy Speaker, thousands of retired Gurkha soldiers who left the Army before 1997 live in very considerable poverty, many in my constituency. I understand there's ongoing negotiations between the department and, I beg your pardon, the Ministry and the Government of Nepal, and I'd be grateful if the Secretary of State or a Minister could update you on this important issue.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. He probably will know that recently I set up a joint committee chaired by me and the Nepalese ambassador to consider outstanding Gurkha welfare issues. I have to tell him that retrospective pension changes in respect of the Gurkhas have been through the system several times, including the High Court, the Supreme Court and the European judicial institutions, and the position, which is long-standing with the UK government, has been upheld. But I am keen to make sure we do everything in our power to ensure that Gurkhas and Gurkha veterans living in the UK and in Nepal are given the very best we reasonably can to support their welfare.
Danny Kruger.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I say how delighted I am to hear the Government is committing £2 billion to resupply the armed forces for the munitions and the equipment that has been sent to Ukraine. This is very positive news, and I also welcome what my honourable friend the Secretary of State said about the importance of investing in army accommodation. That will be very welcome to my constituents in Tidworth, Bulford and Lark Hill. But in the spirit of honesty which he spoke about, could he tell us what he thinks it would take to convince the Treasury that we must do more than simply resupply our armed forces, and that we need a bigger army, not a smaller one?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, but I don't need to do much more to convince them. The Chancellor said in the autumn statement, as did the Prime Minister, that they recognised that defence would need more spending. I think they have crossed that line, and they already knew that. The Chancellor, Prime Minister, when he was Chancellor, gave us the extra 24 billion, and indeed the current Chancellor, if you remember, stood on a platform for a greater percentage of GDP when he was standing for leadership of the Conservative Party. I think the key here is now to make sure we lock it in to get the long time frame so that we can start the investment and planning that's going to be required at the next comprehensive spending review and beyond.
Toby Parkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Great to see you back in your place. To be fair to the Defence Secretary, he's been very candid that 13 years of this government has, in his words, hollowed out and underfunded our armed forces. But why should anyone believe that the government that underfunded it over 13 years should, in its final gasps, this exhausted government will actually put right the hollowing out that it's put in place over this last 13 years?
Look, maybe the right honourable member can't hear. I didn't say 13. I said 30 years of hollowing out, which includes his last government, a government I was a soldier serving under, mainly because his government spent a lot of money going to war in the Middle East, and that hollowed us out as well because we weren't properly refunded. The reality is, if he wants to come to this House and start a debate about defence, I'd really appreciate if he came here with a bit of candour about his own government's role in it. We've done that. I've had the courage to do it. Maybe he might.
Elliot Colbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I begin by thanking Carshalton and Wallington residents who have opened their homes to Ukraine? But can I ask my right honourable friend for some assurance that the kit we are sending to Ukraine will indeed come with the specialist support and training needed to operate it?
We have, obviously, in the United Kingdom, thousands of British armed forces joined by Canadians, Norwegians, Dutch, Swedish, Lithuanians, Australians and New Zealanders, endless numbers of people helping them with that training. We also make sure that not only do they train there when they're going to somewhere like Germany, they're now getting combined arms training. It's really important that training accompanies the equipment, and where we've had feedback, we've corrected the training as well.
Barry Sherman.
Deputy Speaker, I've really missed you. Could I ask the Secretary of State what he makes of what President Xi has been saying over the last few days? And I will urge him today that he must not do what people are rumoring he might do, given the present situation, that he might be thinking about resigning. Will he stay with us but fight for more money for our armed forces?
Oh, well, I mean, I think Madam Deputy Speaker, as a Tory, you think about resigning most of the time. Look, I'm not interested. I'm interested in trying to, over the years, I'm interested in trying to deliver for our men and women of the armed forces. You know, I went into politics because the men and women of the armed forces needed better, deserved better, and I'm determined to try and stick that through. But I'm also worried about the direction of threat for this country and for the world. Not only what we've seen China, as I think they quoted, equipping for war, as they announced last week. We've seen 83.4% enriched uranium being discovered with our IEA, as published in their report. That's weeks away from 90% weapons grade, should that be a decision. I've seen a growing problem with Russia and violent extremism spreading across Africa. The threat is going up across the world. We're more anxious, more unstable, and I think that means long-term investment on whoever is the governments over the next 10, 15 years.
Final question, Flick Drummond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is lovely to see you back. As a former chair of the South East region for the Veterans Advisory Pension Committee, I've seen at first hand the long shelves at Norcross, where Veterans UK is based. So can the Minister assure me that the digitisation of veterans' records will proceed quickly so that veterans can get quick decisions on their welfare and their welfare claims?
Well, I'm very grateful to my honourable friend, and I pay tribute to her service with the VAPC. She's been, like I have, to Norcross and seen the extraordinary files of paperwork, and there's no way we can provide a 21st century service that our veterans deserve whilst things are in that state. So the £40 million digitisation, though it may sound banal, will most certainly make a huge difference. And we will also be addressing the other things which we can that delay claims. So I'm thinking particularly of the difficulties we have very often with our medical advisors getting reports from GPs and the NHS. That's one of the major hurdles, I'm afraid, to getting these things dealt with timely, but I'm resolved that we should do our level best to make sure things are better going forward.
Thank you. That concludes questions, and we are now about to embark upon the first. I'm just pausing for a moment to allow the change of cast on the front benches. We are now about to embark upon the first of today's statements from the Foreign Secretary on the Integrated Review Refresh. Foreign Secretary.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I smile because it is a genuine delight to see you back in this House, back in your place. Madam Deputy Speaker, with permission, I will make a statement on the 2023 Integrated Review Refresh. 2 years ago, the Government's Integrated Review set out a clear strategy on how the UK would continue to thrive in a far more competitive age. Our approach is the most comprehensive since the end of the Cold War. It laid out how we would bring together the combined might of every part of government to ensure that our country remains safe, prosperous and influential into the 2030s. And the conclusions of that review have run as a golden strategic thread through all of our activities across defence and deterrence, diplomacy, trade and investment, intelligence, security, international development, science and technology over the last 2 years. Our overall analysis was right, and our strategic ambition on track. On every continent of the world, the United Kingdom walks taller today than it has done for many years. We are meeting our obligations as a permanent member of the UN Security Council and as a leading European ally within an expanding NATO. We have strong relationships with our neighbours in Europe, and we will build on the Windsor framework to invigorate them even further. We are deeply engaged in the Indo-Pacific, active in Africa, and enjoy thriving relationships with countries in the Middle East and the Gulf. Now, this House, I'm sure, will recall that today is Commonwealth Day, and I'll be meeting my fellow Commonwealth foreign ministers in London over the course of this week. We have maintained our position as a global leader on international development by pursuing patient, long-term partnerships tailored to the needs of our partner countries. And we succeed because those partnerships draw on the full range of UK strengths and expertise in addition to our official development assistance. And as this House will of course be aware, the severe global turbulence forecast in the 21 Integrated Review has indeed come to pass. But the events have moved at an even quicker pace than I think anyone could have imagined just 2 years ago. Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and attempts to annex part of its sovereign territory challenge the entire international order. Across the world, state threats have grown and systematic competition has intensified. There is a growing prospect of further deterioration in the coming years. Because of the far-reaching consequences for the security and prosperity of the British people that these changes have brought, it is right that I update the House on what the government is doing to respond. In our 2023 Integrated Review Refresh, we set out how we respond to an even more contested and volatile world. Rightly, our approach is an evolution, not a revolution. And I know this House will agree that our most pressing foreign policy priority is the threat that Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine poses for European security. The UK has provided huge quantities of military support for Ukraine's defence. We led the G7 response on Ukraine, coordinating diplomatic activity and working with our allies to impose the toughest ever sanctions on Putin's government. And thanks to the wisdom of this government's original integrated review, we have intensified our training for thousands of brave Ukrainian troops who repelled Russia's initial onslaught. But this momentum must be maintained until Ukraine prevails and the wider threat that Russia and other states, such as Iran or North Korea, pose to the international order to make sure that their aggression is contained or potential aggression is contained. The 2023 Integrated Review Refresh also sets out how the government will approach the challenges presented by China. China's size and significance connect it to almost every global issue. But we cannot be blind to the increasingly aggressive military and economic behaviour of the Chinese Communist Party, including stoking tensions across the Taiwan Strait and attempts to strong-arm partners, most recently Lithuania. We will increase our national security protections and ensure alignment with both our core allies and a wider set of international partners. And we must build on our own and our allies' resilience to cyber threats, manipulation of information, economic instability and energy shocks, so that we remain at the front of the race for technologies like fusion power that will define not only the next decade, but the rest of this century. Madam Deputy Speaker, my Right Honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, will say more on government spending commitments in his spring statement on Wednesday. But today, I can set out a number of both immediate and longer-term measures that will help us deliver on our priorities, and they are as follows. We will increase defence spending by a further £5 billion over the next 2 years. This will bring us to around 2.25% of national income and represents significant progress in meeting our long-term minimum defence spending target of 2.5% of GDP. Today's announcement of £5 billion comes on top of the commitments made by the Chancellor in his autumn budget statement, on top of the £560 million of new investments last year, and on top of the record £20 billion uplift announced in 2020. Later today, the Prime Minister will announce, alongside President Biden and Prime Minister Albanese, the next steps for AUKUS, including how we will deliver multi-billion-pound conventionally armed nuclear-powered submarine capabilities to the Royal Australian Navy, whilst setting the highest non-proliferation standards. We will provide an additional £20 million uplift to the BBC World Service over the next 2 years, protecting all 42 World Service language services. We have established a new directorate in the FCDO, incorporating the Government Information Cell, to increase our capacity to assess and counter hostile information manipulation by actors, including Russia and China, where it affects UK interests overseas. We will double funding for Chinese expertise and capacities in government so that we have more Mandarin speakers and China experts. And we will create a new £1 billion integrated security fund to deliver critical programmes at home and overseas on key priorities like economic and cyber security, counter-terrorism, and on the battle to uphold and defend human rights. We will establish a new National Protective Services Authority located within MI5. It will provide UK businesses and other organisations with immediate access to expert security advice. And a new £50 million economic deterrence initiative will strengthen sanctions enforcement and impact, and it will also give us new tools to respond to hostile acts. We will be publishing the UK's first semiconductor strategy, which will grow our domestic industry for this vital technology, as well as an updated critical minerals strategy. The 2023 Integrated Review reconfirms that the UK will play a leading role in upholding stability, security, and the prosperity of our continent and the Euro-Atlantic as a whole. It underlines that this government's investment in our Indo-Pacific strategy is yielding significant results across defence, diplomacy and trade. Madam Deputy Speaker, through these initiatives and many others we have set out over the past 2 years, the United Kingdom will outcompete those who seek to destabilise the international order and undermine global stability. Our approach is imbued with a spirit of international cooperation and a pragmatic willingness to work with any country that does not seek to undermine our way of life. We will live in a competitive age, and security challenges the British people face today are the most serious in at least a generation. Time and again in our history, we have seen off the competition from countries that wish to do us no good. We were able to do so because the United Kingdom has always had more allies and better allies than any of our rivals or competitors. This will always be the policy of this government to ensure that remains the case, and I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Foreign Secretary David Lammy.
Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's very good to see you in your place, and can I thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. Just over a year ago, Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine marked a watershed moment for European security. In the time since, 25 NATO countries have revisited their security strategies. Germany announced a fundamental shift in its security policy. Finland and Sweden have taken the historic decision to join NATO. For a year, Labour have urged the government to revisit the integrated review. So this announcement today is overdue, but it's welcome. We are living in an era of intensifying geopolitical competition in a multipolar world. The interdependence of the global economy is increasingly being weaponised, and there's been a blurring of the distinction between foreign and domestic policy. This is a challenging moment for our security and that of our allies and for our place in the world. Madam Deputy Speaker, the refreshed integrated review and the decisions it will inform is therefore important to all of us in this House. We all have an interest in the government making the right long-term choices for our country, and any future Labour government will inherit the consequences of those decisions. Since the invasion, the government have had our fullest support in providing the military, economic and diplomatic support for Ukraine to defend itself. But we've pressed the government where they have fallen short, and it's in that spirit that we approach the review today. The original integrated review contained plenty of analysis that was sound and which could enjoy wide support in this House, but it did have some serious shortcomings. It made no mention of the risks of the Taliban taking over Kabul just months before it happened, nor did it foresee the risks of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine or mention risks related to Taiwan. It had little to say about Europe beyond NATO and said almost nothing about the European Union, which has given one substantive reference in the entire document. In too many areas, from the fight against kleptocracy to the importance of international law, rhetoric and ambition contrasted poorly with government inaction or hypocrisy. Significant and regretful decisions like the decision to cut the ODA spending to 0.5% of GNI and the merger of DFID and the FCDO were taken before the review had even been concluded. And in security and defence, there was a clear mismatch between ends, ways and means. With threats increasing and a promise of persistent global engagement, the government announced plans to cut another 10,000 troops, scrap Hercules planes and drop the 148 Challenger tanks. These are the troops now reinforcing NATO allies, the planes used in the Kabul airlift and the tanks being used and sent to Ukraine. In the 2 years since, in too many areas, the promises of the integrated review have not matched reality. The so-called Indo-Pacific tilt has apparently been completed, but the UK's diplomatic presence in key countries in the region, including India and China, has been cut by up to 50% over the past 8 years. The review promised to maintain the UK as one of the world's leading development actors, but aid has not just been cut from 0.7% to 0.5%, it's now being used to prop up the broken asylum system. And by some estimates, less than half of bilateral development assistance ever leaves the United Kingdom. Rather than standing up for international law, we've had ministers coming to this chamber explaining how they plan to break it. Successive crises, from the pandemic to war in Ukraine, have demonstrated the vulnerability of international supply chains. But we've not seen a new diplomatic drive to reflect the shifting resourcing economy. Britain is falling seriously behind. The United States chips legislation will provide $52 billion in subsidies for US chip manufacturers. The EU Chips Act will provide €43 billion, but the government has put aside just £700,000 to commission a research project. And it still has not published its promised semiconductor strategy. Today, Refresh is therefore an opportunity to address these flaws and reset the government's approach. A test of this integrated review is how it contributes to making Britain secure at home and strong abroad, and this is how we will judge it. The government will continue to have Labour's full support over Ukraine and to reinforce our NATO allies. Labour's commitment to NATO remains unshakable, and our commitment to Britain's independent nuclear deterrence is total. Madam Deputy Speaker, the review's emphasis on building partnerships and alliances is welcome after a period of drift away from multilateralism. Britain is always a stronger and more effective force for good when it works with others. And that's why Labour's foreign policy vision is for a Britain reconnected. And I'm glad the government have been taking notes. Nowhere has the sense of disconnection been stronger than in our post-Brexit relationship with the European Union. It is good that from page 22 to see the government finally acknowledge its importance. Labour would go further and seek a security pact to cooperate on global challenges and keep us safe. On China, we recognise the scale and complexity of the challenge that its rise represents and the breadth of our interests that are at stake. The initiative to improve understanding of China in government is vital, particularly given the Foreign Office has only been training 14 people a year to speak fluent Mandarin. We need a strong, clear-eyed and consistent approach to China, working with partners and allies and engaging with China where our interests align to do so. It feels after years of inconsistent and shifting approaches, this is at least something that we can now welcome. It's good to see a new economic deterrence unit to help enforce sanctions, as mentioned on page 48, because not a single individual or entity has been fined for breaching Russia's sanctions since the invasion, not one. Sanctions without enforcement are useless. And I note the plan for a new Russia strategy, but the government hasn't yet implemented all of the Russia report's recommendations. On Iran, the government is right to recognise the increasing threat. So it was disappointing that they opposed our amendment to create a new mechanism to prescribe hostile state actors like the IRGC. And in an era of disinformation, the BBC World Service is a unique and unparalleled platform, and so the additional funding is very welcome. However, on defence spending, today's announcement provides only funds for AUKUS and Ukraine's replenishment. That is why we welcome it. It does not answer growing questions concerning capability, gaps that weaken our national defence and undermine UK's NATO contribution. The NAO recently said that the MOD cannot afford to develop all the capabilities set out in the 2021 integrated review. How does today's announcement ensure the same doesn't happen now the new 2023 integrated review has been published? The reality is that the government are dragging their feet on the big decisions. The long-term goal to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence sounds, I'm afraid, a little hollow promise. There's no plan and there's no timetable. I can tell him that the last Labour government left office with 2.5% of defence spending intact. The reality is that too much of the government's efforts is focused on undoing its mistakes. The Windsor Framework to fix the protocol they negotiated, a Franco-British summit to repair relations damaged by his predecessor's clumsy diplomacy, a £16.5 billion investment defence swallowed up by a black hole in the budget they mismanaged, removing the Chinese state role in our nuclear power industry after the government invited them in the first place, and trying to strengthen our leadership in international development after the government squandered it. We welcome this refresh, but we will continue to provide robust scrutiny where necessary to ensure that our country's foreign policy and defence systems are secure for the next generation.
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not a religious man, but I understand there is a phrase in the Bible, there is more joy in heaven over a sinner that repents. And it's really good to hear, I say I'm not a religious man, because I am joyful that the Labour front bench is finally perhaps kicking and screaming come to the realisation that all the time let's take official development assistance, Madam Deputy Speaker. This government, at its lowest point, is still spending a larger portion of its GDP than at the highest point under the party opposite when they were in government. I remember when the Russian state was instrumental in poisoning British citizens, and the leader of the party opposite at the time was saying we should share our intelligence with the very state that was poisoning British people. I am now glad, finally, to hear a commitment from the Labour front bench about maintaining the nuclear deterrent, about support for NATO. And it's interesting that we are being criticised. It's interesting that we are being criticised for getting our defence spending to 2.25% of GDP with a commitment to 2.5% of GDP, because I hear no such commitment formally from the shadow defence team on the bench opposite. The simple truth of the matter is that the honourable gentleman has made a number of points about what they would do differently, whilst then saying, but broadly, he agrees with this strategy. And I'm glad that he agrees with this strategy, because we have been working on it for the last, we've been implementing the 2001 integrated review, and we have seen the positive impact it has had on our relations in the Indo-Pacific. The signing of the joint the FCAS agreement between Italy, Japan and the United Kingdom is testament to that. The fact that the carrier strike group's maiden voyage was into that region is testament to that. And the fact that we are seen absolutely at the forefront of the international support to Ukraine in their self-defense or against Russia's invasion is testament to that. This government will always be an internationally focused government. It will always make sure that we act in close concert with our international partners, and will build greater partners around the world. That's what this refresh is about. It builds on the work of the original integrated review, and I'm very proud that we put it in the public domain, Madam Speaker.
Chair of the Select Committee, Alicia Cairns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it is a joy to see you back in your place. I welcome much of this pragmatic refresh, and it is good to see Foreign Affairs Committee recommendations embraced, such as making resilience a key pillar, the Mandarin capability, criticality of critical minerals, deterrence diplomacy, and the importance of science and technology. However, the threat of China cannot be seen primarily as an economic one, because to do so is to fail to recognise that they are trying to undermine our security and our sovereignty. Agreed. So the asks are greater resolve when dealing with transnational oppression. That means shutting down the illegal Chinese police stations and closing down the Iranian regime's cutouts, which are operating in London and across our country. I welcome the creation of the National Protective Security Authority to tackle techno-authoritarianism, but this is support for the private sector, and I hope, therefore, the government will accept my amendment for support to public sector procurement when the procurement bill comes forward in a couple of weeks' time. And finally, the government rightly talks about the reconstruction of Ukraine in the refresh. Will he now commit to use frozen central bank funds? The government seems to claim that we don't have the law in place to do this, or that it's not legally tested. Tell us what law change you need, we will make it, and let's test it in the courts.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that. Give that adrenaline rush that one needs at the dispatch box. My honourable friend, the chair of the Select Committee, has highlighted a number of important areas in her question today, and I would commend her and the committee for the work that they have done in putting forward ideas which we always take seriously, and the fact that she recognises some of the conversations or some of the thinking that her committee has put forward woven into this is by no accident. We always listen to the constructive feedback from colleagues from whatever side of the House they come from. We are very conscious that the threat from Chinese activity is not just on the economic sphere, and I can assure her that in terms of our security, not just economic security, we are absolutely thinking across the full range of threats and risks, but also, of course, we have to recognise that there is the need and opportunity to engage with China on the areas where we can work more successfully. I can assure her that when it comes to protecting ourselves against the risks in that economic sphere, it will not just be limited to the private sector, and we will of course look to give advice to the private sector and more broadly, but I can assure her we will continue to think across the full range of threats and risks.
SNP spokesperson Drew Hendry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while she's still in the chamber, can I also welcome back Madam Deputy Speaker to her place. Nice to see her here. Can I also thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. And there are some things to welcome from the review that are very clear. The funding for the BBC World Service, I think everyone can say that's a good move to see. Measures to tackle and counter hostile information manipulation are also things that we should be doing and are good to see in there. And it's sensible to develop more expertise on China, although there are gaps in the strategy for China. It's also painfully obvious that we needed a reassessed Russia strategy. So that is something that it's important to come forward with in detail. And the support for Ukraine must be ongoing. And I would repeat the call for frozen assets to be used in the rebuilding process. But I think the Minister also needs to reflect on where his golden thread has frayed. They've been flat-footed in the crisis over Afghanistan, and there's still the issue of British Council workers. So what lessons have been learnt from the future from that debacle? What are his ambitions in rebuilding with the EU? And where is the detail on dealing with the global climate crisis? It's barely mentioned in the documents. International aid should not be used as a trade lever, and yet that's still part of the UK government's plans. And increased military spending needs more detail. When will that come to the House? Security expert Edward Lucas has warned Britain's military cannot sustain a global role, describing the UK armed forces as a clapped-out army, serious problems with our naval vessels, and an air force short of planes and pilots. Now, the presence of nuclear weapons in NATO countries did not deter Putin from invading Ukraine. Why would spending more on new nuclear be a good idea now? Does he agree that spending in conventional areas would be better than wasting on new nuclear? Or is it just the fact that the £5.5 billion shambles of the Ajax tanks procurement has left them afraid of this kind of investment?
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to who is ultimately going to pay for the terrible damage that we see across Ukraine, it is absolutely right that the aggressor pays. And we will, of course, work closely with our international partners to make sure that those that cause the damage repair the damage. The exact vehicle for doing so is one that will, of course, be discussed and decided internationally, because it demands an international response. I think he's drawn very much the wrong lessons when he comes to the nuclear deterrent. He says that NATO having nuclear weapons didn't prevent Russia attacking Ukraine, bearing in mind, of course, that Ukraine is not a member of NATO, and Ukraine gave up its nuclear weapons arsenal. And it was Russia's failure to abide by the commitments made in the Minsk agreement. I mean, he says it didn't stop invading Ukraine. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. I can draw him a map. I can draw him a map if it helps. Ukraine is not a member of NATO. Our nuclear deterrent is absolutely at the foundation stone of the Euro-Atlantic defence. And the UK will always abide by its commitments to its friends and neighbours in the region. And we will, of course, ensure that the standing that we currently enjoy as being one of the most significant contributors to the Euro-Atlantic defence relationship is maintained and enhanced, both in terms of our nuclear deterrent, but also in our conventional means as well.
Tobias Elwood, Chair of the Defence Select Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Defence posture matters. If we want to play a role on the international stage, then a hard power counts. And we have to be honest, the last integrated review saw swathing cuts to our land, sea and air assets, which many, I think, in the House were hoping would be reversed today. Page 9 of the review summarises the threat. There is a growing prospect that the international security environment will further deteriorate in the coming years, with state threats increasing and diversifying in Europe and beyond. The risk of escalation is greater than any time in decades. Mr. Speaker, we're sliding towards a new Cold War. Threats are increasing, yet here we are staying on a peacetime budget. I ask my right honourable friend, he's got 2 days before the budget is announced. Please, can we move to 2.5% GDP now?
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, we have committed to 2.5% of GDP as a sustainable baseline. We have announced that additional $5 billion to address the immediate impacts of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As I said, that is on top of the $20 billion uplift that was announced in 2020 and the over $500 million that was of new investment that was announced last year. We will, of course, continue to work with our international allies to ensure that our collective defence posture is one that genuinely deters aggression against NATO and its member states, and we have been successful in doing that. But of course, we will, as this document has done, assess the likely and possible threats and make sure that our defence posture aligns to them.
Cavan Jones.
Having ambition and having slogans such as Global Britain are fine, but without the resources behind them, they're pretty meaningless. The government between 2010 and 2021 cut the defence budget by 16%. Now, he announced today a £5 billion increase in the defence budget, and if you look at social media, the Prime Minister's all over it, trumpeting this. The Defence Secretary says that he needed 11%, he told the Defence Committee, which I sit on, to just stand still. It's interesting he's not here to defend that quote. But can I ask about the £5 billion? £3 billion is going to be so-called on the nuclear deterrent. Is that new money, or is that part of the existing $10 billion which was put aside for the deterrent already? And if that leaves £2 billion additional expenditure, that's a long way from the Defence Secretary's claiming that we need 11%, even just to stand still.
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State for Defence was just at this dispatch box, welcoming the money. He has left because he's gone to Japan, with whom we have recently signed a defence agreement for the next generation of fighter aircraft. So the slightly childish and raucous calls from the front bench would probably have a bit more impact were it not for the fact that on this side of the House we are actually getting on with building those international relationships, building those defence relationships that will keep us safe, keep our neighbours safe and keep our friends safe right the way across the globe.
Henry Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I very much welcome the commitment to spend 2.5% of GDP on defence, and also the recommitment with our American and Australian allies to AUKUS. Can I seek an assurance that there will be an absolute alignment of our defence and foreign policy postures and positions to make sure that Global Britain is delivering in the way that it must for our own freedom and for our allies?
My honourable friend makes a very, very important point, and this is why we have now moved to integrated reviews, recognising that defence, diplomacy, international development, trade policy, all these things are interwoven, and to have a truly effective international posture. All these functions of government, in close coordination with non-government organisations like the BBC World Service, for example, all these things need to go hand in hand, which is why we had the integrated review in 21, had this refresh integrated review today, and I can assure him and the whole of the House that we will continue to work in a closely coordinated manner across government in order to deliver it.
Liam Burn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome what I heard was the recognition that when it comes to China, we need to do far more to defend our values, while recognising that there are global public goods that we need to work on together, like climate change, nuclear proliferation in the Pacific, and global development too. But since the last integrated review, the so-called tilt to the Indo-Pacific has entailed 3 million extra in FCVO staff, 3 extra British High Commissioners in the Pacific, 2 extra warships, and under 1% of the MOD headcount. That's not a tilt, that's a glance in the right direction. So can the Foreign Secretary tell us how big is the package going to be to finance what should be the tilt needed to an area of 4.3 billion people?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, he seems to, I think embedded in his question, seems to be the idea that our posture to the Indo-Pacific is a one-off event. It's not. It is a permanent recalibration of our foreign and defence policy. My first set of bilateral meetings, my first set of bilateral visits as Foreign Secretary was to Japan, South Korea, and to Singapore. As I say, the Foreign Secretary is flying to Japan at the moment to build upon the agreement that we have made with, did I say the Defence Secretary? The Defence Secretary. The Defence Secretary is flying to Japan. The Defence Secretary is flying to Japan to follow up on the agreement that's been made between the UK, the Italian government, and the Japanese government. So the commitment that we've made is a long-term commitment, and it is being resourced. The fact that the carrier strike group's maiden voyage was to the region, all these things are building towards what is a permanent recalibration of our international focus to recognise the centre of gravity of world affairs is moving eastwards and moving southwards, and we are responding to that.
Mark Francois.
Speaker, I welcome the Foreign Secretary's crystal clear commitment that from 2025 we will spend 2.5% of our GDP on defence. I'd be interested to know whether Labour will match it. But part of that spending, also referred to in the document, is the AUKUS programme, which will be a world-class collaboration between the United States, ourselves and Australia. Would he agree with me? Not only will that help to deter Chinese expansionism in the Pacific, but it is an absolutely perfect example of global Britain.
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, my right honourable friend makes a very important point. When I was running through the list of things that underpin our Indo-Pacific focus, I didn't mention AUKUS because I know the Prime Minister will be doing so extensively later on today. He asked whether I think that the Labour Party will match that commitment of 2.5% on defence spending. And I say no, and I say no for 2 reasons. Firstly, because no opposition defence shadow minister has made such a commitment. And secondly, because they won't be in office in 2025, because we'll be in government.
Derek Twig.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we face our most perilous moment since the Second World War and the height of the Cold War. And we've seen a very clear strategy from Russia and China and, of course, Iran to undermine democracy and Western values. So what we've got today is a strategy which actually does not actually give any sort of signal or sign to Russia or China or Iran that we're being serious about taking them on. We need to do what it takes. We need to do what it takes. The government needs to decide that, and this Parliament needs to decide that. We need to do what it takes. So what we've got today instead is this paltry $5 billion that his Foreign Secretary has come here. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State for Defence has made it clear that he wanted 8 to 11 billion. That's right. And let me just give you a direct quote, Mr. Speaker, from the Select Committee back in November when he was asked about inflation. And he'd argue for an 11 billion increase over 2 years. Sorry, an 8 billion increase over 2 years. Here we've got 5 billion. It doesn't even cover the inflationary part of this. It's an absolute nonsense. The government should be ashamed of themselves. They are letting down this country.
Secretary of State.
I struggle to find a question in amongst that stream of consciousness, but the simple truth of the matter is the Secretary of State of Defence was at this dispatch box only a few minutes ago welcoming this announcement. He says 5 billion is a paltry sum. I was just reminded by my honourable friend that is larger than our prisons budget. And his attitude towards public money, I think, demonstrates the classic problem with the party opposite. When the party suggests that £5 billion is an insignificant sum, it demonstrates a blasé attitude towards public expenditure that sadly is the hallmark of the party opposite.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my right honourable friend for this refresh. I think it makes the country stronger today. Many of my constituents are concerned about the rise of China. Does he agree with me that China is one of the greatest challenges we're going to face in the 21st century? And can he confirm that we must build on our relationships in the Indo-Pacific, not just with our existing friends like Australia, India and Japan, but we must find new friends and new allies to strengthen our hand?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is right that it's important that we build on our existing friendships and develop new friendships in the Indo-Pacific region. And I would make the point that those friendships, those partnerships, are a good thing to do in of themselves and not just in response to China's activity. But it is also right that, of course, China has demonstrated a range of behaviours which we oppose. I've raised those directly with representatives of the Chinese government. So it is right that this review looks carefully at our relationship with China, those areas where we need to defend ourselves and our partners, those areas where we need to work more closely with them.
Dave Dougal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a fine glossy brochure, but we've waited an awful long time and there's not an awful lot in it. And the harsh realities are, at a time when inflation is denuding the defence budget in the way that it is, when the Euro-Atlantic posture of the United Kingdom needs to redouble more than ever, the United Kingdom's committed itself to the Indo-Pacific and we have a war in mainland Europe and the response is £5 billion. It's not serious, especially not when 2 of that is to replenish stocks, which is non-discretionary, so that's not a policy position, and the other 3 is for nuclear. Why is there always money for nuclear?
It's the ultimate guarantee.
I tell you why there's always money for the foundation stone of the Euro-Atlantic defence posture is because it's the foundation stone of the Euro-Atlantic defence posture. And I have to say, when he starts talking about the expenditure on the armed forces, my heart goes out to those brave men and women in our British armed forces stationed in Scotland who pay more tax than any other members of the armed forces in the country.
Hey, Shelbrook.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very much welcome the review that my honourable friend has announced today. And he was talking about the critical mineral strategy, rare earth elements. But I think if I could highlight to my honourable friend and ask him to take this to other departments to work alongside each other, that actually we all recognise the lessons to be learnt from Russia being reliant on Russian minerals and how we've had to change that. But 95% of the elements that are used in renewable energy, solar panels, whatever, are processed in China. Now, we can't escape the science of what happens, but we can ask other departments to diversify how we're going to do renewables. So could I ask my right honourable friend to take back to other departments that we need to look at investing in and working on things like hydrogen combustion so that we're not entirely reliant on minerals that are going to come out of China?
Secretary of State.
My right honourable friend is absolutely right. Russia's use of energy supplies as a tool of coercion is something that we have witnessed. We must ensure that we do 2 things. Firstly, is we wean ourselves off our global addiction to hydrocarbon energy for the reasons that we have seen. But we also need to make sure that in doing so, we do not inadvertently create a dependency on any one other country, particularly China. So our critical minerals strategy will bear that in mind. And in the conversations I've had with leaders in Africa, for example, who are often the countries from which these minerals are mined, that are then shipped to China to be processed. It would be better for them, it would be better for us, it would be better for the world if more of that processing were done on the continent of extraction rather than on the other side of the world.
Holly Lynch.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The integrated review refresh recognises the challenge from Iran, a country which has been behind 15 kidnap and assassination attempts here in the UK since January of last year. The Foreign Office is widely understood to be blocking attempts to prescribe the IRGC. Can the Foreign Secretary confirm if that is true? And can he explain, given the seriousness of the threat, why we haven't yet prescribed the IRGC?
Secretary of State.
We respond to the threats posed by Iran, both in the region against people of their own country and internationally, and she is right to highlight the numerous attempts that have been made in the UK mainland. I pay tribute to our security services and our policing services for preventing a number of attempted attacks on the UK mainland. The decision about whether we sanction, prescribe is always one that we discuss cross-government, and any decisions on future designations or sanctions will be made cross-government. And I'm not going to speculate on what the future actions may be taken by this government.
Richard Drax.
Mr. Speaker, the velvet glove of diplomacy must cover the iron fist. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that, to share my concern, that even 2.5% on GDP on defence will simply not be enough to give the Foreign Office the support it needs to do its job?
So stay.
My honourable friend makes an incredibly important point about the close working relationship between defence and diplomacy, but also international development. I can assure him that the Defence Secretary and I and the Prime Minister and the Chancellor are in close coordination to make sure that the money that we spend defending our nation and defending our interests overseas is used most effectively. That will always underpin the decisions that we make. I recognise his desire to see greater money spent on defence, but ultimately we do need to ensure that we protect the public purse, but we do so in a way that also protects our interests and values.
Richard Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 2015 Strategic Defence and Security Review estimated that the Dreadnought acquisition programme was likely to cost £31 billion, including inflation. We've learned in the last week that the programme remains within budget, but SDSR did set a contingency of £10 billion. How much of that £10 billion contingency is being used on Dreadnought? And is the £3 billion that we've heard announced today for nuclear separate from that £10 billion?
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, the future expenditure, as I say, will be set out in more detail by my right honourable friend, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, and the ways in which the Defence Secretary will spend the money allocated to him will be set out by Defence Ministers in the future. But I have to say that I'm still, at the moment, completely lost as to what the Lib Dems' defence posture is. And certainly I look back at the time that we were in government together, and I can't help but think that had we not had the sea anchor of the Lib Dems in coalition, we would have progressed much more quickly on securing the defence of this country.
Robert Coates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The extra money for stockpiles and for AUKUS is indeed welcome. But when the Foreign Secretary rightly speaks of a challenge to the entire international order, and we look, for example, at two areas of capability just in isolation, the size of the army and the capability of the Air Mobility Force, we have to face the unpalatable fact that neither people nor equipment can do two things at once. Will he be working together with his other ministerial colleagues to make sure that the investment that we have matches and provides the capability to set against the challenges he rightly spoke of?
So stay.
My honourable friend, very knowledgeable on this, and the points he makes are ones that we listen to carefully. I can only repeat that we will continue, as we have done over a number of years now, we will continue to work very, very closely to align our foreign posture, our foreign affairs, diplomacy posture, and indeed our international development posture with our defence posture to make sure that we use most efficiently and effectively the money that is given to us, the public funds, the taxpayers' money that is given to us by the Chancellor to ensure that we protect British people and our friends and our interests overseas.
Dan Jarvis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Foreign Secretary referenced a further £5 billion over the next 2 years and a commitment to spend 2.5% of UK GDP on defence spending. So let me ask him very simply, when will the commitment to 2.5% of GDP come into effect, and where does this leave the British Army? Will there be further cuts?
So state.
And I thank the honourable and gallant gentleman for his question. The details of how the Secretary of State for Defence will spend his budget, I will have to leave to the Secretary of State for Defence. The integrated review refresh sets out the broad parameters, as I say, bringing the £5 billion, bringing us up to around 2.25% of GDP, which is well on track to that 2.5% of GDP commitment. As I say, the nature of that expenditure, on what capabilities and what equipment, will be something I'll leave to the Defence Secretary to give more detail on.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Speaker, can I welcome some of the report that my right honourable friend has brought to the House today, but I want to return to China. As someone sanctioned, I take a particular interest in this. I have to say that I am somewhat confused as to what the government's position actually is. It was the Prime Minister, when standing for election, who said China posed a systemic threat. Then that was backed down to systemic challenge, to which we were going to meet it with robust pragmatism. That robust pragmatism meant that we have sanctioned nobody in Hong Kong when America has sanctioned 10, that we have sanctioned 3 low officials in Xinjiang when America has sanctioned 11, including Zheng Guanglo, the architect of that terrible atrocity, and we didn't kick out the Chinese officials who beat people up on the streets of the UK. But now I understand that's moved to epoch-defining challenge. I just want to ask, in the document that the Prime Minister has produced today, in the same paragraph, he does refer to that epoch-defining challenge, but then he goes on to say that this is in the face of that threat. So does that now mean that China is a threat, or an epoch-defining challenge, or a challenging government epoch, or even none of that?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, firstly, I'd like to reassure my right honourable friend that in every meeting that I've had with representatives of the Chinese government, I've raised specifically their sanctioning of him and others in this House as being completely unacceptable behaviour. And I've challenged them on every single occasion that I have had conversations with the Chinese government, so I want to let him know on that one. I would make the point that whilst I understand the desire to have a simple short phrase or indeed single word to describe our posture towards China, with a country as big, as influential, as significant as China, it is impossible to distill it down just to a simple set of words or a phrase. It's not something we do with any other country in the world. We recognise that international relations are more complicated. There is in the IR refresh, and there will be more of a narrative than just a single word description, because we want to describe the areas where we can and should work more closely with China, the areas where we need to defend ourselves and our interests against China, and the areas where we want to steer China into a different course of action. So there will always be descriptors, plural, and I understand his desire for clarity on this, and he will see through our actions that we do respond robustly to China when it behaves in a way that we disagree with, but we will also attempt to steer China in the better direction of itself.
Hilary Benn.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Given the very close way in which we have been working with our European allies to resist Russia's invasion of Ukraine, is it not now time to seek a formal foreign policy and security partnership with the European Union alongside our leading role in NATO?
Secretary of State.
Well, I've just come back at the tail end of last week from the summit in Paris, the UK-France summit. And our closer defence cooperation was one of the main topics that we discussed, and indeed our broader cooperation with member states of the European Union on our collective self-defence. But ultimately, NATO has shown itself to be the most effective mechanism for defence of the Euro-Atlantic region. We have just demonstrated, the UK has demonstrated its full commitment to NATO, and through the announcements that we have made today and the previous announcements that we have made, we will continue to be one of the leading contributory nations to NATO. And that is the primary vehicle for our collective self-defence.
Sir Bernard Jenkins.
Deputy Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg your pardon. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement and for the presentation of this paper, which shows a far greater strategic awareness of the vulnerability that the whole of the West faces than we would have seen in any document just a few years ago. But isn't the ghost of the feast still the money? I very much welcome his commitment to 2.5% of GDP for defence. But when are we going to see our armed forces restored to the critical mass that is capable of deterring the kind of aggression we're seeing in Ukraine, the kind of aggressive policies we're seeing from China? Because it seems that the $5 billion that is announced today is going to patch up what we should have been spending already. It's not going to make a huge difference.
Sarah Stay.
My right honourable friend is right that all defence postures need to be paid for, and that's why I'm very proud that we had the additional $5 billion that we announced on top of the money that was previously announced in 2020. Obviously, when we are talking about expenditure as a percentage of GDP, one of the best things you can do is to grow the economy, which is why I'm fully supportive of the Prime Minister's priority to grow the economy so that we can have, in absolute terms, a larger defence budget, because it is a percentage of a growing economy. I would highlight the fact that that is in stark contrast with the lack of commitment that we've seen to a proportion to spending from the opposition front bench, and no credible plan to grow the economy either. But I do take the point that he makes to heart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that without a reversal to his department's devastating international aid cuts, that the UK government cannot claim to be fully safeguarding vulnerable communities around the world?
Absolutely. Stay.
Mr. Speaker, in both absolute terms and percentage terms, the UK is still one of the largest ODA. In absolute terms and percentage terms, the UK is still one of the largest ODA donating countries in the world. And I can assure her that in the conversations that I have with partners around the world, they hugely value the UK's contribution, they hugely value our expertise, and they hugely value the cooperation that we have with them.
John Burren.
Speaker, many aspects of the statement are to be welcome, but including the essentially one-off increases in both our hard and soft power capabilities. But does the Foreign Secretary accept that one-off increases are ad hoc, sporadic, and make long-term planning difficult, and that what is required is a fundamental threat-based review that is backed by long-term funding, because to properly defend ourselves requires long lead-in times across many aspects of our defence?
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, of course my honourable friend is right, which is why we have published the Integrated Review Refresh, which is to set the framework for the risks and opportunities in the international sphere. Of course, in response to one-off events like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we have to have discrete responses, but those are within a wider framework of international posture. The Prime Minister has made it clear that this is part of the journey towards our baseline of 2.5% of GDP spent on defence, which is a commitment, as I say, which we absolutely will adhere to.
Stephen Kinnett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just building on the question by the right honourable gentleman, the member for Chingford and Wood Green, does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that we are in need of an in-depth strategic audit of every aspect of our country's relationship with China, from defence to diplomacy to technology to education to cyber security? And will he also assure the House that there will be no return to the utterly failed golden era strategy?
Well, I can assure my right honourable friend and the honourable gentleman that we are absolutely looking at how China interacts with the British state, both at a government level and in the other areas, whether it be in the commercial world, in the public sector, in the education sector. And that is not to say that we should never or must never have Chinese investment in the UK. I think that would be unrealistic and counterproductive. But it must mean that whatever relationship we have with China, we have to go into it with our eyes open. We have to properly assess what the opportunities are, but also what the risks and threats are. And that does need to be done across government. I can give him and others in the House the reassurance that's exactly how we will approach our relationship with China.
James Gray.
I very much welcome the document's strength and robustness with regard to Russia's threat elsewhere apart from Ukraine. But I'm a little bit disappointed to a quick reading of the document by how little it says about the Arctic. Half of Russia's navy, or more than half actually, is in the Arctic, a 25,000-mile coastline, all of their nuclear deterrence, most of their economic wealth comes from the Arctic, yet there's only one paragraph here devoted to it. And the threat, quite frankly, I think is quite substantial. I'm rather disappointed by the remark they often say, which they hope that the Arctic will return to being a region of both high cooperation and low tension. Am I right in thinking, Mr. Speaker, that that's more of a hope than a belief that it'll actually happen?
Thursday.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've had conversations with my Scandinavian, Baltic and Canadian counterparts on the risk to the Arctic and the High North. Obviously, in a document which we are trying to make modest in page number but wide in aspiration, we have got to be disciplined in how much space we put across. But I can assure him we are very conscious of that risk. The Joint Expeditionary Force and the conversations I've had, as I say, with my Nordic, Baltic and Canadian counterparts is testament to that.
Alder Barker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The extra funding being made available to the BBC World Service is particularly welcome. The World Service does an admirable job of supplying news in a world of disinformation. So can I ask the Foreign Secretary why the government decided to cut its funding in the first place?
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, when the impacts of COVID were felt across the world, of course, governments in all countries of all political persuasions had to make difficult decisions. We, of course, did likewise, but I'm very, very pleased that we've been able to work with the BBC World Service to ensure that they act or they deliver their services in the most efficient manner and that we're able to support them with this increase in funding.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, sir. Given that the biggest killer of our people, the most frequent breaches of our border and indeed arguably the most significant impact to the integrity of our economy is the work of overseas organised criminal gangs. Why is there hardly any mention of them in this document? And where is the resource to allow the National Crime Agency to deal with threats that are felt on the streets of the Secretary of State's constituency and mine every single day?
So stay.
Mr. Speaker, he's absolutely right that organised criminal gangs do have an international component, and this document is predominantly, but not exclusively, focused on state-level threats. But I can assure him that in our interactions with our interlocutors internationally, the role of organised crime gangs, international organised crime gangs, is very much part of the conversations that we have. Again, we didn't have the opportunity to put every single element of what we do internationally, and of course, a large part of that is within the Home Affairs area of responsibility. But we liaise very, very closely to ensure that when I am speaking with international interlocutors, that the threat within the UK posed by international criminality is one of the things that we discuss.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you. I refer to my register entries. I was really pleased that the Foreign Secretary referred to today being Commonwealth Day. A little disappointed that there was only a passing reference to the Commonwealth in that he's meeting foreign ministers from those member states in the coming week. He was right to highlight the growing influence of China across the globe, and that includes economic, political and security interests amongst many of the 56 members of the Commonwealth. So how does he envisage the integrated review refresh in terms of Britain developing a modern, dynamic, refreshed friendship with many of those countries in the Commonwealth?
So stay.
I genuinely thank the honourable gentleman for raising this issue. And whilst we've not made many references to the Commonwealth discreetly within this, it is actually interwoven through much of what we do. Our Indo-Pacific tilt, because of the geographical nature of the Commonwealth, inevitably means that that will be delivered in partnership with Commonwealth countries, AUKUS, of course, with Australia. But this morning I spoke to the Singaporean Foreign Minister, the New Zealand Foreign Minister, had meetings with the Malaysian Foreign Minister. So I can assure him that the UK wants to see the Commonwealth as being a meaningful, active and useful vehicle for the member states, particularly those small island states who disproportionately create the membership of the Commonwealth. So I can assure him, I can reassure him in fact, that even if it's not written down explicitly, it's absolutely interwoven throughout this document.
John Whittingham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would my right friend agree that soft power can often be as effective as hard power, if not more so, and it is usually a lot cheaper? Can I therefore strongly welcome the additional funding for the BBC World Service, but will he go on and look at strengthening support for other soft power projections, such as the British Council and the Chevening Scholarship and John Smith Fellowship programmes?
So stay. My right honourable friend, my near neighbour in Essex, I suspect knows that he is pushing at the openest of open doors with regard to that. I don't particularly like the phrase soft power because I think it sometimes implies a subordinate relationship to hard power. And he is absolutely right that the UK's, I'm going to have to use it because I haven't thought of anything else better yet, but the UK's projection of soft power is so incredibly powerful. It is incredibly cost effective, and the points that you made about Chevening scholars, Marshall scholars, and other football, arts, theatre, all these things are incredibly powerful and absolutely at the heart of UK foreign policy.
Stuart M. MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. William Gladstone's third Midlothian speech said that good foreign policy started with good government at home. Now, we can see that in the US with President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. We see it with the CHIPS Act. We can see it even in the European Union being jolted into responding with similar initiatives. But the somewhat vague promises in the document published today, Mr. Speaker, of a protective security authority, an economic deterrence initiative, a critical mineral strategy, UK semiconductor strategy, leave me somewhat wanting more. Can the Foreign Secretary expand on these things? Because if he doesn't, if there's no meat on the bone, then we will fail to have met the moment that the White House and the Commission in Brussels has set us.
I mean, there was the phrase "always leave them wanting more." Is that not what they? Is that not what they say was it politics is politics, show business for ugly people? I can assure him that it will remain, as I said in my statement to the House, it will remain absolutely at the heart of UK's foreign policy to work in partnership and with partners. We need to make sure that we maintain our tradition as being an open, free trading nation, working closely with those countries that share our values and protect our interests as we do with theirs. He highlighted a number of further iterations that I highlighted in this, including our semiconductors, including our critical mineral strategy. More details will be coming, and he will see that those things are interwoven not just through the UK foreign policy structure, but also in close cooperation with our friends and allies internationally.
Anna Bruce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A commitment to promoting freedom of religion or belief, or FOR, was included in the last integrated review. And it's good to hear from the Foreign Secretary today that the approach on working on this refresh has been one of evolution. So does he agree that the UK continuing to take a leading role in promoting and protecting freedom of religion or belief across the world, and working with like-minded countries to challenge its abuses is as important, indeed even more important today than it was in the 2021 review, bearing in mind the increased abuses which are happening across the world, not least, for example, Russia's misuse of religion in its attacks against Ukraine, and also the growing use of increasingly sophisticated technology to control, coerce and oppress people and restrict their freedom of religion or belief.
I pay tribute to my honourable friend's work in this area, and she is right that freedom of religion or belief is one of those litmus paper tests for good behaviours by government. Where those freedoms are impinged, it is typically the canary in the mine for other human rights abuses. She's right that we highlighted it in 2001. We have absolutely not lost our commitment to it. This is a refresh. We did not attempt to cover off everything that we covered in the 21 integrated review, because otherwise the document itself would have been too large.
Patrick Reid.
Mr Speaker, will he confirm that it's no longer government policy to view the aid budget as a giant cash machine in the sky? And will he recognise that where cuts have been made, they are having a tangible and negative impact? Why won't he show the same level of ambition to return to 0.7% GNI for aid spending as he's showing to get to 2.5% GNI for defence spending?
Tuesday.
The gentleman should listen when we make statements to the dispatch box, because we have made the commitment to get back up to 0.7%. As I say, in response to the Honourable Lady's question, we remain, both in percentage terms and absolute terms, one of the largest aid donors in the world.
Welcome the review refresh on China capabilities. As I think the only Mandarin and Cantonese speaker in the House, can I encourage the Foreign Secretary to increase the number of Great Britain China Centre courses for both civil servants and parliamentarians? On the integrated review's assessment of middle ground powers of growing importance, which include the 3 Southeast Asian nations and ASEAN, to which I serve, as he knows, does he agree with me that although our national interests will not always be the same, we do all share a strong interest in an open international order, and therefore that we should, as my right honourable friend suggested, sharply increase FCDO Chevening scholarships, British Council scholarship, Armed Forces courses scholarships and Westminster Foundation for Democracy programmes in the Indo-Pacific region to make those closer partnerships the review calls for.
I think it is incumbent upon us to make sure that we understand China better. I'm not fatalistic about our future relationship with China. The job of foreign affairs, the job of diplomacy is try to influence, to improve, and we certainly seek to influence China's decisions. As I say, it is clear that we do need to increase the number of people who speak Chinese and therefore intimately understand China. That's why we have made the commitment to do so. And with regard to the other schemes that he highlighted, he's absolutely right that the more people that understand us well, the better.
Some analysts believe that a war over Taiwan's sovereignty could occur in the second half of this decade. Although the Prime Minister has voiced his wish to continue to engage with China over the past 24 hours, does the Foreign Secretary agree that conflict in the region would have devastating impacts and that we must protect Taiwan's rights as an independent nation?
The Honourable Lady is absolutely right that a conflict across the Taiwan Straits would be disastrous, not just for the region, but for the global economy, because of the interconnected supply chains that would be at stake. The UK's position is long-standing and well-versed. We don't agree with any unilateral change of posture across the Taiwan Straits, and we will continue to work to maintain peace, to de-escalate where there are tensions, and to try and ensure that we have peace in that region.
Jack Lepresta.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Does my honourable friend agree that the government's commitment to increase defence spending to 2.5% of GDP will not only help keep us safe, but also create much more certainty for the 390,000 UK jobs, many of which are high-paying, high-skilled, in places like Filton and Bradley-Stoke, which rely on our defence spending?
We have fantastic defence industries here in the UK. I think that the reason that countries are keen to work with us on projects like AUKUS and FCAS and on others is because internationally they recognise the huge value that is added to defence systems by engagement of the UK, whether it be at governmental level or in the commercial sector. We absolutely value the jobs based in the UK's defence sector, and it, of course, is about preserving those jobs, including, of course, because those jobs are more geographically dispersed than in other sectors of the UK economy. Good value, high-paid jobs, high-skilled jobs across the whole of the UK is absolutely what we will continue to focus on.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for his statement and also the government announcement regarding the increase in defence spending, as this is something that I, along with many others in this House, have been asking for years. I note that this is in response to Russia and the global concerns. I also note that the Minister, when he made his statement today, referred to the increase in cyber and technology. There's also an importance, Mr. Speaker, to have an increase of soldiers and those on the ground, in other words, boots on the ground. Is it not possible to have both cyber and technology, but also boots on the ground? Could the Minister give us an answer to that, please? Thank you.
The honourable and gallant gentleman, I think, makes an incredibly important point that just because new threats have emerged, as we've seen with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the old threats do not go away. And we are seeing a full spectrum attack by Russia, including cyber attack, missile attack, tank attack, and sadly, First World War style trench warfare around Bakhmut. So we have to understand it is not a case of either or, it has to be both. This integrated review refresh recognises that, and I can assure him and the House that we will make sure that we cover all the areas where we need to defend ourselves.
James Morris.
Speaker, as he's already said, Britain's soft power is a strategic asset. So would the Foreign Secretary agree with me that it's important for two reasons? One, that it gives us a strategic advantage in the world, but two, it enables us to have a platform to build relationship with allies to contain and resist the trend towards anti-democratic and authoritarian regimes around the world.
Yeah. My honourable friend is absolutely right. The UK proudly is one of the most significant defence contributors to NATO. As I said, it is in absolute terms and percentage terms one of the largest aid spenders in the world. But the one area where we are, I think, without risk of being contradicted is in our soft power. We will continue to recognise that, we will continue to invest in that, and we'll continue to make sure that is at the heart of our foreign policy.
Simon Fell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The £5 billion investment in defence spending in the upcoming AUKUS announcement offers substantial opportunities for those engaged in the nuclear enterprise and the submarine building programme. But they also make clear the challenges we're going to have to skill up the people for this multi-generation long programme and get our supply chains ready to deliver on it. Can my right honourable friend outline what cross-government discussions are taking place now to make sure we're fit for that challenge?
My honourable friend is absolutely right. This is not just a cross-government, but a cross-society, multi-decade-long endeavour, which means that we will need people who are currently still perhaps in primary school, developing those technical skills that will still be needed in 20, 30 years' time. And for those careers advisors around the country, I would suggest that advising boys and girls to gravitate towards this area of work is a very good investment, because the jobs are going to be there, and they're going to be high-paid, high-skilled jobs scattered all around the UK. They're going to be there for a very, very long time. And he is absolutely right. This needs to be a whole-of-society approach. That's exactly the attitude that we're taking.
Easier if you work through the chair, though. Don't worry. Right.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker.
Statement. Let people leave before we start the next statement if they wish to. We come to the next statement. Minister Griffiths.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, I'll make a statement on the steps His Majesty's Government have taken to limit risks to our tech and life sciences sector. Following the rapid deterioration of Silicon Valley Bank and working in concert with the Bank of England, early this morning we facilitated the purchase of the UK subsidiary of Silicon Valley Bank by HSBC. Serving 39 million customers globally and headquartered and listed here in the UK, HSBC are Europe's largest bank. Those affected are now secure in the knowledge that their deposits are protected and they can bank as normal. Customers should not notice any changes, whilst the wider UK banking system remains safe, sound and well capitalised. Using stabilisation powers granted by the Banking Act 2009, which afforded us the ability to safely manage the failure of banks, we have forestalled disruption in the tech sector and supported confidence in the UK financial system. The resolution action was taken by the Bank of England in consultation with HM Treasury, using its powers to transfer the UK business of SVB to a private sector purchaser. As required by the Act, the Bank of England consulted the Treasury, the Prudential Regulation Authority and the Financial Conduct Authority on its assessment that all required conditions for this transaction had been met. We've been able to achieve this outcome, the best possible outcome, in short order, without any taxpayer money or government guarantees. There has been no bailout, and the actions taken are a win for customers, taxpayers and the banking system. The transfer of SVB UK to a buyer has allowed the Treasury to limit the risk to public funds by ensuring that shareholders and creditors, rather than depositors, bear losses. To help achieve this result, the Bank of England has made a related instrument bringing about a mandatory reduction of capital instruments in SVB UK, restoring it to viability. It is my view, Mr. Speaker, that in this situation the system worked as we would hope. In order to ensure the sale could proceed, the government is using its powers under the Banking Act to provide HSBC with an exemption to certain ring-fencing requirements. This was crucial to ensuring that a successful transaction could be executed, that the bank has the liquidity it needs, and that deposits and public funds are protected. The outcome will provide security for some of the UK's most innovative, fast-growing firms. The UK's tech and life sciences sectors are world-leading. Hundreds of thousands of people are employed in them, and they make a very substantial contribution to the economy as a whole. My friends, the Prime Minister and Chancellor have been clear throughout. We will look after our high-tech sectors, and that is what we have done. The Bank of England has confirmed that as a result of the swift, decisive action we have taken, depositors will be able to access their accounts. It's worth reiterating that, as the Governor has said, the wider UK banking system remains safe, sound and well capitalised. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in concluding, I would like to place on record my sincere thanks to my fellow ministers across Whitehall, to officials at the Treasury and regulators who worked tirelessly through the weekend to grip this situation, to deliver this solution and to prevent real jeopardy to hundreds of the UK's most innovative companies.
Shadow Minister Chulit Sadiq.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for giving me advance sight of his statement today. Labour welcomes the announcement made by HSBC that it will be buying the UK arm of Silicon Valley Bank, or SVB UK, in a rescue deal. As the Shadow Chancellor said over the weekend, the UK life sciences and tech sector play an indispensable role in driving growth and innovation across the economy. Now that those who bank with SVB UK have some certainty, the government should examine how we got here in the first place. For example, when SVB UK was granted a separate banking licence last year, what assessment did the Treasury and Bank of England make of the significant liquidity risks arising from its deposit base being a small number of high-value corporate deposits? The effects of the collapse of SVB are still being felt across the UK market, And the Minister said in his statement that HSBC's purchase of SVB has supported confidence in the UK financial system. But what assessment has he made of the fact that London's FTSE 100 was down today, while the UK bank index fell by almost 5% this morning and by more than 10% over the weekend? What will the disruptions in the banking sector mean for confidence and the wider economy and the ability of high-growth companies to access the credit that they need to thrive? The Minister also said that disruption in the tech sector has been forestalled, but what reassurance can the Minister provide today that under HSBC's ownership, the bank will continue to be able to support early-stage tech and life sciences businesses in the UK? And the Minister also said HSBC has been given an exemption to certain ring-fence requirements. Could I ask the Minister, will this be a permanent exemption? Perhaps the most important question, I'm sure the Minister will agree with me, is how can we avoid this happening again? With inflation at record levels, the Bank of England has had to take steps to tackling rising prices, but ministers must make an assessment of the risks that sharp changes to UK interest rates might pose to our financial system. It's time for the government to launch a systemic review of the risks that sharply rising interest rates pose to the UK financial sector, and I hope the Chancellor will return to the House having made that assessment. Finally, the events of this weekend further underline the importance of ensuring that UK startups have access to the patient capital they need to grow, as proposed by the Labour Party's Startup Review. I hope the Minister will return to the House soon to update on both the broader assessment of the risks to the financial sector arising from sharply increasing rates, and with a plan to address the longer-term problems holding back growth and the provision of patient capital to our growing businesses.
Well said. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for Hampstead and Kilburn. I think concealed within that was a grudging support, and I'm sure the honourable lady would like to add her voice to so many in the sector who have welcomed this today, providing the important confidence and stability that is needed. She raised the point about the fact that SVB UK has a separate banking licence. It's precisely because of that mechanism that our regulators and the Treasury have been able to take the action that we've taken over the weekend. I think the honourable lady understands the disruption and volatility in the sector, but she should also be reassured that the Bank of England Governor has confirmed that this is not indicative of systemic risk. I can confirm that the ring fencing, in order that the Silicon Valley Bank, now within HSBC, is able to provide the broad range of services that our life sciences and tech sector value so much, that the exemption from the ring fencing requirements will be permanent. In terms of her question about a systemic review, of course, always these are opportunities for us to learn and look again. But as I said in my opening remarks, the system has worked, Mr. Speaker, as it was intended. Finally, with the greatest respect, this side of the House needs no lessons on patient capital. We are unlocking capital for our important tech and life sciences. Only last week, my honourable friend, the Minister for Pensions, brought to this House the regulations that will remove the charge cap and allow our pension funds to invest in some of the fastest growing sectors of our economy.
Chair of the Select Committee, Harriet Baldwin.
Mr. Speaker, and can I put on record my gratitude to the Minister, to his colleagues, to his officials, to people at the bank and to the City in general, who obviously worked flat out all weekend to deliver what turns out to be, I think, the best possible outcome in these very difficult circumstances. And can I ask the Minister, in terms of the importance of this sector to the UK economy, did he and the bank treat this situation any differently because of the sector in which it was operating, or would they have tried for the same sort of resolution and solution for a bank in any sector? Secondly, was he concerned, as I was, to read reports that actually investors in these businesses were requiring the funds that the firms that they were funding to put money into this bank as a condition for investing in them. Does that concern him in any way? And finally, given that in the US other banks have also collapsed, some other small banks, including one that specialised in crypto, does he think that in any way crypto is contributing to financial instability?
Well, I thank the Honourable Lady, my predecessor and chairman of the Select Committee, both for her support and for her comments. The degree of concentration of a particular sector is unusual. It was an unusual feature. The business model of Silicon Valley Bank in the UK was different to that from the US, partly because of the tight regulations that we have here, and for that reason I've not seen any evidence to believe that crypto assets, banking of crypto asset companies was something that contributed. Rather, we saw the impact once the Fed had taken its action. We saw the impact of the bank here, and that is why it was right for the bank to act, to give us the space to protect that bank and to achieve the outcome that we did and that we have announced this morning.
SNP spokesperson Stuart Hosey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the key lessons of the 2008-9 financial crash was that conduct of business issues and liquidity issues could very, very quickly morph into systemic risk contagion across a variety of transmission channels. So I very much welcome the speedy way in which SVB UK was resolved over the weekend. However, their business model, and they're not alone, involved the bank holding a large number of very low interest-bearing bonds at a time of rising bond yields. They were required to sell those at a loss, which exacerbated the liquidity problems they have. So would it not be prudent now to ensure our regulators have another look at the UK banks to ensure comparable low interest-bearing assets are stringently priced, marked to market, to make sure that the capital requirements, the Tier 1 capital, is just that, and it's of sufficient quantity and quality to ensure any liquidity problem does not morph into an insolvency and systemic risk problem.
Thank you very much. I thank the member for Dundee East for his recognition about the speed and decisiveness with which the whole government has come together, worked together and acted to deliver this outcome. That's kind of him and appreciated. There was a question as well, and if I may, we should not conflate some of what we read about the balance sheet in the US with the regulated balance sheet in the UK. This was a separately regulated balance sheet, and again, the business model in the UK and the backing and the interest bonds, the bonds and collateral that was being held, I'm not aware that the forced sale of that and losses on that was a contributory factor. The reality is that we saw a withdrawal of deposits, and it was that, with the fact that the bank had the ability, because of the relatively ring-fenced balance sheet that it had, to protect the bank and take the action we needed. Had the bank not done so, then we could have been in a very different situation. So we were right to act as we did.
Chair of the Science Committee, Greg Clark.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. Can I strongly welcome the decisive intervention that has been described that has saved many UK tech businesses and jobs. And would my honourable friend take the opportunity to consider how the responsiveness of UK regulation that has been demonstrated overnight, combined with the strength of the City of London and our tech sector, provides an opportunity to attract more businesses to do their financing within the UK and not need to go overseas to get the financing that they're required to start up and grow.
My right honourable friend, who does such good work for the Science and Technology Committee community through his committee is absolutely right. What the technology and life sciences want our government to be joined up, to be decisive, to remove unnecessary regulations while still operating in a high-quality regulated environment. We have the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to now go a lot further forward, to deliver the Edinburgh reforms, to combine our aspirations to be a science superpower with the ferocious financing strength that we have here in the United Kingdom.
Angela Edel.
Mr. Speaker, I commend the quick and effective action, but the collapse of SVB Bank in America was partially due to the liquidity issues, but also there's an issue of the changes that were made to the threshold at which banks are considered systemically risky, which went from $50 billion up to $250 billion. That meant that there was an issue with SVB that it could continue in America without having the very focused regulation which might have spotted this problem earlier. Does the Minister think that the Edinburgh reforms offer any similar risks? And will he say a little bit about the exemption from ring fencing which he announced today for HSBC, and whether he's content that that doesn't offer any risks either?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must be very careful, Mr. Speaker, not to comment on the matters as it relates to the United States. This was a separate bank. It was regulated here, and it's as a result of the regulation and the fact we've taken back control of our financial regulatory rulebook that we were able to act so decisively. So forgive the Honourable Lady if I don't talk about matters in the United States. In respect of ring fencing, it was the view of the Bank of England and the Treasury in the circumstances and to protect public funds that to provide a permanent exemption for what is a very small part of a much larger HSBC. I think less than 1% of its pro forma clients on an enlarged basis will be the former clients of the Silicon Valley Bank, that was an appropriate decision to make. I don't think it puts inappropriate levels of risk in the system, and by streamlining the rule book, by bringing back control and dispensing that to UK regulators under the accountability to Parliament, and the Honourable Lady will know that through her membership of the Select Committee, I think we can have better regulation and deliver better outcomes for the sector.
Dame Andrea Lent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Congratulations to my honourable friend and to all who were involved in this rescue. It was absolutely vital that we urgently acted to protect the fear and the risk of contagion that was very apparent over the weekend. But could my honourable friend comment on whether the fact that SVB UK was a separately ring-fenced bank and that ring-fencing is a UK-specific regulation, does he feel that that brought to bear any protection for SVB UK? He will recall only too well, as I do, that Lehman's sucked capital out of the UK when they were in dire straits. That, to a large extent, caused that ultimate contagion. Is ring-fencing going to continue to protect UK banking sector as we go forward and even through the Edinburgh reforms?
My right honourable friend speaks with great authority on these matters. I can give her that assurance. This was constituted as a subsidiary in the UK. It had its own separate balance sheet. It was regulated as such, and it was because of that fact that the bank was able to make the decisive intervention that it did, whilst there were assets within that subsidiary, that we were ultimately able to restore viability by successfully finding over the weekend a bank to step in and buy, a very large bank, Europe's largest bank, to put its balance sheet behind this entity.
Mr McGovern.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And whilst we're all full of admiration, particularly for all of those of our officials who worked through the weekend to make this happen, I'm afraid I find the statement a bit long on self-congratulation and a bit short on explanation. What questions has the Minister asked as to why this happened? Why were all these companies banking with this particular bank? What cultural aspects were there to this case? What do we need to uncover that will be important for the sustainability of both banking and technological firms in the future?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's not uncommon for banks to have a particular specialism. The members opposite have worked to help bring forward regulations that will help us have more credit unions, which tend to have a geographic concentration. There are agricultural banks and there are other wholesale banks. So it's not of itself an unusual feature. In this case, we were able to take action precisely because of the UK regulatory structures, the interventions that we make. We'll learn any lessons going forward, but this is a government that is on the side of technology companies and life sciences and has been proud to deliver this outcome, this important certainty, and remove the jeopardy that they otherwise faced at Open of Business this morning.
Sir Desmond Sway. Estimate had the Bank of England made of the health of SVB before the events of the weekend?
It wouldn't be right for me to answer on behalf of the Bank of England. We have, I forgive the honourable gentleman, but we have an independent regulator who looks at these matters. The Treasury Select Committee regularly takes evidence from the Bank of England, and I'm sure we'll do so in the future.
Sammy Wilson.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that many firms across the United Kingdom will welcome and be breathing a sigh of relief at the decision which has been made over the weekend. However, this was done in haste. I asked the Minister what kind of due diligence was done by HSBC when arranging this takeover, and is he sure that we are not walking into the similar situation which you had with Lloyds and HBOS in 2008, where a quick decision led to a domino effect in the banking system, resulting in bailouts by the taxpayer?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I can't speak for the due diligence that was done for HSBC. They've got themselves comfortable with that. We should also understand the relative scale of HSBC. HSBC is an extraordinarily well-regulated, it's a global and diverse bank. My understanding is that if you add all of the clients, the important clients that we had in the front of our mind as we sought to act over the weekend, and we make no apologies, if I may, for acting in haste. Haste was the absolute required procedure in this particular case. But if you took the entirety of the clients of Silicon Valley Bank UK, that would be less than 1% of the overall client base of HSBC. And with respect, I don't think that was the case in the examples that the honourable member referred to.
Anthony Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The sighs of relief across South Cambridgeshire this morning were so loud they're almost deafening. Dozens of my technology companies that have been in contact with me over the weekend thought they're going to be wiped out this morning, but can now operate as normal because of the decisive action by the government. And I very much congratulate the Minister and the Bank of England and the Treasury for its action. But I've also had questions about whether this is a sign that all the reforms to the financial system in the wake of the global financial crisis have failed or are failing. And but can my right honourable friend the Minister, does he agree with me that actually this isn't a sign of the reforms failing, it's a sign of them actually working, and without these reforms he wouldn't be able to do the rescue in this way? And secondly, the reforms that are coming through, the Edinburgh reforms, can he confirm they won't make future collapses more likely or future rescues more difficult?
Well, my honourable friend, the member for South Cambridgeshire, knows a great deal about the sector. It is due to past reforms that we're able to take the decisive action. Parliament has given, in extremis, and with the agreement of the Bank of England, the PRA, the FCA and the Treasury, sweeping powers to enable this sort of transaction to happen at great pace. And let me be clear, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is the shareholders and the creditors of the bank, not the depositors or the taxpayer, has lost. and in the system that we have, that is the right outcome, and I'm very pleased that we were able to achieve that outcome. Of course, it is the case that the Edinburgh reforms, which are designed to make this country have the ability to continue to grow and be internationally competitive so with other markets, whilst adhering to the highest quality regulatory standards, and with the UK at the absolute cornerstone of organisations like the Financial Stability Board, will not put any more jeopardy into the financial system. In fact, having good, healthy businesses that grow and are profitable is the best way to avoid jeopardy.
Paula Barker.
Mr Deputy Speaker, first pension funds and LDIs, now the collapse of SVB UK. Isn't it time for a systematic review of the risks that sharply rising interest rates pose to the UK financial sector?
With the greatest respect to the Honourable Lady, the issue here was a subsidiary of a US bank. I'm not going to be commenting on US policy, on interest rates, or anything else for that matter from this dispatch box. The important fact is that we were able to restore this bank to viability to, over the course of a very small number of hours and days, to find a successful buyer, and we did that because of the strength of the UK regulatory system and because of the conviction of this Prime Minister and this Chancellor that this is an absolutely critical sector and one of the ways that we continue to grow the UK economy.
Danny Kruger.
Indeed, Mr Speaker, and can I also pay tribute to the exemplary orchestration of all the different stakeholders and decision makers that the Minister led over the weekend. I think it's helpful to distinguish between the decisions taken by the American government and by ours in respect to this bank. You know, the American taxpayer is guaranteeing the deposits of SVP account holders there. In our case, another bank has bought them and the taxpayer is safe, and I pay tribute to the government for that. I appreciate he can't comment on American policy, but just in the hypothetical instance of another bank in the UK failing or another sector getting into trouble, can he give an indication of his thinking about whether the taxpayer would ever need to step in, and will he guarantee that in fact that won't happen?
No. Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm not going to offer the my honourable friend for devices that guarantee. That wouldn't be prudent and the right thing to do. But what I can guarantee is that this government will do everything possible to reconcile the needs of protecting customers, of protecting financial stability and of protecting the taxpayer. And it is of great note that we were able to do that in this transaction, and all of our energies, if it were ever to unfortunately recur, would be devoted to precisely the same ends.
Sarah Olney.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the purchase of Silicon Valley Bank UK by HSBC this morning, not least because I'm a former employee of a company that had exposure to the bank on both sides of the Atlantic and whose CEO was one of the signatories to the letter sent to the Chancellor on Saturday. Statements made by the UK bank on Thursday and Friday. If depositors had relied on the assertions made in those statements, and if the purchase hadn't gone through this morning, those depositors would have incurred losses. Now, can the Minister confirm, does that constitute a breach of the regulations? And if it does, will there be any sanctions on people identified as having committed those breaches?
Well, thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm delighted that the Honourable Member for Richmond's Park constituents do benefit from the certainty. It was a terrible weekend for everybody who was a depositor or who was in some way dependent on SVB UK, and that's why it was so important that we not just achieve this outcome that the regulatory structure and laws laid down by Parliament allowed us to, but that we're able to act decisively. And I welcome the fact that another great British bank, HSBC, has stepped in, and I wish them well and all of the employees. In terms of particular things that were said, it would be inappropriate for me to comment, but fortunately we are in the position that every depositor has been made whole, and then therefore that issue does not arise.
Vicky Ford.
Can I massively congratulate my honourable friend and His Majesty's government on this news? Having spent 3 years of my own life pushing the post-crash bank recovery and resolution frameworks through Europe, I can absolutely confirm that the fact that there are now powers in so many countries to be able to rapidly resolve failing banks without needing taxpayers' money is to a very large part due to the outstanding global leadership of the post-crash Conservative UK government and the actions of the now Governor of the Bank of England at this time. So can he confirm that going forward, the government will ensure that our financial services regulators not only work to reduce systemic risk, but also back our financial services sector in their efforts to invest in our country and help our economy grow?
I can absolutely give my honourable friend for Chelmsford that assurance, and in doing so, let me also pay tribute to her work as a member of the European Parliament between 2009 and 2017 when she led on banking reform.
Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Minister has talked about the fact that SVB UK was a subsidiary of the American bank, but the fact is that the banking licence here in this country was a separate banking licence given to SVB UK. So could I just push him on this issue of the risk assessment around liquidity? What risk assessment, when that banking licence was given, what risk assessment was conducted, particularly given the concentration of a small number of corporates in terms of the deposits to SVB UK?
That is, with respect, Mr Deputy Speaker, the whole point. It was a separate subsidiary. It did have a separate banking licence here. It did participate in the regulator's stress tests here. There is risk in any financial system. And what this House is focused on and what our diligent regulators are focused on is achieving the right balance of that risk. There will, from time to time, as there were with the failure of the bank in the US, there will be some factors that can lead to challenges in any risk-based system, notwithstanding good work by the regulators and the stress tests having been applied.
Richard Fuller.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I draw the House's attention to my historical entries in my Register of Interests as an advisor to a technology venture fund and as a board member of a number of portfolio companies, many of which will have had financing arrangements with Silicon Valley Bank, HSBC and other financial institutions. Mr Speaker, on behalf of the technology businesses in Bedfordshire, can I add my thanks to the Minister and his team for their swift response over the weekend. But he will be aware of general concerns about the global liquidity for the technology sector, and I'd be interested about his assessment about how the SVB experience at home and abroad may exacerbate that and the resilience of the UK tech sector. And although, Mr Deputy Speaker, HSBC is a great bank, and indeed I am a customer of HSBC, Silicon Valley Bank succeeded over many years precisely because it was so closely attenuated to the needs of early stage and growth stage businesses. So will my honourable friend consider what steps he can take to encourage the emergence of new challenger banks to repeat the successes and avoid the failures of SVB in the UK?
Thank my friend, the honourable member for North East Bedfordshire. As he knows, the government is seeking to support challenger banks to make sure that we have a vibrant and competitive sector. That includes looking at issues like the level of MREL, making sure that we have proportionate banking regulation that is relevant to the risk involved. He makes important points about the culture and capabilities of SVB UK, which is why it is so important that we had to very swiftly find them a home. I have spoken today to the Chief Executive of HSBC as well as the former Chief Executive of SVB UK. They are both enormously excited about the future. They see this as a platform for mutual growth, for taking our brilliant life sciences and technology businesses international or to a new scale. And this government will not rest until we have mobilised capital to turn us into that science superpower.
Shomora.
Mr Deputy Speaker. The system worked, the Minister says, and certainly it was a huge relief that the estimated 50% of the UK tech sector, which banked with UK with SVB UK, sorry, could today play its suppliers and its staff. But surely that highlights the lack of diversity of the capital available to the UK tech sector and our dependence on the US. So in Silicon Valley banks, in the last 2 years, their deposits went up by 3 times, but their exposure to treasuries and therefore to interest rate rises went up 9-fold. Is the Minister seriously saying that no one this side of the Atlantic should have noticed that and that it had no impact on what happened?
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Newcastle talks about dependence on the US. If that's her concern, then she should welcome this deal wholeheartedly because we've taken a former subsidiary of a US business that's now part of a thriving and successful UK business.
Kit Malthouse.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I draw attention to my entry in the Register. Bravo to the Minister and bravo in particular to the resolutions team at the Bank of England who've been honing their skills for many years and finally got the chance to put them into use. But further to the question from my constituency neighbour, the Honourable Member for Devizes, does the Minister understand the relief felt by many that the taxpayer was not asked to once again step in and effectively nationalise private sector losses? And does he agree that for a capitalist economy to function, even in the most painful of circumstances, it has to be allowed to do what it does best, which is to recycle distressed assets?
Well, I thank my honourable friend, member for the Right Honourable Member for North West Hampshire. Look, he's quite right when he talks about risk and the proficiency of capital systems of recycling capital to productive uses. It is also an enormous focus of this government, and it's why our #1 priority was to seek to make a private sector transfer of the bank, in this case if we could, to protect the taxpayer whilst also protecting customers and the solvency of the financial system. I'm glad we were able to achieve this output, and the reason that we will continue to do so is by having fit-for-purpose regulations in this space.
Kaiser.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Does the Minister agree that the collapse of Silicon Valley Bank highlights the dangers associated with deregulation within the banking sector, something that the UK Government has continually touted as one of the benefits of Brexit?
Hear, hear.
Yeah. No, I don't accept that for 1 minute, Mr Deputy Speaker, because we're only just bringing forward the deregulation. The Financial Services and Markets Bill is not even on the statute book, and the pertinent regulation is precisely that affected this situation is precisely the same regulations that we've inherited from Brussels.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's at times when we act in haste where we need to think about the long-term consequences of the regulatory actions taken, and I join others in the House in commending the Treasury and the wider government and the Bank of England. In relation to ring fencing in particular, the Minister said that HSBC has been given a waiver on certain ring fencing rules. I say this as somebody who, before I got to this House, worked at HSBC in detail on ring fencing and many other things. So would the Minister explain more details in relation to that waiver, and more importantly, whether that waiver on ring fencing will apply more widely to other banks caught by ring fencing regulations as well?
I thank the Honourable Member for Hitchin and Harpenden for his question. The Government is, as he well knows, undertaking a review of ring fencing. There's an expressions of a call for evidence, expressions of interest into how we could reform that, following the work done by Sir Keith Skeoch as to how we mesh the ring fencing arrangements put in place back in 2008 with the more modern resolution arrangements. Of course, we'll learn what lessons we can from this. But as I said at the beginning, Mr Deputy Speaker, in this case, we've been able to achieve an outcome that has protected customers, protected the taxpayer, and protected the financial system.
Daniel Zeichner.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I too had many representations over the weekend from early stage tech companies in and around Cambridge, and they will be much relieved by the news today. But to echo the point made by the Honourable Member for North East Bedfordshire, the reason they banked with SVB was that close understanding of their particular needs. So what guarantee can we have that HSBC will be able to replicate that?
Well, how they run this bank going forward is a matter for HSBC. However, it's a prodigiously successful global institution. It's bought this on the back of a desire to grow and to support sectors that it sees that this government is firmly on the side of. We see the aspiration, we see the opportunity now that we've taken back control from Brussels, and we're going to make an enormous success out of our tech and life sciences sector. We are on their side.
Andrew Jones.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I welcome my honourable friend's statement and congratulate him on all those who've worked to resolve this matter so quickly. The collapse of Silicon Valley Bank will have left its customers worried about managing their cash flows, and it's obviously cash flow problems which cause the majority of businesses to fail. In his statement, he mentioned that customers would continue to have access to their deposits. Can he just comment, is that seamless? Is that going to continue right away so that business continuity is safeguarded?
I thank the honourable member for Harrogate and Knaresborough, and again to pay tribute to the hard-working officials from Treasury, regulators and my colleagues across government who pulled together rapidly to deliver this solution. It is the case, and there may be teething issues as the integration takes place, but it is the case, having spoken to both HSBC and to the management of SVB UK, that they are open for business today, they are serving their clients, and that is the outcome all along that the Prime Minister and Chancellor were absolutely right that we sought in time for this morning's opening of business.
Daisy Cooper.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to press the Minister on his answer to my honourable friend from Richmond Park. At least 2 tech companies in my constituency were almost affected, and I'm grateful to the Economic Secretary for acknowledging my urgent letters over the weekend. But one of these companies in St Albans moved £200,000 from their US account to their UK account, in part based on the statements made about SVB being an independent entity regulated in the UK, statements that bank made to try and give them the assurance that it wouldn't be affected. It then did become affected. So could I ask the Minister, can he clarify whether SVB would or should have known that this statement was either incorrect or misleading? If he's not prepared to comment on this particular example, will he commit to setting up a process to look into this issue? And does he believe there should be consequences for banks in future that make these incorrect or misleading statements that put companies at risk?
Well, as I said to her neighbour, the honourable member for Richmond Park, I don't think it's appropriate with respect that I make comments from the dispatch box about the veracity or otherwise of statements of an individual. I hope she will respect that. It is, of course, right that anyone in a position of leadership in business takes responsibility and acts in good faith. The important point for her constituents, although there may well be lessons to be learnt in time, is that her constituents and their companies are able to operate, have access to their deposits and continue to do their work of growing really important sectors of the economy. I hope the whole House can welcome that.
Richard Graham.
Mr Deputy Speaker, congratulations to the Chancellor, Minister and all involved in resolving this problem, which tech companies in Gloucester and Gloucestershire will greatly appreciate. Does the Minister agree that this shows the importance of having Europe's largest bank, the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation, regulated and headquartered here in London, that it also shows this government will always support business? And lastly, since the Chancellor extended start-up loans in September, can my honourable friend confirm that effectively this government has helped create and sustain 33,000 new businesses?
Excellent question. Well, my right honourable friend for Gloucester here is absolutely right. And what this has demonstrated is that we are on the side of business. We mean it when we say that we want to make the UK the best place to start, to grow and to run a business, and to that I'd also add to list a business, because he's quite right that HSBC is an enormously successful global business headquartered in the UK and proudly listed on the UK Stock Exchange.
Neil Griffith.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, in the light of recent events and the risk of contagion, can the Minister actually spell out exactly what actions he's taking to ensure that we do not see a contraction in the availability of credit to these specialist, fast-growing companies? And what more will he do to facilitate access to appropriate credit to help our groundbreaking tech industries to develop?
It's a core focus of this side of the House to make sure that our scaling up businesses get access not just to credit, but also to capital at every level through their life. That's why the Prime Minister has made that a core priority. It's why we're bringing forward many of our reforms which will open up capital markets to growing businesses. And it's why we'll continue to look at reforming packets of trapped capital, whether that be in insurers through the reform of Solvency II, or whether looking again at the pension arrangements to make sure that savers and potential pensioners in the future can benefit from the wonderful opportunities from the emerging businesses in the tech and life sciences sector.
Matt Warman. Deputy Speaker. Had SVB UK not been bought, then it would have had a huge impact on the jobs that are most high-tech in our economy, and indeed on the jobs of the future. So I pay tribute to the Minister and the whole government and the Bank of England for the work they did over the weekend, and thank him for engaging with me. But does he agree with me that because of that outsized impact that the failure of SVB might have had, it is all the more important that the government looks at what it was that made SVB so appealing to these vital jobs, how we do more of it where it is right, and how we do less of it if it is dangerous?
I completely agree with my honourable friend. He knows a great deal about this subject. It reflects his own background, and he's absolutely right.
Jim Shannon. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister very much for the statement, and the speed by which government has acted quickly is to be commended, and it is indeed good news. Whilst I welcome very much the purchase of the SVB by HSBC, which looks set to protect the UK investors and the start-ups alike, what further assurances can the Minister give this House that the 3,500 British customers receive in terms of the long-term plan, and how long is the government commitment to steady the ship?
Well, this government is always committed to steady the ship. It's why we take a prudent approach to running the economy. It's why the Prime Minister's priorities are to reduce inflation, to pay down debt, and to grow. And to grow requires the capital, which is why we have a long-term commitment to good regulation, which will minimise the prospects of events like this happening again. But it's also why, and you can see the expertise on this side of the House, that we are so focused on making sure that we have the right ecosystem to allow our brilliant entrepreneurs, our scientists, our innovators to have the fertile capital in which to grow to their potential.
Final question, Louis French.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And for transparency, I draw members' attention to my former career in the City as per my register of interests. And I welcome the swift and decisive action by His Majesty's Government in solving this issue, but also reducing the contagion risks to the wider economy that could have taken place. However, can my honourable friend ensure sufficient regulatory work is taking place to stress test both the liquidity of UK banks and also the government bond markets, given the clear risks highlighted in this case, but also in the leverage in the recent LDI cases?
Yes, I can give the House, as well as my honourable friend for Old Bexley and Sidcup, that commitment. We will learn lessons if there are lessons that need to be learned, but we should not look past the fact that, Mr Deputy Speaker, today we have protected customers. We have protected the taxpayer. We've protected the security of the financial system. That is so important to our businesses. Many, many people will go home from work today much more confident with the jeopardy of the weekend having been removed as a result of the decisive action that this government has taken.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement today and for responding to questions for over 3/4 of an hour. Thank you. Just pause for the choreography.
I'll do it with a 12.
The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Illegal Migration Bill, second reading.
Now,
the reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition has been selected.
Before I call the Home Secretary to move, I just want to say that you can see there's a lot of interest in this debate. The first small number will come in at 6 minutes, but please, if everybody else could start to think of 4 or 3 minutes, that would be very helpful. I now call the Minister to move second reading. Home Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Order. Previous point of order.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, on the first page of this bill, the Home Secretary has made the phenomenal statement that this bill may not be compatible with the European Convention on Human Rights. Section 19 of the Human Rights Act confers a duty on the government to ensure the provisions of this bill are compatible with that convention. Ensuring this compatibility is not only a basic moral requirement for government, it's also a practical necessity, because this government has said this is critical legislation, and therefore they are presenting clauses to this House which they know will probably be ruled unlawful by a court of law. So surely, Mr. Speaker, if the government wants to have a fight with the courts, it should have a fight with the courts and not waste this House's time with this piece of nefarious legislation.
I'm grateful for the point of order. That's not something that the Chair can adjudicate, but I'm sure that it will be part of the debate, which I think we should start now. Home Secretary.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I beg to move that the Illegal Migration Bill be now read a second time. The British public know that border security is national security, that illegal migration makes us all less safe. They know that the financial and social costs of uncontrolled and illegal migration are unsustainable. They know that if our borders are to mean anything, we must control who comes into this country and the terms under which they remain here. That's why stopping the boats is my top priority. It's why the Prime Minister made stopping the boats one of his 5 promises to the British people. And it's why, according to the opinion polls, the British people back this government's bill. They back this government's bill by more than 2 to 1. This does not mean, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as some assert, that the British people are xenophobic. Since 2015, the British people have provided refuge to nearly 500,000 people through global, safe and legal routes. The British people are fair, compassionate and generous. Millions of legal migrants, including my parents, have experienced this warmth firsthand. But the British people are also realistic. They know that our capacity to help people is not unlimited. Since 2018, some 85,000 people...
Secretary of State for Giving Way, does she think the British public want to see pregnant women and children detained in immigration detention centres? I do not believe for a minute that they do, but that's what's in this bill.
The British people want to see they want to stop people dying on the Channel. That's what this is about. It's naive to suggest that it's lawful and appropriate to make this journey. People are dying and we need to stop it. Since 2018, some 85,000 people illegally entered the United Kingdom by small boat, 45,000 of them last year alone. They have overwhelmed our asylum system. Local authorities simply do not have the housing or the public service capacity to support everyone. The British taxpayer... To the lady.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving away.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving away.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way so early in her speech. Is she satisfied personally that there is enough provision for vulnerable children in the proposals that she's putting forward tonight?
It's in detail, but yes, vulnerable people will be receiving appropriate safeguarding and welfare support. The British taxpayer cannot continue to fork out £6 million a day on hotels to house illegal arrivals. Now, let's be honest. The vast majority of arrivals, 74% in 2021, were adult males under the age of 40. The vast majority were not pregnant women. The vast majority were not young children. All travelled through safe countries like France, in which they could and should have first claimed asylum. Many came directly from safe countries like Albania. And when we try to remove them, they turn our generous asylum laws against us to thwart removal.
Thank you. I'm grateful to my right honourable friend for giving way. Does she agree that when 70 Labour MPs, including the Leader of the Opposition, signed a letter campaigning for the release of dangerous foreign criminals who we want to remove from the UK, they expose themselves as pro-open borders and unlimited immigration and put themselves on the side of the criminal rather than the side of the public?
Well, my honourable friend puts it very well. What we have here is naive do-gooders who would rather campaign to prevent the removal of a foreign national offender, one of whom went on to tragically kill another, than vote in favour of our measures that would have toughened up the sanctions on foreign national offenders. I'm going to make some progress. The reality is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that this system is simply unfair. It's unfair on the most vulnerable. It's unfair on those who play by the rules. It's unfair on the British people. So we must change the law and we must stop the boats. Now, Mr. Speaker, for too long, those of us voicing concerns about the effects of uncontrolled, unprecedented and illegal migration have been accused of inflammatory rhetoric. But nothing is more likely to inflame tensions than ignoring the public's reasonable concerns about the current situation. The public are neither stupid nor bigoted. They can see firsthand the impact on their communities, and it's irresponsible to suggest otherwise. And speaking of acting responsibly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to put something on the record. It's perfectly respectable for a child of immigrants like me to say that I'm deeply grateful to live here, to say that immigration has been overwhelmingly good for the United Kingdom, but that we've had too much of it in recent years. And to say that uncontrolled and illegal migration is simply bad.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. Does she agree with me that in the last couple of years, where we've seen exponential growth in this human trafficking coming across the channel, that actually what's happening is the money that people who can ill afford to spend on these criminals is being used to make their trade even more effective, putting yet more lives in danger?
My right honourable friend puts it very well. We have now a sophisticated, well-resourced, multi-billion-pound trade of illegal people smuggling and human trafficking. It is pan-national and it needs to stop. But to say, I'm going to make progress. It is, and yet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, despite our reasonable concerns that we have raised on several occasions, like my right honourable friend, the member for Whittam, before me, I am subject to the most grotesque slurs for saying such simple truths about the impact of unlimited and illegal migration. The worst among them, poisoned by the extreme ideology of identity politics, suggests that a person's skin colour should dictate their political views. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will not be hectored by out-of-touch lefties, or anyone for that matter. I won't be patronised on what appropriate views for someone of my background can hold. And I will not back down when faced with spurious accusations of bigotry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, When such smears seep into the discourse of this chamber, as they did last week, accusations that this government's policies backed by the majority of the British people, are bigoted, are xenophobic, or are dog whistles to racists, it is irresponsible and, frankly, beneath the dignity of this place. Politicians of all stripes should know better, and they should choose their words carefully. Mr. Deputy Speaker, those that cast their criticism to this bill in moral terms ignore certain truths. Firstly, they ignore that we have a moral duty to stop the boats. People are dying in the Channel. They are taking journeys that are unsafe, unnecessary, and unlawful.
Point of order. Sure, you'll agree with the Home Secretary that we should all, in this debate, choose our words carefully. So what part of carefully does her statement about an invasion constitute, and the Right Honourable Lady's exaggeration by the use of the word exponential?
There again, I think on this particular case, it is a matter for the individual person making the speech. All I'm going to say right at this outset, though, is clearly this is a very emotive subject that we're dealing with, and I'd ask everybody to use temperate language rather than inflaming the situation that's already there. We leave it there. Home Secretary.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I appreciate your instruction to all our colleagues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the way to stop these deaths is to stop the boats. Secondly, the critics ignore that our policy does in fact guarantee humanitarian protection for those who genuinely need it. Our policy is profoundly and at heart a humane attempt to break the incentive that sustains the business model of the smuggling gangs. People pay thousands of pounds to make these journeys to the UK.
For giving way. I, as the Secretary of State probably knows, chair the APPG for freedom of religious belief. We have many people from across the world who are persecuted, discriminated, who are abused physically and have to leave their countries. Some of those, Secretary of State, as you will know yourself, are living in countries, and it's taken so long for their process, for their applications to be, so they can actually get here. I know the Secretary of State probably shares my opinion that it's important that those who are true asylum seekers get their opportunity to come here. Can the Secretary of State assure me and assure this House that those who are persecuted, those who are discriminated, will have their opportunity of coming here for asylum?
Well, we have a very proud and extensive tradition of offering refuge to hundreds of thousands of people who apply according to our system and apply according to our criteria. And I'm very proud of the refuge and security that we've provided to those people fleeing the very circumstances to which he refers. By ensuring, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that people do not remain here, we are removing their incentive to make the journey in the first place. But crucially, if people are truly in need of protection, they will receive protection in Rwanda. Now, critics overwhelmingly fail to acknowledge this fact. Let's be clear. Rwanda is a dynamic country with a thriving economy. I've enjoyed visiting myself twice before, and I look forward to visiting again.
Very grateful to the Home Secretary. Is she also worried that the criminal gangs that are exploiting people in this dreadful way at great profit may also be linked to other types of serious crime and helping finance other destabilisation?
I'm afraid he raises a very worrying fact about what we are seeing. And when I've spoken to police chiefs around the country, what they tell me is that criminality, in particular drug supply and usage, is now connected to people who came here on small boats illegally in the first place. Thirdly, But on Rwanda, Rwanda is a fundamentally safe country, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as affirmed by the High Court. It's got a proud track record of helping the world's most vulnerable, including refugees, for the United Nations. And thirdly,
in Rwanda, people who are same-sex attracted and trans people are not covered by anti-discrimination laws. Does she think that makes it a safe country for gay people and trans people?
Well, I'm sure that my honourable friend has read the judgment from the High Court, which is an exhaustive analysis and an authoritative analysis by senior and learned judges in the High Court, and they look at the compliance of our world-leading Rwanda partnership with international obligations, including the Convention on Human Rights and the Refugee Convention. It has been deemed to be lawful and a proper partnership, and I refer her to the judgment of the court. I'm going to have to make some progress. I've taken quite a lot of interventions, I'm afraid. Thirdly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, critics like... Go on, one last.
No. I'm very grateful to the Home Secretary, and I do find it odd that so many members opposite are trying their best to trip her up on a policy which is incredibly important to every community in this country. And, Mr. Deputy Speaker, although they will try and shout me down, let me say that in my constituency of Gloucester, which is a happy, cohesive, multiracial, multi-ethnic society with a primary school of over 50 different nationalities, I know, because I speak to them, that most of the minority ethnic communities are very sensitive to getting this issue of balance right. Because if we get it wrong, the backlash will be felt by them more than anyone else, not by SNP MPs who don't have asylum seekers in their constituency.
Order! Not just temperate language, I want temperate behaviour. Point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm very grateful to make this point of order. I wonder if it's possible, if you can maybe advise on how we can correct the record on this really perplexing and fully misleading statement that the member opposite has made, which is profoundly unhelpful in the context of this debate.
To that point of order, Richard Graham.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, no one in this House wishes to cause any offence, and if I have done so, of course I apologise. But in my constituency, we have 2 hotels full of asylum seekers, and I would be very interested to know how many hotels full of asylum seekers that the members opposite.
Order, before we resume, just want to put a couple of points out here. Number one, interventions are now eating into the amount of time that's going to be allotted to people. So people just simply aren't going to get in the debate. That's the first one. And points of order are also doing exactly the same. So all I would caution is make sure that the points of order are for the chair if they are going to be used. And please, well, the answer is, as you know, that members are responsible for their own contributions, and if anything is said that is untoward, they should correct the record at the earliest opportunity, which I believe Mr. Graham has done. Home Secretary.
Well, can I just agree wholeheartedly what my honourable friend said? He's absolutely right. And if we don't, well, he's right about Scotland, that until recently it was only Glasgow who was taking asylum seekers, and when compared to the other nations of the United Kingdom, they have taken a disproportionately low number. And he's also right in talking, and my honourable friend is absolutely right in talking about the risks that we face as a country, harmonious, happy with ourselves, cohesive. If we don't deal with this problem, then we really will face serious problems about community tension and community cohesion. I'm going to make some progress. I know that a lot of people want to get on, but a lot of people want to make contributions to the debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on top of that, the small boats crisis demonstrates that there are there are 100 million people who are displaced globally. That is confirmed by the United Nations. And our critics pretend simultaneously that the United Kingdom doesn't have any safe and legal routes, and that these routes should also be unlimited. The small boats crisis demonstrates that there are countless more economic migrants willing to take a chance to come here in search of a better life. How many of those do the benches opposite think it will take to stop the boats? They haven't been able to provide an answer. Because the reality is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, those arguing for open borders via unlimited, safe and legal routes are, of course, entitled to do so. But they should do so honestly. They shouldn't try to deceive the public, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by dressing up what is an extreme political argument in the fake garb of humanitarianism. Nor, Mr. Deputy Speaker, nor should they pretend that the UK doesn't have global, safe and legal routes. In recent years, our country-specific routes have provided refuge for 150,000 people leaving autocracy in Hong Kong, 160,000 Ukrainians fleeing Putin's horrific war, and 25,000 Afghans escaping the Taliban. Another 50,000 people have come to the UK via routes open to people from any country. Those include the UK Resettlement Scheme, which includes community sponsorship, the Mandate Resettlement Scheme, and crucially, if someone has a qualifying family member in the UK, the Family Reunion route. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are proud of those safe and legal routes, and when we stop the boats, we will look to expand them. Now, this bill introduces an annual cap determined by Parliament on the number of refugees the UK will resettle via safe and legal routes. This will ensure an orderly system, considering local authority capacity for housing, public services and support. Mr. Speaker, the illegal migration bill enables the detention of illegal arrivals without bail or judicial review within the first 28 days of detention. We can maintain detention thereafter under current laws so long as we have a reasonable prospect of removal. This reflects the existing common law position consistent with Article 5 of the ECHR. The bill places a duty on the Home Secretary to remove The bill places a duty on the Home Secretary to remove illegal entrants and significantly narrows the number of challenges and appeals that can suspend removal.
I thank the Home Secretary for giving way. The last Home Secretary said anyone who arrives illegally will be deemed inadmissible and either be returned to the country they arrived from or a third safe country. They considered 18,000 people inadmissible to the UK asylum system as a result, and just 21 people were returned. That is just 0.1%. What has changed in this bill, and what percentage of those that she deems inadmissible does she expect to return?
Well, I think I've got to also correct the Honourable Lady on a kind of fallacy that she's operating under. We are returning people who don't have a legal basis to be in this country. There are many ways to look at the numbers. Since the Prime Minister's announcement, for example, we've returned 600 people back to Albania. Last year alone, we returned 14,000 people. So it's a fallacy to suggest that there are no returns and that we're somehow not removing people who don't have a right to be here. But moving on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, only those under 18, medically unfit to fly or at real risk of serious and irreversible harm will be able to delay their removal. Any other claims will be heard remotely after removal. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when our world-leading Modern Slavery Act passed, the impact assessment envisaged 3,500 referrals a year. That Act of Parliament was a...
I wonder if my right honourable friend could give a point of clarification. She's implied that people are going to be unable to claim asylum here in the UK and will be removed immediately or at least potentially after 28 days detention. Paragraph 5.1 of the Memorandum of Understanding with Rwanda requires the United Kingdom to be responsible for the initial screening of asylum seekers. Could she perhaps explain what that screening will be if it won't be screening a claim?
Well, we have a very extensive system of screening all of those people who arrive in the UK via small boats. That is effectively what our Manston Centre is designed for. People undergo security checks and biometric checks and any other identity checks. And that screening process is something that we undertake extensively here. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when our world-leading I'm going to have to make some progress. When our world-leading Modern Slavery Act passed, the impact assessment envisaged 3,500 referrals a year. That Act of Parliament was an important step forward in protecting vulnerable people from the abuses of human trafficking and modern slavery. It's something of which I'm incredibly proud. But last year, there were 17,000 referrals, which took on average 543 days to consider. I'll have to give you a moment. The most referred nationality in 2022 were from citizens of Albania, a safe European country, a NATO ally, and a signatory of the European Convention Against Trafficking. In 2021, 73% of people who were detained for removal put forward a modern slavery claim, compared to just 3% of those not in detention. And what we've also seen is a number of foreign national offenders who, after serving their sentences for some of the most despicable crimes like murder and rape, have, on the point of removal, put in a last-minute claim of modern slavery to thwart their deportation. The fact is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that our modern slavery laws are being abused.
To this exact point, I wonder if the Home Secretary could tell this House how many of that 17,000 increase has been made up of British people, including British children, who until this year made up the largest group of people who have increased in the numbers. So those are British children. Can I also ask her to just point out to the House exactly who makes the referrals into the human trafficking system in our country? Is it in fact under the auspices of her, the Home Secretary, and the Home Office, or can people just claim it? Or is it actually her office who have to say whether they can?
Well, what we've seen is that a large and growing proportion of modern slavery claims have been made by people who have arrived here illegally. And as I just referred to, people who are foreign national offenders, people who have served their criminal sentences, who, upon the point of removal, have put in a last-minute modern slavery claim precisely to thwart their deportation. And also, we work very closely with local authorities and other bodies to ensure that referrals are made into the Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is why the bill will disqualify illegal entrants from using modern slavery rules in this way. Mr. Deputy Speaker, given the mischaracterisation of the bill from members opposite, I'd like to make a few things clear. The Home Secretary's duty to remove will not be applied to detain and remove unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. Consistent with current policy, only in limited circumstances, such as for the purposes of family reunion, we will remove unaccompanied asylum-seeking children from the UK. Otherwise, they will be provided with the necessary support in the UK until they reach 18. With respect to the removal of families and pregnant women, it bears repeating that the overwhelming majority of illegal arrivals are adult men under the age of 40. Removing them will be our primary focus. But we must not create incentives for the smugglers to focus on people with particular characteristics by signposting exemptions for removal. It is right that we retain powers to adapt our policy so that we can respond to any change in tactics by the smuggling gangs. Mr. Deputy Speaker, those critics who say this bill will be found to be unlawful said the same thing about our partnership with Rwanda. The High Court disagreed. Some of the nation's finest legal minds have been and continue to be involved in its development. The UK will always seek to uphold international law, and we are confident that this bill will deliver what is necessary within those parameters. Section 19 of the Human Rights Act requires ministers to give a view on the level of legal certainty on a bill's compliance with the ECHR. This is a unique UK requirement, not part of the ECHR itself. A Section 19(1)(b) statement, Mr Deputy Speaker, simply means that we are unable to say decisively that this bill is compatible with the ECHR. It is clear that there are good arguments for compatibility, but that some of the bill's measures are novel and legally untested. The benches opposite seem to forget that Section 19(1)(b) statements were made by the Labour government on the Communications Act 2003 and by the Lib Dems for the House of Lords Reform Bill in 2012. It didn't mean that those bills were unlawful, and it doesn't mean that this one is either. Claims that this bill will breach our Refugee Convention obligations are simply fatuous. The Convention obliges parties to provide protection to those seeking refuge. It does not require that this protection be in the UK. Illegal arrivals requiring protection will receive it in a safe third country such as Rwanda. Moreover, Article 31 of the Convention is clear that individuals may be removed if they don't come directly from the territory where their freedom is threatened. Denying access to the UK's asylum system to those arriving illegally from France or any other safe country in which they could have claimed asylum is therefore entirely consistent with the spirit and the letter of the Convention. Mr Deputy Speaker, the opposition say that this bill cannot work because we lack the capacity to detain all small boat arrivals. We are expanding detention capacity with 2 new immigration removal centres, but clearly we are not building capacity to detain 40,000 people, nor do we need to. The aim of this bill is not to detain people, but to swiftly remove them. Australia achieved success against a similar problem of illegal maritime migration. They reduced annual crossings from 20,000 to hundreds in a matter of months, in large part by operationalising swift third country removals. They didn't need tens of thousands of detention places either. If we can demonstrate to people willing to pay thousands of pounds to illegally enter the UK that there is a reasonable prospect that they will be detained and removed, we are confident that crossings will reduce significantly. Additionally, Mr Deputy Speaker, arguments that our approach cannot work because Rwanda lacks capacity are wrong. Let me be clear. Our partnership with Rwanda is uncapped. We stand ready to operationalise it at scale as soon as is legally practicable. It is understandable that Rwanda has not procured thousands of beds to accommodate arrivals while legal challenges are ongoing. Yeah.
So the Home Secretary has just admitted that Rwanda doesn't have thousands of places. She will know that the Rwandan government has talked about taking a few hundred people. She will also know that the Rwanda High Court agreement says that cases need to be individualised, and yet she is expecting to find locations for tens of thousands of people expected to arrive this year. She has no returns agreement with France or any other European country. So where is she expecting to send the tens of thousands of people expected to arrive in the UK this year?
She should really read our agreement with Rwanda before she makes a comment like that, because if she did read it, she would see, and if she read the judgment from the High Court, she'd see both that our agreement with Rwanda is lawful and proper and compliant with our international obligations, but also that it is uncapped, and potentially Rwanda could accommodate high numbers of people that we seek to relocate there. Rwanda has the capacity to resettle tens of thousands of people if necessary. Mr Deputy Speaker, critics of this government's plan to stop the boats would have more credibility if they offered up a plan of their own. Now, the opposition say, let's look at what the opposition plan is. They would increase the funding to the NCA to disrupt trafficking upstream. Never mind that the government's already doubled the funding for the NCA precisely for that purpose. The opposition say that they would go harder on the people smugglers. Never mind that Labour voted against our Nationality and Borders Act, which introduced life sentences for people smugglers. The opposition speak about establishing a cross-channel task force. Never mind that we've already set up a small boats operational command with over 700 new staff working hand in hand with the French. The opposition say that they would get a new agreement with the French. Never mind that just last week our Prime Minister struck a historic multi-year deal with the French to increase the number of gendarmes patrolling the French beaches. The opposition say we should do more with partners around the world. Never mind that this government has returns agreements with Albania, Georgia, Serbia, Nigeria, India, Pakistan and Serbia. And as for our world-leading agreement with Rwanda, well, we all know what the opposition would do about that. They would scrap it. The opposition say that this government can't be trusted with our borders, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But the fact is that the leader of the opposition and some 70-odd Labour MPs, a third of their parliamentary party, signed letters to stop the dangerous foreign criminals being kicked out of Britain, one of whom tragically went on to kill another person in the UK. A shameful day for the Labour Party. How easy, Mr. Deputy Speaker, how easy it is for the opposition to say, never mind the British public, believing that they know better, arrogantly, dismissively. The truth is, Mr. Deputy Speaker, they don't have a plan, but you know what's even worse? They don't actually care that they don't have a plan. If they listened, they would hear a clear, reasonable and resounding message from the British people. It would be that we like controlled immigration. We welcome genuine refugees, but we do not want uncontrolled or illegal migration. Enough is enough. Stop the boats. That, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the call from the British people. That is their cry for action on all of us who serve them in this place. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a government that listens. It listens to the people, and aided by this bill, we will stop the boats.
The question is that the bill be now read a second time, and I'm calling Yvette Cooper to move the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to move the reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Deputy Speaker, most people want to see strong border security and a properly managed and controlled, fair and firm asylum and refugee system. So we have proper grip along our borders, and so we also do our bit alongside other countries to help those fleeing persecution and conflict. That is what Labour believes in. But right now, after 13 years of Conservative government, we have none of those things. Our border security undermined because they let the criminal, smuggler and trafficking gangs rip, and the asylum system in chaos, letting everyone down. And all they can offer is this bill, which makes all of those problems worse. Last year, 45,000 people travelled on dangerous small boats, up from just 280 4 years ago. That is criminal gangs making £180 million a year from putting lives at risk. Yet over the same period, convictions of people smugglers have halved. A massive increase in the gangs operating along the Channel, a massive drop in the number of criminals caught. And still refusing to go after the gangs, and the Deputy Chair of the Conservative Party thinking we shouldn't even bother. I'll give way to the honourable member if he will now support our proposals for a cross-border police unit
to go after the criminal gangs.
I thank you for giving way. I've actually got another question. I was wondering if the right honourable member would explain to me why it was that the Leader of the Opposition once said when he was a human rights lawyer that there's an undertone of racism in all immigration law. Does he continue to believe that?
Mr Deputy Speaker, immigration law is important, but the problem is at the moment huge amounts of immigration law isn't even enforced. They have had an 80% drop in the number of people who have been unsuccessful in the asylum system and have not been returned. An 80% drop since the Conservatives came to office. Mr Deputy Speaker, at the same time, our asylum system under the Tories is in total chaos. Only 1% of last year's cases have even had an initial decision. Home Office decision-making cut by 40%. The backlog trebled in the space of just a few years, and thousands of people in costly and inappropriate hotels. I will give way.
Grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. I'm also very grateful to her for the kind comment she made about me in her interview over the weekend in modern slavery work. She has just referred to the backlog in asylum cases. If she thinks the current figure means the system is in chaos, then what was her description of the system under the Labour government of which she was a member, which had backlog in asylum cases of between 400 and 450,000?
The former Prime Minister and former Home Secretary is experienced enough to know that is not an accurate characterisation of what happened.
It's not based on your numbers. It's based on your numbers.
And that by the time the Labour government left office, the backlog of initial decisions was just a few thousand. Now it is 160,000 and in fact has trebled in the last few years as a result of the complete failure by the Conservative benches. Do you know what? I'm going to have to give way again to the former Prime Minister, because she and I have asked each other questions over so many years that I will have to give way to her again.
I'm grateful to the Right Honourable Lady. Does she not accept that between the late 1990s and the early 2000s, when Labour was in government, the number of asylum cases that were in the legacy, the backlog, rose to between 400 and 450,000?
So the important point that the former Prime Minister addresses is that in the late 90s there was an issue about what happened with the Bosnian refugee crisis and many others, but in fact it was the action that the last Labour government took that got a grip of the system and addressed some of the challenges and took action in order to make sure that we could have both border security and a system that provides for refugees and for those in need of asylum. And what the former Home Secretary will also know, because she was responsible for bringing in the modern slavery law, which I supported when she did, was that this bill also rips up many of the provisions at the heart of that modern slavery legislation. And what I hope she and I would agree on is that it should be possible for our country to have strong border security, to have strong measures and fast, effective measures that at the moment the government does not have to deal with asylum cases swiftly and speedily, and also make provision for those who have fled persecution and conflict and provide support for those who have been trafficked and those who are the victims of modern slavery. And I hope that she will agree with me that this bill does the total opposite of that.
I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does she, like me, get really annoyed when she hears members opposite talk about a Labour government from 13 years ago? And does she, like me, wonder why this government, having been in charge for 13 years, continuously likes to look all the way back rather than addressing their own failures?
Well, my honourable friend is right that they have to take responsibility for 13 years in government. 13 years in which we have now seen refugees left in limbo, even though they have fled persecution and conflict. Those who are not refugees and have no right to be here, not returned, never returned, an 80% drop in returns of unsuccessful asylum seekers, and at the same time, a 40% drop in refugee family reunion visas, the Afghan resettlement scheme shamefully frozen, and children left with no way to rejoin family. And time and again, ministers just want to blame someone else. All the members of the Conservative Party just want to blame someone else, but they have been in charge for the last 13 years. They keep telling us the asylum system is broken. Well, seriously, who broke it? Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need urgent action to stop the dangerous boat crossings that are putting lives at risk and undermining our border security. But this bill is a con that makes the chaos worse. It won't do the things the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary have promised. It won't stop the criminal gangs or dangerous crossings, and in fact it makes it easier for those gangs as well. It won't return everyone. In fact, it makes it harder to get return agreements. It won't clear the asylum backlog. In fact, it will mean tens of thousands more people in asylum accommodation and hotels. It won't deliver controlled and managed safe alternatives. Instead, it will cut them back. And it will rip up our long-standing commitment to international law. And it will lock up children. It will lock up children, remove support and safe refuges from women who have been trafficked. And it will deny citizenship for people like Mo Farah. The last law that they passed on this just 9 months ago made everything worse. It saw dangerous crossings go up, delays go up, and now they are seriously expecting us to do all the same things again.
The UK was one of the instigators of the 1951 Refugee Convention. That is because before the war, the UK government failed to allow Jews into this country, fleeing the persecution of the Nazis. The British Board of Jewish Deputies this week said, "Today's British Jewish community descended from refugees. We have significant concerns of potential newly proposed migrant legislation to breach the Refugee Convention." Do you not agree with me that we could be in breach of the Convention if we pass this today and be in breach of international law and our own legacy in this area?
Well, my honourable friend is right, and these are damning words we've heard from the Board of Deputies and from many other organisations about the impact that this legislation will have. And at the heart of it, there is a con, because the Prime Minister has pledged that anyone who arrives in the UK without the right papers will be detained and swiftly removed. No ifs, no buts. But where to? So not to France, because the Prime Minister failed to get a returns agreement, failed with other countries as well. And this bill makes it harder to get return agreements because it undermines compliance with the international laws and standards that those other countries are committed to uphold. Standards that we used to be committed to uphold as well. Nor to Rwanda either. The Home Secretary has admitted already that that is failing. The taxpayer has already written a £140 million cheque. The Home Office says it is unenforceable with a high risk of fraud and no evidence of a deterrent effect. The Israel-Rwanda deal increased trafficking rather than reducing it. At most, the Rwandan authorities say they might take a couple of hundred people, but 45,000 people arrived last year. And the Immigration Minister shakes his head, but he said in a statement in December in this House that the initial promise was to receive 200 people and that the further preparations had not been made. I will give way first to my honourable friend.
I'm very grateful, and I'm also pleased with the moderate way that she is putting a very sound argument in absolute contrast to the rhetoric that we got from the Home Secretary. She hits, I think, a really important nail on the head.
On the front of the bill, we have the statement of the Home Secretary that she cannot certify that the provisions of the bill are compatible with convention rights. And yet, a schedule of the bill, countries or territories to which a person may be removed include fellow signatories of the European Convention on Human Rights. What legal advice has she seen that we will be able to do that, or that they will accept returns from the United Kingdom?
Well, my honourable friend makes a really important point, because in order to have cooperation, be it on return agreements, be it on alternative arrangements for processing, all of those things, there needs to be proper standards in place. And those have to be standards that other countries will respect in order to make agreements with us. And therefore, pulling away from the European Convention on Human Rights makes those agreements more difficult, despite the fact that, in fact, it's having those international agreements in place that is one of the most important things to dealing with the challenges we face. I will give way to the honourable member and I will give one.
I'm grateful to her for giving way. Does she share my deep concern about the placeholder clause 49 that seeks to legislate to ignore ECHR interim orders lodged against this government's inhumane, morally abhorrent plans in order to get round the fact that what the government is doing is not compatible with our convention obligations? Does she agree that that actually will undermine our global standing and make it that much harder to make any kind of returns agreements or anything else, as she describes?
Hear, hear. Well, I think this adds to really the chaos that there is within this piece of legislation, that the government hasn't even worked out what it is that it wants to do, and as a consequence of which is undermining our reputation to be the kind of country that stands up for the rule of law and that leads the way in expecting other countries to follow the law and other countries to do their bit as well. I'll give way to the honourable member up there who's been very patient. I will then make some more progress before I take further interventions, because I am conscious, Mr Deputy Speaker, of the time.
Shadow Home Secretary for giving way, and as is her right, she's outlining her objection to this piece of legislation. She asked my honourable friend, the member for Ipswich, whether he would back her proposals. Could she do the House a favour and actually outline her proposals, or is this another example of her consistently opposing but not coming up with any fresh ideas for herself?
Indeed, very happy to. I hope that the honourable member will support our proposal for a cross-border police unit in order to go after the criminal gangs and get those convictions up which have totally collapsed on the Conservatives' watch. I hope, too, will support our proposals for a fast track for Albania and other safe countries, which, again, the ministers are not doing. Well, this is interesting, because the immigration minister says, oh, we're already doing it, except that they're not. Except that they're not. Only 1% of the cases from Albania have been decided. In fact, the Home Office is not taking fast-track decisions on safe countries like Albania. For all of the promises they made, even where they have the powers to take action, they're not doing it. I hope he will also support our proposals to work on not just return agreements with France and other countries, but also family reunion arrangements and reforms to resettlement schemes in order to make those work as well. But instead what we've got is a bill which is a bill which actually will make things worse. Mr Deputy Speaker, we've been clear that the Home Secretary has nowhere to explain that she is going to return people to. And last year, they made exactly the same promises when they said 18,000 people would be inadmissible because they had travelled through safe countries, yet just 21 people were returned. Of those that the Home Secretary said were inadmissible, just 21 are returned. Now she wants to say that everyone is inadmissible, but if she still has just 0.1% of those that she actually manages to return, the reality is she will have tens of thousands of people who she is simply creating a creating misinformation and conning all of those on her backbenches who have been cheering for the things that she says and then will see it unravel in practice. Now, the Home Secretary says it means that she can return people to designated safe countries like Albania. She can do that already. She doesn't need this law to do that. She's already got the power to fast-track Albania in other cases. We've been calling for it for months. The UNHCR proposed it 2 years ago. The Prime Minister even promised it before Christmas, but it is not happening. 99% of those cases are still in limbo. and just 15 people who had previously arrived in small boats were returned last month. That is the equivalent of 180 a year, when over 10,000 people came from the designated safe country of Albania. The real problem is that Home Office ministers, Conservative Home Office ministers, just don't have any grip on the system that they are supposed to be in charge of. I will give way to the honourable member, but I have one more and then I need to make some progress.
Shadow Home Secretary giving way, Mr Deputy Speaker. My focus goes back to what was already mentioned, which is clause 49, which is looking specifically at interim measures from the Strasbourg Court, which we know have no actually effect in UK law, but UK courts may take them into effect when they're passing their own judgments. Would the Shadow Home Secretary and the Labour Party support me in wanting to see this particular clause beefed up and actually making sure that the Home Secretary is under a statutory duty to remove unlawful migrants?
Well, I think he perhaps should have put that question to the Home Secretary, because he appears to disagree with his own Conservative government policy and be off on another bit of freelancing for himself, further undermining, I would say, any possibility of getting international agreements, whether it's on returns or anything else. He is planning to make it even harder to get the kinds of returns agreements we need and to get the kind of international cooperation we need as well. Ministers say they plan to lock everyone up before they are returned, and the bill says everyone is included: children, unaccompanied teenagers, pregnant women, torture victims, trafficking victims, people like Afghan interpreters or young Hong Kongers who we promised to help, locked up because they arrive without the right papers. Now, the Home Secretary hasn't said where or how long for. It's possible at RAF Scampton, although the Tory members for Gainsborough doesn't want that, possibly at MOD Weatherfield, but the Tory member for Braintree, her cabinet colleague, the Foreign Secretary, also doesn't want that. There might, in other circumstances, be pressure on the Home Secretary to put it in her own constituency, except for the fact that she doesn't actually have one right now. I will give way to the honourable member.
If you are a responsible opposition, you have to have a plan. We all agree we've got to stop these boats. Their plan appears to be to process asylum applications even more quickly, so more people will come, or process them in France, where an unlimited number want to come, or this ridiculous idea of a cross-border police force. Everybody knows that, on average, you get caught once on the beaches by the French police. You are not detained, you come back the very next night. They all get there. She knows perfectly well that the only way we're going to stop these boats is the government plan, and to detain them and to deport them to Rwanda.
Yeah. All 200 of them. All 200 of them.
The honourable member is just kidding himself if he thinks any of the government's plan is actually going to happen. If he thinks that it's actually going to work. Clause 9, Mr Deputy Speaker, Clause 9 says what happens to all of these people who cannot be returned, to the tens of thousands of people who will arrive, are expected to arrive, according to the government, since the 7th of March. What will happen to them? Clause 9 says the Home Office will provide them with accommodation and support. In other words, they will go back into asylum, accommodation and hotels, but they just won't ever get an asylum decision. So tens of thousands of people every year will be added to the Home Office backlog, only this is going to be a permanent backlog that they aren't ever even going to try and clear. Those who would have been returned after their asylum claim was refused now will not be. And those who would have been granted sanctuary will be stuck in limbo instead. Tens of thousands of people just added to the asylum backlog, costing billions of pounds more, up to £25 billion over the next 5 years. And as for that backlog the Prime Minister promised to clear, it's going to get worse, not better, because effectively all they've concluded is that the Tory Home Office is so rubbish at taking any asylum decisions on time, they've decided to just stop doing them altogether, and they are hoping that no one will notice. And Mr Speaker, last week I said that the government might have decided not to call this an asylum system anymore, but everyone was still going to be in the system nevertheless. Well, I got that wrong, because I've read the explanatory notes again, and it says Subsection 2 amends Section 94 of the 99 Act so that the term asylum seeker covers those whose asylum claims are inadmissible by virtue of Clause 4 of this bill. So, in other words, they're amending the law so that all the people who they are going to exclude from the asylum system are still going to be called asylum seekers after all, and still going to be in the asylum system. So you couldn't make this up. More chaos, more people in the asylum system, even fewer decisions taken, more people detained with nowhere to detain them, and more people stuck in limbo, and no one credibly believing that any of this is going to act as any kind of deterrent to any of the criminal gangs at all. They are chasing headlines, but it's all a huge con. And what is the price of that con? What is the price of those empty headlines, of cancelling asylum decisions rather than getting a grip? They're damaging our international standing and our chance of getting new cooperation agreements to tackle the problems and our commitments to the rule of law, saying Britain uniquely won't take asylum decisions, yet expecting other countries to keep doing so, saying that Britain uniquely won't follow the Refugee Convention or the Trafficking Convention or the European Convention on Human Rights, yet urging other countries to follow them. And think too of the price for the people we promised to help, for the Afghan interpreters who worked for our armed forces but who missed the last flight out of Kabul, and who the government told to find an alternative route. If they arrive in the UK now, the Conservatives plan to lock them up, keep them in limbo, and treat them as forever illegal in the country that they made huge sacrifices to help. Or the Ukrainian family who travelled here via Ireland, as I know some people did in the early days of the conflict, without the right papers. It could have been the family staying with me or the family staying with the immigration minister. I've listened to teenagers talking about how they had 20 minutes to pack before they fled their homes, not knowing if they would ever return or see friends and family again. But under this law, those teenagers who arrived with the wrong papers would be locked up, denied any chance to ever live or work here lawfully in the future. That is the Tories' position. So in the interests of a plan that is actually a con and that won't even work to deter the criminal gangs, won't even work to remove people because they don't have the returns agreements in place, will make it harder to get those returns agreements. In exchange for that con that makes nothing any better, they believe that no one who arrives in Britain without the right papers in their hands should ever be able to seek protection here or live here, no matter what their personal circumstances. Now consider what I will give way, but then I will make post.
I'm most grateful to the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. Which parts of France are such that people need to flee from France to seek refuge in this country?
Well, as the honourable member will know, the majority of people who are seeking asylum, who arrive in France, stay in France rather than seeking to travel to the UK. But we believe that we should be seeking to get a returns agreement with France alongside new arrangements on things like family reunion. But at the moment, the government has so undermined its relationship with France and other European countries that it has totally failed to get any of those agreements in place, and it is making it harder with this bill. So if he believes that returns agreements are needed, if he believes that new alternative arrangements around family reunion or other things are needed, he should oppose this bill, because this bill will make it harder to get any of those agreements in place, because it is undermining international cooperation and international law that all of those other countries depend on. So consider what it means for the young Vietnamese woman who has been trafficked into sexual exploitation, repeatedly raped and beaten by criminal gangs who brought her here and who control and dictate her life. Under this bill, if the police find her when they bust the brothel, she won't be able to get modern slavery support anymore, won't be able to go to a safe house or get help from the Salvation Army. Instead, she'll just be locked up in one of the Home Office detention centres.
Shame.
If she cooperates with the police for a bit, she might get some temporary support. But if that police investigation is closed, her world comes crashing down again. And here's what the Prime Minister tweeted about all of that. If you come to the UK illegally, you can't benefit from our modern slavery protections. You will be denied access to the UK's modern slavery system. Now think on that. Bringing people into the UK illegally in order to control and exploit them is exactly what trafficking is. Cross-border trafficking is, by definition, a major form of modern slavery. Yet this government is just proposing to wish it away, to exclude it entirely from the modern slavery system, as if the very fact of crossing borders somehow stopped it being slavery at all. The message from the UK government to the criminal trafficking and slavery gangs is this: don't worry, so long as you bring people into the country illegally, we won't help them. In fact, we will help you. That is their message to the criminal gangs. We will help you. We will threaten those people with immediate detention and deportation so that you can increase your control over those trafficking victims. This bill is a trafficker's charter. Modern-day slavery? The previous British Prime Minister, but three, promised to end it, and I respect the work that she did. But this one, the current one, wants to enable it. How low have the Tory party fallen? And it is even worse for children. This bill allows the Home Secretary to lock them up indefinitely, safeguards all removed. It allows her to remove unaccompanied children without even considering the details of their case and whether they have fled from persecution. And once they hit 18, it requires her to remove them, even if the only family or support that they have in the entire world are here in the UK. And even if they have been exploited and abused by criminal gangs. And it denies them any protection from modern slavery. It makes them forever illegal in the UK.
Does the Shadow Home Secretary share my concern, but there wasn't pre-legislative consultation with the Children's Commissioner before this legislation was brought forward? Why do you think it was the case?
My honourable friend is right, and the Children's Commissioner, I think, is appalled by some of the measures in this bill and the lack of consultation as well. Because remember those hundreds of children missing from asylum hotels? The ones who've almost certainly been picked up by the smuggler and trafficking gangs. This bill makes it even harder to get those kids back, makes it even easier for those gangs to increase their control. It means no sanctuary or just temporary support at most for Eritrean girls who will most likely have been raped or exploited, or for the 12 and 13-year-olds that I met a few years ago brought here by gangs from Afghanistan, or for children who endure what happened to Mo Farah. They would be denied refuge. They would be denied citizenship. They would be locked up and threatened with return. The Home Secretary may not want to admit it, but that is what this bill does. It denies citizenship forever for people like Mo Farah. The Tory party once voted to introduce safeguards on the detention of children, and they were right to do so. The Tory party once voted to introduce the modern slavery bill, and they were right to do so. But what has happened to them now? How low have they fallen, and how far down are they trying to drag our proud country? Because that is what this is. It is an attempt to drag our whole country down. They know this bill won't work to stop boat crossings or to stop the gangs. They know it won't clear the backlog. They know it will make the chaos worse. They know it will stop children and trafficking gangs getting help and play into the hands of criminal gangs. And they know it will undermine our reputation in the eyes of the world as a country that believes in the rule of law. But they don't care. Because this is about political gains. This is about a lame Prime Minister making promises that he has no intention of keeping. All he wants is a dividing line. All he wants is to pick a fight. And all he wants is someone else to blame. And he doesn't care if our international reputation or some very vulnerable people pay the price. I give way to the honourable member.
I'm grateful to the right honourable lady for giving way. Will she accept that there will be many on this side of the House, me included, who will vote for this bill this evening, but with a clear understanding that we wish to see amendments to it as it progresses through Parliament, in particular relation, in particular relation to women who are trafficked and to children. So our votes are being given on good faith tonight, in the expectation that the bill could be amended. Does she accept that?
Mr Deputy Speaker, I do recognise that there are members on the benches opposite who are deeply troubled by many of the measures in this bill. I do recognise that, and I think that does reflect quite how far I believe the Conservative Party has fallen, and I am sorry that that has happened. This is, I think, about an area we should be able to build consensus, not division. In past eras, there has been consensus, for example, on support for Syrian refugees, go back generations on support for the kinder transport. There has been that support in place. We've also had past consensus about the kind of practical, sensible measures around border security as well. I believe it should be possible to build that consensus, and we would work with the government to do that. But that is not what we are getting from the Conservative Party, the Conservative government, the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary. Instead, we have got a Home Secretary who's quite happy to ramp up the rhetoric rather than ever build a calm consensus around a practical plan that sorts things out. And how desperate does it become if what you're doing is ramping up hostility and hatred towards the victims of trafficking and slavery? That is not leadership. Britain is better than this. Mr Deputy Speaker, Labour will vote for action to stop the gangs and to prevent these dangerous boat crossings. We'll vote for a new cross-border police unit, for fast-track decisions and returns to clear the backlog and end hotel use, for new agreements with France and other countries on returns, on family reunion, on reforming resettlement. We will vote for action that rebuilds border security and restores a properly functioning, credible asylum and refugee system that is properly controlled. But we will not vote for more chaos. We will not vote for a traffickers' charter that lets criminal gangs off the hook, that fails to tackle dangerous boat crossings and that locks up children and leaves some of the most vulnerable people undermined. We won't vote for this bill tonight.
The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. Theresa May will get 6 minutes, then we're on to the SNP spokesperson, and then there will be 2 others at 6 minutes. It will drop immediately to 3 minutes in order that we can get as many people in. Theresa May.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Having been Home Secretary for 6 years, I understand the pressures to deal with illegal migration. In my day, people were getting into the backs of lorries and the backs of cars of British tourists returning across the border at Calais. I did a deal with the French, the numbers went down. I have to say I suspect it is partly because of the success of that policy that we now see people coming in small boats. I welcome the new deal which has been done with France because it will have an impact. But what should be clear from this is that whenever you close a route for migrants, the migrants and the people smugglers find another way. And anybody who thinks that this bill will deal with the issue of illegal migration once and for all is wrong. Not least because a significant number, if not the majority of people who are here illegally, don't come on small boats. They come legally and overstay their visas. As well as working to reduce illegal migration, I, as has been mentioned, introduced the Modern Slavery Act. That was world-leading legislation. It dealt with traffickers and people who were being enslaved here in the United Kingdom, British citizens. But it was never just a bill about slavery in the UK. As we saw with the prosecution of a British woman under that act for trafficking women from Nigeria to Germany. And I must say there has been some loose talk about people smuggling and human trafficking and losing the 2 terms in the same breath as if they're the same. They're not. They're 2 separate crimes. Someone paying their own money to be smuggled across the border is not a victim of human trafficking, which includes coercion, exploitation. Nobody wants to see our world-leading legislation being abused, but the government has to set out the clear evidence if they are saying there is a link between that and the small boats. And so far, I have not seen that evidence. And remember, nearly 90% of modern slavery claims are found to be valid. Now, that doesn't include recent applications, but I think that figure should give cause for concern. I'm concerned that the government has acted on Albania and the Nationality and Borders Act. Neither has been in place long enough to be able to assess their impact. I don't expect government to introduce legislation to supersede legislation recently made, the impact of which is not yet known. But beyond those issues, I have three main concerns with the bill. The first is the blanket dismissal of anyone who is facing persecution and finds their way to the UK, but illegally. Examples have been given, but a young woman fleeing persecution in Iran, for example, would have the door to the UK shut in her face. The UK has always welcomed those who are fleeing persecution, regardless of whether they come through a safe and legal route. By definition, someone fleeing for their life will more often than not be unable to access a legal route. I don't think it's enough to say we will meet our requirements by sending people to claim asylum in Rwanda. And this matters because of the reputation of the UK on the world stage. And that matters because the UK's ability to play a role internationally is based on our reputation, not because we are British, but because of what we stand for and what we do. My second concern relates to the implications for modern slavery. I'm grateful to the fact that Number 10 has offered to discuss this with me, and I hope we can find some resolution. But as it currently stands, we are shutting the door on victims who are being trafficked into slavery here in the UK. If they come here illegally, they would not be supported to escape their slavery. And the Home Office itself recognises the damage this bill will do. In the explanatory notes, they make the point about the clauses 21 to 28 on public order disqualification. These provisions are subject to a sunsetting mechanism so that they can be suspended should the current exceptional illegal migration situation no longer apply. In other words, we know this isn't ideal, but we've got lots of people coming illegally. We've got to do something. So the victims of modern slavery, if you like, will be collateral damage. I welcome the acknowledgement that this part of the bill could be reversed, but it could also then be reinstated. The Home Office knows this bill means genuine victims of modern slavery will be denied support. And my third concern is one that has been echoed by other former Home Secretaries of both major parties, namely, will it work? For this policy to work, it seems a number of things have to fall into place. There has to be no possibility of successful legal challenge. It requires the provision of extra detention capabilities and the assurance that no one will be able to abscond. It requires the individual legal cases relating to deportation to Rwanda to be resolved in the government's favour, Rwanda to process more than the fewer than 250 asylum claims they process currently every year, to provide extra accommodation and accept the many thousands of extra people, and agreements on returns with countries around the world, and then the ability to ensure those returns. Dealing with immigration is never easy. There's never a simple answer to any problem, and it's never possible to take one's eye off the ball. It requires constant vigilance, but also international cooperation. The government... I will give way.
I'm very grateful. I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising the case of human trafficking. I conducted the Court of Appeal case with regard to an unduly lenient sentence. We got that sentence increased. It is vitally important that everybody understands the difference between trafficking and between trafficking people smuggling. If we don't get basic terms like that right, how on earth are we going to get this policy right?
Can I say to my right honourable friend, I'm very grateful for the work that he did and for his recognition of the difference between people smuggling and human trafficking. It is imperative that we use careful language in relation to these issues and that we recognise that what this bill does is remove support from the victims of trafficking and modern slavery. The government is working hard, I know, to find a solution to the problem of small boats. But I think there are a number of reasons which shed doubt on the approach being taken. I look forward to working with them on this issue to ensure we can deal with the problem of dangerous sea crossings, can save people's lives, but at the same time maintain our reputation as a country that welcomes people fleeing persecution, and crucially maintain our reputation as a world leader in dealing with modern slavery.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. This refugee ban bill is nothing but an abhorrent dog whistle, and my colleagues and I on the SNP benches do not support it. What we do support is the Refugee Convention, the European Convention on Human Rights and the Human Rights Act, and we support a functioning and fair immigration system, which is a million miles away from what we have just now. There is a mosaic based on a Norman Rockwell painting that hangs in the United Nations. It features the faces of people of all backgrounds and is inscribed with the caption, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you." It's called the Golden Rule. Britain fails completely and utterly in the application of this Golden Rule. I ask members here and everybody listening to close their eyes for a minute. Place yourself in the shoes of a person so terrified that they must flee for their lives. A person of faith, perhaps, who finds themselves in the wrong country. A woman activist facing repression in Iran. A mother desperate to protect her daughter from FGM. A boy hiding after seeing his family murdered, facing forcible recruitment or death. You leave the world you know, travel across mountain and desert, in trucks, in cars, on feet, bleeding and sore. You face setbacks, abuse and exploitation. You use every resource you have. Finally, you step on a flimsy dinghy because the only way to cross the English Channel to the uncle that you know still lives in the UK, he is the only family member you have who is still alive. There is no other route. And when you arrive so close to him, what happens? You're seized, you're imprisoned, you're not permitted access to a lawyer, you're not given the chance to plead your case. You're whisked away from the sanctuary which is so close you can almost touch it. For this Tory government is prepared to ignore the plight of this persecuted person of faith, these women, this child and so many others in circumstances like them. They will have no chance of ever finding sanctuary in the UK. The door is closed permanently. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This bill is being rushed through with no proper impact assessment on the back of legislation that is barely even in place, barely even cold from last year. And Mr Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary declares clearly on the front page of this legislation, "I am unable to make a statement that, in my view, the provisions of the illegal migration bill are compatible with convention rights, but the government nevertheless wishes the House to proceed with the bill." It is the illegal migration bill, not legal, not just, incompatible with the Human Rights Act 1998, which gives effect to the European Convention on Human Rights. Now, ECHR, as much as they would have you believe it, it's not a bureaucratic creation, but a system championed by Winston Churchill, though one of its key drafters was David Maxwell Fyfe, a former Conservative Home Secretary and one of the prosecutors at Nuremberg. It is bang-on form for a UK government which has previously sought to break international law in specific and limited ways. But this bill is even more dangerous than that. It undermines the fundamental international obligations which their predecessors established under the 1951 Refugee Convention, following the horrors of the Second World War. UNHCR have condemned the bill, stating the legislation, if passed, would amount to an asylum ban, extinguishing the right to seek refugee protection in the United Kingdom for those who arrive irregularly, no matter how genuine and compelling their claim may be, and with no consideration of their individual circumstances. I'm sure we've all been inundated with briefings and from contacts from constituents and organisations on this despicable piece of legislation, and I will try my best to try and reflect the many concerns which have been raised with me. But overwhelmingly, I would like to thank the constituents of Glasgow Central, who, as one would expect from the city that gave us the Glasgow Girls, the Glasgow Grannies and the neighbourhood solidarity of Kenmure Street, they are resolutely opposed to this cruel bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, this bill is unfair in many respects, but particularly so by having retrospective effect. Parliament has only just begun the process of debating this hideous legislation, yet it will impact people who arrived from the 7th of March when the bill was introduced. People cannot yet know for certain what this bill will look like, yet they are already severely impacted by it. The provisions which affect children in this bill are amongst the more disturbing parts of a very bad piece of legislation. Clause 3(2) states that the Secretary of State may make arrangements for the removal of a person from the United Kingdom at a time when the person is an unaccompanied child. An unaccompanied child, do unto others as they would have them do to you. Children's Commissioner Bruce Adamson has stated his clear opposition to this bill. The UK is required to ensure that children seeking refugee status receive appropriate protection and humanitarian assistance under Article 22 of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. The UNCRC also requires the UK to ensure that children are protected from exploitation and abuse and afforded support for recovery. This bill violates those obligations and many others. Its enactment would place the UK in clear breach of its international law and obligations under a range of human rights treaties, says Bruce Adamson. This bill reaches into Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland too in sections 15 to 18, seizing powers to undermine clear protections that we have established in our devolved institutions to protect all Scotland's wains. Bernardos have rightly queried why the bill seeks to give the Home Office the power to accommodate children when there are currently hundreds of children missing from Home Office accommodation and unaccounted for. They also want to know whether an unaccompanied child who's arrived in the UK irregularly would be routinely placed into specialist foster care as a matter of policy or be eligible for adoption. They ask whether if two siblings are trafficked into the UK where one is 12 years old and the other is 18, will the bill essentially mean that both will be detained and removed from the UK and denied any protection? And if an unaccompanied child is trafficked into the UK and is granted protection through the National Referral Mechanism, and a family member who they may not even have ever met arrives in the UK irregularly at a later point, does that then disqualify the child's modern slavery protection? This whole area is deeply problematic, and even more so as the bill allows for removal as soon as an unaccompanied child does turn 18. As is clear, the current inadmissibility rules from the Nationality and Border Act do not work. Expanding inadmissibility creates a situation where there is no right of appeal, do not pass go, do not collect a meagre £8 a week in an overcrowded hotel, go directly to immigration, jail and wait a removal. There are some very tight grounds for a technical appeal, but the potential for people being removed to places where they will be at risk of persecution is real. I would love to know what how the Home Secretary will know the details of a person's claim if it is not going to be fully assessed. The bill talks in clause 6 about the potential for a person to be at risk of persecution for their sex, their language, their race, their religion, their nationality, their membership of a social or other group, political opinion, or any other attribute or circumstance. The Home Secretary is appropriate. Yet if there is no application, declaration, no assessment, no ability to seek legal advice, and a presumption of inadmissibility, how will she know? The former Member of Parliament, the former Prime Minister, the member from Maidenhead, who I often disagreed with when she was Home Secretary and Prime Minister, is correct to be concerned about many of the mechanisms in this bill. It is beyond all logic and reason that the Home Secretary should rip up these important protections. The legislation also overrides the Human Trafficking and Exploitation Scotland Act 2015 against our will. ILPA have said that clauses 21 to 28 concerning modern slavery and trafficking clearly breach the UK's obligations to victims of trafficking under Article 4 of the ECHR and the European Convention on Action Against Trafficking. These provisions will deprive victims of their right to recovery, expose them to re-exploitation and facilitate the work of trafficking gangs. And I have met people that have been supported through the TARA organisation in Glasgow. I have seen how damaged some of those people have been, and it breaks my heart to think that this government would lock them up and give them no support whatsoever. Amnesty International have stated that this bill creates a charter for human exploitation, placing many of the most marginalised people firmly in the hands of human traffickers, modern-day slavers and other abusers. It widens the power imbalance between those being abused and their abusers, and it makes it far, far more difficult for those people ever to break free. The risk of now doing so is that they are removed from the UK permanently, and their abusers, you can bet, will use that threat over them. Why on earth would the Home Secretary consider this a sensible idea? The clauses on entry into and settlement in the United Kingdom are brutal. There is no entry, there is no chance of settlement, permanently and forever. A person can never enter the UK if they once met the 4 conditions the Home Secretary is setting for legal entry, or indeed if they are a family member of that person. So talk about holding the child accountable for the sins of the father. This applies, I understand, even if the child was born here. And this will surely also have the wider impact of hitting people well into the future who may wish to come as tourists, to work or to study. They may have no knowledge of that previous banning order. So why would the Home Secretary wish to deny that opportunity? What message does she think it sends out into the world, this pulling up of the drawbridge? Clause 51 outlines the capping of safe and legal routes. Now, these proposed routes are to be brought forward in regulations, and the Home Secretary is dangling a carrot that this may happen perhaps at some point in the future. Maybe, perhaps, in the fullness of time, when parliamentary time allows. Aye, right. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we need those safe and legal routes now. They are part of the solution to the small boat crisis. Because people coming by that route are doing that because there is no other option. People cannot claim for asylum from abroad. They literally need to place their feet on this island. It is not by some coincidence that there are no Ukrainians paying people to come by dinghy, because they can get on a plane from Poland and fly to the UK without the risk of being returned there. It is cheaper, it is safer, it is humane. The Glasgow solicitors firm McGlashan Mackay mentioned that they were dealing with some people from El Salvador, for which there was a visa waiver scheme, so those people could get here safely. The Home Office shut it down. And Afghans do not have the privilege of getting on a plane and coming here. Just 22 people have been resettled in the UK, including 8 children, under the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme via referral from UNHCR. Pathway 2 is the only route open for resettlement for Afghans who are not already in the UK. I will give way.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. She's mentioning safe and legal routes. I'm very keen that we need greater definition on the bill. I'm also keen that we need some greater safeguards for vulnerable children. But she has exclusively, as with the Shadow Home Secretary, focused on extreme cases who may fall foul, and that's why we need those additional criteria added on the bill. She has not, just as the Shadow Home Secretary, made no mention of people who come across the Channel who actually are not genuine asylum seekers, who have no genuine, credible claim to come to the United Kingdom. She seems to assume that everybody coming across the Channel is one of those vulnerable people. They're not. So what would she do about those people genuinely abusing our hospitality?
He knows, and I know, that the vast majority of people that do come over are accepted as asylum seekers, get their refugee status. And he also knows that without those safe and legal routes, the question that he asked to the Home Secretary at the Home Affairs Select Committee remains unanswered. And under this bill, the Home Secretary isn't going to even ask to find out whether or not these people are genuine. Everybody is deemed to be some kind of fake. Returning to the Afghan scheme, which does not work, I spoke on Friday to my constituent Zakia, who has been trying to reunite with her sister since the fall of Afghanistan. Her sister has had the Taliban enter her home and beat her. She has played by the rules, as the Home Secretary set out, that says that people should. She's made an expression of interest, and still nothing. And if the Home Secretary was in this woman's shoes, would she really sit tight in Afghanistan and wait for the Taliban to murder her? Because that is what happens to women in Afghanistan. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Capping these routes that don't even exist right now, would suggest that if you're the X+1 person, well, that's just too bad for you. It's not based in need. A few years ago, I was made aware that the visitor visa scheme for Iranians was essentially being run as a lottery, with names being run for lucky winners. Well, this government couldn't run a raffle, and I don't trust them to establish this scheme in a timely or fair manner. And if you'd like to give me some experience from his constituents of how difficult it is to come from Afghanistan, I'd be glad to hear it.
Thank the Honourable Lady for giving way. She is speaking of safe and legal routes. Given that globally there are over 100 million displaced people, I wonder if she could be kind enough to confirm how many of these people an independent Scotland would take, what tax rises you would make to fund their public services, and how many additional people you're willing to accept in central Glasgow.
If he knew anything at all, he would know that my Glasgow Central constituency has the highest immigration caseload of any constituency in Scotland. And we are proud that that is so. I would like to know how many are actually being housed in his constituency. And I would say as well that Scotland has taken the highest proportion of Ukrainian refugees. We have taken the highest proportion of Syrian refugees. We have a proud history in Scotland, and we would do much, much better than this pathetic excuse for a government over here. Turning, I will give away in just 1 second if you've got to. I was going to turn to the practicalities of this bill, because there is no proof that this bill will work, any more than the Nationality and Borders Act worked, any more than the hostile environment worked, because we were told that those things at that time were the solution to the problems that we have. They have evidently failed, because they're back here legislating again. There is no return agreement with the EU or anywhere else, and ironically for the Brexiteers on the benches opposite, leaving the EU has made this much, much more difficult. The bill lists EEA countries and Albania, but a deal doesn't exist, and there are already countries, as we know, around the world where the UK government will not return people, and others where there are no flights and no means of return. What this bill does do is create an underclass of people stuck in an immigration limbo indefinitely. The bill will detain everybody arriving in a small boat for 28 days. The UK's current detention capacity is 2,286 beds. The number of people crossing in small boats last year was 45,755. And for context here, the prison population in England and Wales in 2022 was just over 81,000 people. So where on earth does the Home Secretary suggest that the number of people she wishes to detain are kept, as well as those that are deemed inadmissible but unreturnable? Will they be in facilities like Manston, with children sleeping on the floor? In dilapidated and crumbling facilities like Napier Barracks, where COVID and scabies were rife? In hotels, which is lining the pockets of companies like Serco and Mears, but costing the government a fortune, and putting vulnerable asylum seekers at risk, such as those being housed in Erskine in Scotland, where they are being targeted by far-right groups. Or perhaps, I will indeed.
I'm very grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. She's indeed right. Erskine Bridge Hotel is home to, is potentially the largest such hotel in the UK, and we've got another hotel in Memphishire, unlike the honourable member for Gloucester. This government and the benches opposite assert that Scotland doesn't play its part. That's clearly not the case. Meanwhile, Patriotic Alternative, the neo-fascist group, are blaming the SNP for these hotels being used in the first place, leading to security threats against my staff, which agrees with me. Any members opposite who support anything Patriotic Alternative have said should be thoroughly ashamed of themselves.
I absolutely agree with the sentiments that he shares, and we should all be very worried about the rise of these groups and how they are being fed by the rhetoric of leaders and MPs across the way. Perhaps, they're laughing over there at this suggestion. It is terrifying and it is scary, and people will get hurt. They should know much better. Perhaps if they can't fit them into more asylum hotels or shabby barracks, perhaps the Home Secretary will place those who have survived war and persecution on the streets and just let them wander the streets, because they will not be allowed to do anything else. The Home Secretary seems to envisage this as some kind of deterrent, but she fails completely to recognise the reasons why people flee. The ties of family and English language that people have, and as the Afghan interpreters have said to me, we are here because you were there. As Enver Solomon, CEO of the Refugee Council, has also said, the plans won't stop the crossings, but will simply leave traumatised people locked up in a state of misery, being treated as criminals and suspected terrorists without a fair hearing on our soil. And all of this, Mr Deputy Speaker, comes at a financial cost as well as a humanitarian, and you would imagine the Conservatives would at least care about that. Around £6 million per day on hotels, including one of my constituents who contacted me today, who's been in a B&B for 20 months, waiting on a decision from the Home Office. Exacerbated all the way by Home Office incompetence, which I see week in, week out at my surgeries. £12.7 million to compensate the 572 people the Home Office detained unlawfully last year. £120 million at least on the failed Rwanda deal. £480 million to France over the next 3 years, on top of the £250 million already given since 2014. And the Refugee Council estimate it will cost in the region of £980 million to detain people under the scheme proposed in the bill today. It's chucking good money after bad policy, and it is sickening that it costs so much to treat our fellow human beings so badly. My constituent Patricia put it to me so clearly on Saturday. She said, "I am not asylum. I have a name. I'm a human being, and every human being has a right." You don't need to be an exceptional athlete like Mo Farah, Chief Executive of the Scottish Refugee Council like Sabir Zazai, a councillor like Rosa Sally or Abdul Bastani, or even an Oscar-winning actor like Ke Huy Quan. Refugees are entitled to the right to lead an unremarkable life, in peace and safety, to get an education and to provide for their family. It is not asking too much. It is the least. Deputy Speaker, that the Labour Party have been so weak in their opposition to this bill as to be played off the park by football pundits, commentators and actresses like Kate Blanchett. My credit to the principled stance taken by Gary Lineker and his colleagues, thoroughly Ken Muring the BBC. And I bet if he tweeted in favour of the bill, he would not have faced the red card-worthy simulation of outrage from the Tory benches. Because it seems if you're a Tory donor, you can run the BBC, but if you oppose this pathetic excuse for a government, they don't want you to work there. Mr. Deputy Speaker, Scotland stands against this bill. We would not have such cruel provisions in an independent Scotland. We wish to be known for our kindness and our hospitality and our compassion, not our hard-heartedness and our cruelty. We would do unto others as they would have them do unto us. Say it loud and say it clear. Refugees are welcome here.
6-minute limit on the next two, then 3 minutes. Sir Robert Buckland.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. As I listen to this debate, I frankly get more and more depressed. What we hear is artificial juxtapositions between either a position of an open door policy, letting everybody into this country, or a suggestion that on this side of the House we are cruel, we are callous, and that we don't care about people. Now, can I deal with that second point? Utterly wrong. As Justice Secretary, I worked very hard to make sure that the Nationality and Borders Bill was able to make its way through this House. And I yield to nobody in my determination to make sure that those who seek to exploit others and to profit on the back of people who are vulnerable and who clearly are not asylum seekers but are economic migrants must be dealt with. And I think this party should make no apology for wanting to make sure that that issue is addressed fair and square. That's what the people who put us here expect us to do. That's what our constituents want us to do. What our constituents are fed up of, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is the seeming inability of the system to enforce the laws that we pass in this place, to get on with the job of lawful deportation, to make sure that people who don't overstay their visas do not stay here. Because as my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead said, that is the main cause of unlawful migration, the overstaying of visas. Now, that's not to minimise the small boats issue, but it is to put it into context. The small boats crisis, as we describe it, is actually the product of a successful approach that we took when it came to the control of lorries and the appalling incidents that we saw where many people lost their lives as a result of suffocation and other horrors. Now, as a result of that, we plugged that loophole. I'm pretty sure that if we succeed in plugging this loophole, another one will emerge. From all the evidence I know from asylum seekers I speak to in my constituents, and I do so regularly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a price-driven market. It is simply cheaper to come on small boats than it is to come here by other means at the moment. And herein lies, I think, the source of the problem. The government is seeking once again to use law where I believe primarily it is operations that matter more than anything. And in particular, the ability of this country to strike sensible agreements with not just France, but other members of the European Union as well, in order to have a managed system of return, a quota system, frankly, that would make eminent sense in dealing with what is an international problem. We came together on Ukraine. Why on earth can't we come together on this? And that would make sense of clause 51, Mr Deputy Speaker, the government's wish to have a debate in this House on a cap or quota. I think that's a sensible measure, but it will only work if we extend safe routes of passage in a controlled and measured way. We've got to do more on safe and legal routes. In fact, doing that would strengthen the government's case against those people who are choosing small boats. It's plain as a pikestaff to me. But that must happen in tandem with this legislation. No good passing this legislation unless we do those other operational things. And just to, in perhaps not second reading tradition, but deal with a particular clause in the bill, clause 3, about the detention of children, which I have great concern about. I know it's a power, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's not a duty. When powers are put into bills, it's usually because the policymakers haven't actually decided what to do and whether to use them. And it's a holding mechanism in order for the government to make a decision. Well, my strong suggestion to them when we come to amendment is to ditch that clause and to look very carefully at the way in which we deal with unaccompanied children, families and women, because there's nothing worse, Mr Deputy Speaker, than ineffective authoritarianism.
My right honourable friend,
and that is the danger of provisions like that, and I'll give way to my honourable friend.
Would my right honourable friend agree that in looking at clause 3, as he said, if the government were to look at clause 29 4b, particularly the phrase compelling evidence, if the government were to bring criteria forward which define compelling evidence, that might reassure a number of us on this side that it will prevent the illegal sex trafficking of young women within the clause of the bill not being allowed to seek provision and protection under the modern slavery bill.
I think my honourable friend is right. It's going to be vitally important that there is clear guidance. I mean, we've been here before. I mean, when it comes to modern-day slavery, there has been a question about the interpretation of guidance. I know that is a vexed question for the government. I know that my right honourable friend, the Minister of State, who sits on the bench, is assiduous in these matters. I know we'll want to get it right, but we have an opportunity in committee and that report to do so, because as presented, this bill is not yet in the state that it needs to be if it is, in my view, to have the effect that I think the government want it to have. And can I say about the interaction between this bill and the European Convention on Human Rights? I do hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this bill isn't being used as some sort of battering ram to make a wider political point about the validity of the European Convention, because I can tell you, the European Convention is not the problem in this case. And those who think it is are setting up a massive Aunt Sally when it comes to actually what the issues are. Because whether we're in the Convention or not, domestic law and our rule of law tradition and the procedures that we have under various immigration acts, some of which I've been involved with passing in this House, will inevitably impose principles of natural justice upon any process. And the idea that through a blanket approach that somehow we engineer a battle with the courts, a battle with the European Convention is, I think, misconceived. And it is a journey upon which I would urge the government not to embark. There's no need to talk about withdrawal from a convention that British Conservatives wrote. What we need to focus upon relentlessly, Mr Deputy Speaker, in dealing in a grown-up and mature way with a serious situation such as this, is to make sure that internationally our reputation as reasonable actors, as people with whom other countries can do business, as a place where people will want to invest, is enhanced by the approach that we take to these issues. And that is why the tone of this debate is so important. And I'm concerned, Mr Deputy Speaker, that in some of the utterances I hear from my party, that tone is not appropriate. We have to do better. We have to rise to the level of events. We have to get it right.
And Diana Johnson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And just following up on that point, on the issue of tone,
Despite the very strong views held on this piece of legislation, both in this House and outside, by actors, football commentators and archbishops, I do believe there is a consensus that we all want to stop people crossing the Channel in unsafe small boats, risking their lives in some of the busiest shipping lanes in the world. And this government's flagship immigration bill underpins one of the Prime Minister's 5 priorities to the British people. And it's so important, that's why I asked the Leader of the House if the Home Affairs Select Committee could carry out pre-legislative scrutiny to test the robustness and the evidence supporting this bill. Sadly, that's not been possible. And it's also disappointing that we haven't had an impact assessment, an equality impact assessment, or a child rights impact assessment accompanying the publication of the bill. Now, I also hope there's consensus across the House that the UK should, of course, do its bit to support those fleeing persecution and torture, sharing this responsibility with our international partners. And we do need to put this into context. Not every displaced person in the world wants to come to the United Kingdom.
That's right.
And we are not facing an invasion. We know that countries such as Turkey take the lion's share of refugees, and nearly 70% of refugees mainly end up staying in the region they come from. So what exactly should the government be doing about small boats? Last summer, the Home Affairs Select Committee published our report into channel crossings. We made the important point in our report there is no one magic bullet that will solve this problem. And as I made clear last week, the Home Secretary is right that our asylum system is broken. But it is not the migrants crossing the Channel who broke it. Poor resourcing, antiquated IT systems, high staff turnover of too few staff has resulted in this backlog of 160,000 cases. Tackling the backlog has to be the most important priority for the Home Office. And another key message from our report was the need for detailed, evidence-driven, fully costed and fully tested policy to tackle this problem, rather than simple headline-grabbing announcements such as Rwanda, for which there is still no body of evidence on the potential deterrent effect. Other recommendations included the importance of establishing a returns agreement with the EU, extending family reunion and creating safe and legal routes. We all know that people may travel without papers, using irregular methods, but have a solid case for seeking asylum, which needs to be considered under our international obligations. And this bill currently would deny that opportunity. Positively, at the end of last week, we saw further agreement with the French on tackling small boats, albeit we still need that returns agreement with the EU. And whilst it's encouraging that the government is improving its relationship with the EU, we now find the government stress testing our international obligations and potentially breaking international law. Turning to the specifics of the bill, first of all, the proposals in this bill present a huge logistical challenge for a department not known for good project management or for being on the front foot. It has 3 essential pillars: detention, deportation and deterrence. Each raise serious and fundamental practical issues that we need clear answers to understand how the bill will work. The Institute for Government have very helpfully summarised the key questions. Number 1, does the bill adhere to the UK's international obligations? 2, how does the bill change existing policy on inadmissible claims? 3, where can the government send asylum seekers deemed inadmissible? 4, what does the Home Secretary consider to be a reasonable prospect of removal? 5, what will happen to people the government cannot remove to another country? 6, how will the government accommodate people it has detained, and how will it pay to do so? And 7thly, will it deter people from crossing the Channel in small boats? I have very many concerns, particularly on the provisions relating to unaccompanied children, children and families being detained and victims of trafficking and modern slavery. The Salvation Army have stated in their briefing on the bill that modern slavery is not an immigration issue, it's a safeguarding issue. The men, women and children trafficked against their will to the UK and enslaved should not be punished for being victims. But this is what the illegal migration bill will do. Finally, looking at deterrence. On the Select Committee's visit to France earlier this year, we heard evidence that people who've arrived in northern France, having travelled thousands of miles in some cases, will not be put off when they can see the British coastline from the French beach and have little or no knowledge of what the Home Office policy or British law is. That we therefore need to fully understand how this plan for detention, deportation and deterrence will work in practical terms. I'm concerned that the bill potentially leaves the Home Office in a legal quagmire, with up to tens of thousands of people detained for a period and then bailed into a permanent state of limbo, unable to be removed, unable to have their asylum claims processed, and unable to reunite with families. And there is nothing specifically in this bill about tackling criminal gangs, people smugglers and traffickers. Just to conclude, we all want action on small boats, but what we want is effective action that will deal with the problem.
Sir John Hayes. Countries mean more than their borders. National character, shared heritage and the institutions that give that history life matter. But borders matter too, for they are what mark the territory which defines citizenship with its implicit entitlements and responsibilities, opportunities and duty. And the plain fact is that our kingdom's borders are being breached day after day with impunity. Since 2018, some 85,000 people have entered Britain illegally, 45,000 of them in 2022. 74% are men under 40. 100% have travelled through safe countries to get here where they failed to claim asylum. Accommodating them is costing the British taxpayer every single day £6 million. It cannot go on. Of course, Britain should provide a safe haven for people in need, in genuine need. But it is a deceit to pretend the asylum system has not been gamed and the British people taken for a ride by economic migrants with no legal right to be here, enabled by fat cat law firms who've grown rich on the proceeds, aided and abetted by militant interest groups who are determined to subvert the will of the people, and cheered on by vacuous, self-indulgent celebrities leading millionaire lifestyles. It may be uncomfortable for the bourgeois liberal establishment, but polls show that the British people want tough action on illegal immigration. Indeed, polling last week showed that people support the principles of this bill. Mr. Speaker, Benjamin Disraeli said justice is truth in action. Today, the government is giving voice to the true wish of the British people to restore justice to our immigration and asylum system. It is not extreme to want to cap all kinds of immigration. It is not immoderate to deport illegal immigrants. It is not unreasonable to give the government the tools they need to do just that. It is time to take back control of our borders. It is time to stop the boats. Sir George Howarth.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I have to say the honourable member for South Holland and the Deepings makes a very unlikely class warrior. I'd also perhaps like to say that my right honourable friend, the member for Normanton, Pontefract and Castleford, gave her usual forensic analysis of the situation, and I'm very grateful to her for doing that. And also, I want to agree with the Home Secretary on one thing, and that is when she said we should choose our words carefully. It's just a pity she didn't do so herself. Mr. Speaker, the reason I wanted to speak in this debate is that because, as you're aware, there is a hotel in Knowsley with 180 plus asylum seekers. I won't talk about that in detail because I had an urgent question on it a few weeks ago. But what I will say is since then, the situation has deteriorated to the extent that some of the refugees have been verbally abused in the street and others have been assaulted. And they have fled because the countries they come from were unsafe, only to find themselves in an unsafe position in this country. And I think we should all be ashamed. Not just happening in Knowsley, it's happening all over the country about that. I just want to conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, by saying something about why it is we've got this bill before us in this House. My right honourable friend, the Shadow Home Secretary, convincingly pointed out the failures in the system that have led to this. But why are the government themselves bringing forward a bill that anybody who knows anything about it knows isn't going to work? And the answer is, with some notable exceptions, the Right Honourable Lady from Maidenhead and the Honourable Lady from Romsey and Southampton North, to name but two. Broadly speaking, those on the benches opposite split into two groups. The first group are deluded and actually believe this is going to work. And the second group are cynical and don't believe it's going to work, but they're going along with it anyway. And I think, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that is a shameful set of circumstances. At least those who are deluded will wake up tomorrow morning and think, well, we were still right. Those who are cynical know they'll have to wake up tomorrow morning, look at themselves in the mirror, and ought to be ashamed of themselves.
Matt Waldman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many in this House want to say that the government is inciting people's worst instincts on immigration. And I want to say ultimately optimistically, that it's not this bill, it's not this Home Secretary, it's not this government that is causing that feeling. In fact, it's in touch with the widespread symptoms of it from people, decent people, in constituencies up and down this country like mine. And we have to heed those views. Because the reality is, Mr. Speaker, in my judgment, enough of the fine people of Skegness say accurately that they're already doing a huge amount. They say that asking them to do even more has untold consequences. They say, in short, that endless numbers cannot be made to feel welcome if they worry that the town they are staying in will never be the same again, in part because of it. And when enough people feel this way, Mr. Speaker, we mainstream moderates in this House have to act, because if we don't, we should know that it is the racists and the extremists of the far left and the far right that will take our place. We've already seen Patriotic Alternative march in Skegness. If, however, we act now, there's a chance to stop decent British people from withdrawing their consent. And that's why the aims in tonight's bill are not just compassionate, they're the only compassionate option. They're the most compassionate way, breaking the business model of both people smugglers and indeed those who buy hotels to sell back to the Home Office at profiteers' rates. All of that has to end. But I want to end, Mr. Speaker, by saying this. We do need to have safe routes from dangerous countries. We do need to have provisions for those men and women who are trafficked and for children who are taken by what will then be irresponsible adults to these shores. But we cannot use those hard cases to pretend that we can't do better than where we are today. Because if we don't, compassion will cede the ground to ignorance and to hatred. We have to act, or we will stretch the licence voters give us to act on their behalf beyond breaking point. In Skegness, I'm not exaggerating when I say for some this is an issue about democracy and the effectiveness of government itself. This bill isn't about just stopping the boats. It's about stopping that democratic tragedy as well. And that isn't just one reason why I will be proud to support it this evening.
Captain Mahmood. And I think the words for the member for Boston and Skegness best remain to himself and nobody else in this debate, because they don't make any sense or have any delivery for the people that we represent. This country is based on the rule of law. We are in the UN Security Council. We were the writers of the European Convention on Human Rights. We were the main principals in the Geneva Convention, and we also penned the war crimes legislation that is now in existence. And to accuse people here of being lefty lawyers for doing the right thing, to standing up for our rights and for people in law, which is what is enshrined. We've always worked to the letter of the law, and so we should. The Minister, the Home Secretary, takes no advice from the Bar Council, takes no advice from the Law Society, who all say that there will be a contradiction if this law is to pass and go forward, and will have problems in the courts, as they've already previously had. So they don't want to do anything in relation to that, and that's the problem. There are no safe routes for anybody to come through. Afghanistan's been closed, Hong Kong's been closed, and the Minister nods no. You try from Afghanistan to get anywhere out, and you'll see what the issues are and how you deal with that. There are women that have been trafficked who will have no support from any of these people. There are young children who will be in jeopardy, who will have no support under this bill. This bill is against the people. This bill is against the human rights and civil liberties of people. The Labour Party doesn't say there is an open and free door. That is what you say about the Labour Party. The Labour Party is here to look at open and positive immigration. That's what we want to do. The Home Secretary, in an opening statement, said that she can't be xenophobic or racist just because of her colour and her origins. Well, I say to her, of the same colour and the same origin, that is exactly what her politics are about. Her politics are about dividing our society, our community, based on that. That is what she is doing, and that's what she continues to do. I think the best thing that she can do is to look at what is right for the people, rather than making political decisions which she thinks she will win the next election on. That is not the case. The people of the United Kingdom are not so naive as to take this huge nonsense of xenophobia and racism from this party to be put forward. What she needs to understand is she needs to have the milk of humanity to move forward with these issues. We are all here representing all of our constituents. She does not understand that. I certainly hope, for her sake and for the sake of all the people that come through here, that we are responsible for human beings in terms of our humanity and for moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sir Robert Neal. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I echo the words of my right honourable and learned friend, the member for South Swindon, in saying that we need some calm and seriousness in this debate, and that tone is important, even if it's sometimes been lacking. In that spirit, can we just observe that it is not unlawful or illegitimate, faced with new and novel developments in the means of entry into the United Kingdom, unlawfully to test the legal position. That's what the bill does, no more at this stage. It's legitimate to do that because, of course, as somebody who supports the European, International Convention on Refugees, we have to recognise, for example, that conceived in 1951, at a time when people were smuggled across borders, there was perhaps a little bit of bribery of local officials or some altruistic assistance from people to get over borders. That was beyond a time of organised criminality exploiting vulnerable people. We do have to reflect the reality of that change in circumstance, and the government is entitled, I think, to look at the way in which that might best be done. That's the case for judicial dialogue in Strasbourg. It's also a case for looking at renegotiating some of those international treaties. Yes. That said, I'll give you one moment. That said, some of us are only able to support this bill tonight because of the safeguards that are written into it, for example, habeas corpus and others, and I will give way.
Would my honourable friend accept that a number of us are supporting this bill tonight on the basis that when we get to committee and report stage, the government will confirm the legal basis in more detail as to the statement that this complies with our international obligations?
I have great faith in the legal input of the current Attorney General into this bill and into the advice of senior Treasury Counsel. So my honourable friend is right about that, and some of us will be looking to improve the protections in relation to children, in relation to families, in relation to some of the tests, for example, the suspensive serious harm test, and also the compelling circumstances under clause 29(4)(b). Were it not for things like that, it would be very difficult to support a bill. But they are in there, and we need to build upon those. Yeah. But I also want to make it clear that legislation of itself is not a solution to this. Left on its own, this bill or no other bill, and any other bill, will not achieve anything. The real need is to operationalise the situation, is to improve the lamentable performance our asylum system and immigration system has had for a number of years. It is ludicrous that immigration tribunals sit empty. Immigration fee-paid part-time judges who were used to surge capacity sit unused because the Home Office is unable to get the files in order to present before the tribunal. If they can't get the cases through the system efficiently and accurately, then that will fail. Secondly, a kind of isolationist unilateralism will not solve an international problem either. Many of us think that the Prime Minister's work on Friday will be every bit as important as any piece of legislation in finding a way forward to get, I hope, a new agreement with France on security and then a movement to a proper returns policy, because we need a returns policy with friendly and safe countries to make this work. I think the Prime Minister has the seriousness and the tone to achieve that. And finally, we must also make sure that we work swiftly to undertake a sensible approach to the international position so that we can make sure that our reputation continues to be upheld. The rule of law matters domestically and internationally. That does not mean that you turn a blind eye to organised criminality abusing our hospitality, and that's a real concern to constituents of mine. That's why it's important that we do move forward, but the idea of any piece of legislation alone without actually those serious operational changes and frankly the resource to go behind them is misleading.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just as I think that I cannot be shocked any further by this government's inhumanity, they try to rush this abhorrent and unlawful bill through Parliament. Human rights and legal organisations are calling this one of the most damaging bills put forward by a British government in living memory. This is because the illegal migration bill amounts to a refugee ban. It breaches fundamental and internationally recognised human rights, it attacks our way of life, and it attacks our communities all over the UK. Let us be clear. Persecuting refugees and anti-migrant scaremongering does not benefit the majority of people. The cynical and dangerous use of scapegoating to divide people by an unpopular government which has overseen a horrifying death toll during the pandemic and continues to inflict hardship and suffering across the UK does damage our communities. We have already seen an alarming rise in violence and intimidation organised by the far right against refugees and refugee accommodation. But beyond the rhetoric, spin and fake news, Mr. Speaker, the fundamental point is that most of the people in small boats are men, women and children escaping terror and bloodshed. Chillingly, it is a truth that the government are obviously aware of because it knows that the majority of people arriving in the UK via boats are granted asylum, and so they are creating a cruel mechanism to deny sanctuary to people they know are legitimate refugees and are in need. And why are migrants being forced into risking their lives in the first place? Well, it's simple. For many, there are no safe routes to the UK. In 2022, half of the men, women and children who crossed the Channel in small boats were from Afghanistan, Eritrea, Iran, Sudan or Syria. We know the reasons why people from such countries are displaced, yet only 22 refugees came to the UK on the Afghan Citizens Resettlement Scheme. How can this be true? And just recently, the government confirmed that it does not intend to introduce any special visa routes for people in Turkey and Syria who have been affected by the earthquakes. As the daughter of migrants who faced violence and persecution from the far right in East London, I am all too conscious of the consequences of pandering to racists. Whether that was the Bangladeshi community standing up and leading the anti-fascist fight back in Brick Lane following the murder of Altab Ali in 1978, or the Jewish community locally who came together in the Battle of Cable Street in 1936, standing up to Oswald Mosley. We know in East London we will never let our communities be divided or targeted. The government should be saving lives, not salvaging their failing political record. We need an approach that prioritises people's lives and dignity. We need safe and legal routes to the UK, and we need this bill thrown out of Parliament.
Tom Randall.
Mr. Speaker, we are a rich country. We are the world's 5th largest economy, and we have international obligations, and it is right that we meet them. In 2020, we were the 3rd highest donor to overseas development in the OECD in absolute terms, and the 6th highest as a proportion of gross national income. We have welcomed thousands of people to this country from Syria, Afghanistan, Ukraine and Hong Kong, and whether it's through the government and the taxpayer or through people opening their homes, we have seen the great generosity of the British people. Indeed, I would say that Gary Lineker was correct today to write, as he did on Twitter, that we are a country of predominantly tolerant, welcoming and generous people. But where I think he is wrong, and I think people on the opposing argument are wrong, is that he ignores that tolerance can be tested, and that generosity, while it is deep, it is not limitless. I take a rather hawkish view on immigration. I think that immigration should be in the tens of thousands rather than the hundreds of thousands. But I myself have been surprised by the depth of feeling of Gedling residents on this issue. If I hold a supermarket surgery or if I knock on people's doors, what will be raised with me unprompted, if it's not potholes, it's the issue of boats and migrants. And I think the depth of that feeling is understandable given the context. Albania is a top nationality for small boat arrivals at 25%. And Albania, compared with other countries, is perhaps not one of the major countries facing international issues for which people are requesting asylum. And while there are pull factors, including language and shared history, the passage through multiple safe countries of asylum seekers undermines the idea that the system that we have is one of based on fairness.
Absolutely.
The asylum caseload has doubled since 2014, and an increasing burden on the system is, I think, unfair to those already within the system awaiting a decision. We have seen from numerous television pictures that the arrivals across the Channel are mainly male. Whereas I think it would be commonly understood that it is mainly women and children who are the most vulnerable. And it is also wrong, I think, that asylum claims should be granted after a cross-channel migration that puts the role of the smuggler as a de facto part of the asylum process. And I think it is therefore right that we tackle this issue robustly, and I think I can put it no better than the person who put an anonymous note through my door at the weekend, who said, "Dear Mr Randall, I implore you to vote to stop this vile trade. It has to stop, and you and your fellow MPs can make it happen." Well, today, Mr Speaker, I think we can make it happen, and we must stop this vile trade.
Mr Speaker, listening to the honourable gentleman who just sat down, it's difficult to avoid the conclusion that somehow or another we've landed back in much the same way in the 19th century we spoke about the deserving and the undeserving poor, but now today we have landed in a place where we have the deserving and the undeserving desperate. The honourable gentleman might be aware, for example, that of those who crossed the Channel last year, he referred to the number who were men, 7,177 of them were children. So the characterisation that he and others have made today is frankly not borne out by the statistics provided by the Home Secretary and the Home Office themselves. There are many different reasons why the people in this House should vote against the bill this evening. We may choose to vote against it because of concerns about legality, both in respect of our domestic legislation and our international obligations under treaty. It is difficult, Mr Speaker, for those in the Treasury bench to deliver lectures to those in Beijing in relation to adherence of international law if we do not live up to the same standards ourselves. As the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead, the former Prime Minister, said, there should be concerns, and we can refuse it. We can reject this bill on the basis of the impact it will have on our world-leading legislation in relation to modern slavery. We can even reject it because it lacks a basic sense of British compassion. I was a minister in the government that abandoned detention for children for immigration purposes, and I am horrified to see the Conservative Party seeking to restore it today. But If compassion and concern for the rule of law are not enough to speak to your values, then I can offer you one further reason, and it is simply this: it will not work. It will not achieve the deterrent effect that it seeks to claim. We've been told this before. We were told that the Nationality and Borders Act was going to be the act that would solve the problem. But what has happened since that came into force? The numbers have gone up and up and up. The truth of the matter is that many people who deserve asylum and are entitled to asylum at present, if this bill passes, will not get it. And what will be the consequence of that? They will be sent away, and many of them will die. That is why this House should reject this bill tonight.
Sir Ian Duncan-Smith.
Speaker, I rise to make a very simple point, because in the time available, that's all we can do, and draw a little bit of light rather than heat into this. I have to say that I want the government to succeed in restricting the boats coming across and getting rid of them eventually, because, of course, the danger that lies for all those who try to make that route. And it is incredibly dangerous, and people have died, and particularly children. But I do want to just make a point this evening on one specific area. It was the Centre for Social Justice that brought through the original paper on modern-day slavery. I was enormously proud of it, and I was enormously proud that the Home Secretary, as she was then, was able to bring that into legislation. We were the first country to adopt that. And the key question is not perfect, but there are things that can be changed. But the one thing I was surprised about in the whole of this debate, and I say this gently to my right honourable friend and others on the front bench, I don't quite understand why we've made such a big deal of modern-day slavery when it represents such a tiny proportion of people that actually come over using that route. Let me give a few figures here. 6% of small boat arrivals in 2022 claimed modern-day slavery. In total, the reality is it's even smaller. And when the government says 73% of people detained for removal after arrival on small boats referred to the NRM, of course that amounts to 294 people. We are talking small numbers. What I would suggest to my right honourable friends on the front bench is we recognise, genuinely recognise, that we have to be very careful in treading on this. We're dealing with those who are trafficked, not people smuggling. There's a big difference between the two of them. 60% of the claims on modern-day slavery are domestic claims here within the UK for people who have been trafficked into brothels, working in chain gangs. These are the sort of people we really do want to stand up for, and I do recognise there is a big difference. The majority of people that my government, my right honourable friends, with their legislation want to seek to do is to stop those that are legally coming across as smuggled and using the smugglers. And by the way, the single group that gives us the greatest credibility and likelihood of prosecuting those people smugglers are those who have been trafficked, who then give evidence. So I simply want to say to my honourable friend, when it comes to the bill, we do need to look very, very carefully at what we're saying. How will my right honourable friend, the Secretary of State, be able to make a judgment about whether somebody has come legally or illegally and is trafficked if the NRM is not to be used for that purpose? We can get that down to 30 days. You could pretty much get most people through on that without having to take that arbitrary decision. I beg my government, which I want to succeed in this matter, to be very careful about the modern-day slavery legislation and protect it.
Clive Efford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need to tone down this debate, and let's be clear. There is no one on this side that wants the small boats crossings to continue. There is no one on this side of the House who wants to see people forced into those boats. We want to see legal routes for those people to find alternatives to going to those traffickers. Nor does anyone on this side of the House want anyone to stay in the UK who has committed a crime and has no right to remain. And it really is time that Conservative MPs stop standing up and making claims like that. Now, the problem with this bill, overriding, is that there are many on this side, as has already been said, who know it's not going to work. And the danger of that is that beyond that, they think that the solution to that problem is for us to leave the European Convention on Human Rights. But what they're not doing, as one of their own honourable friends has pointed out, is respecting what the European Convention on Human Rights means to this country. For instance, if you want to arrange for safe return
failed refugee claimants from this country, you will need to have an agreement with countries that are in Europe that are signatories to the European Convention on Human Rights. And if we are not seen to be inside that convention, they won't be able to enter into those agreements. So you'll be defeating the very object you're saying you're seeking to achieve through this legislation. Moreover, if we are to fall foul of the Convention on European Human Rights, we won't be able to come into legal agreements on things such as extradition or fingerprints or DNA on biometric data and the essential exchange of that data when dealing with serious crime. And beyond that, a serious criminal harbouring in Europe could turn around and say and claim legitimately that their human rights are at risk if they are extradited to the UK. Imagine that argument in a case by a serious criminal that we want to extradite back here to face justice, saying that their human rights are at risk, and that will be a legitimate claim for them not to face justice in this country. This bill is not the solution to the problem that we have. We need to create safer routes for people to come to this country who are legitimate asylum seekers. We need to deal with the backlog, and we need to create a crime organisation that will deal with the criminals that are trafficking people across in those small boats. That is the way forward, not this piece of legislation that really is just dog whistle politics.
Vicky Ford.
Speaker, we're very lucky to live in a country that people want to escape to, not a country that people want to escape from. And we should all be mindful of the words that we use. I will be supporting today's bill at second reading, but I want to make a few points. 400 years ago, John Donne wrote, "No man is an island entire of itself." And in today's interconnected world, no country, even if it is an island, can be entire of itself. The war in Ukraine has reminded us that where there is instability or insecurity in another part of the world, this can result in instability and insecurity here in the UK. It is very important that we, the UK, can use our overseas development funding to help poorer countries build their stability. But the UK is having to divert billions of pounds of our ODA funding to care for the tens of thousands of people who have come to the UK by small boats, money that instead could have helped tens of millions of people to tackle the causes of instability in their own countries. John Donne also said, "Every man's death diminishes me." The UK has a long history of giving asylum to those who are suffering war or persecution, and we should continue to offer asylum. But the small boats route has resulted in many lives lost, not just on the Channel, but for many on the way to the Channel. And action does need to be taken to close this extremely dangerous route. Thirdly, we need to recognise that no country's capacity to offer asylum is unlimited, and we must focus our support and prioritise helping the most vulnerable. The vast majority who arrive by small boats are men under the age of 40, not the disabled or the frail. And by giving priority to those who arrive by illegal routes, we reduce the amount of support we can give to safe and legal routes. We divert resources away from the vulnerable, and this is not fair, it's not compassionate. I am pleased the government has announced it will introduce more safe and legal routes, but these need to go hand in hand with other measures, not as an afterthought. Furthermore, it should not be left up to local authorities alone to decide how many people in our country can support. I recall that when I was Children's Minister, there was a time when all bar one Scottish local authorities refused to take any unaccompanied asylum-seeking children at all. And I am concerned that if left to their own decision-making, then many local authorities may say they have no capacity to support asylum seekers. Finally, I note as former Children's Minister the comments that the Children's Commissioner made today. These are important points. I hope that these points can be addressed as the bill moves through the House, and that the government will be able to find a way to ensure a fair, balanced and compassionate approach to migration, and that this is the one that prevails.
Joanna Tory.
Mr Speaker, as Chair of the Joint Committee on Human Rights, I am going to focus my comments on aspects in which this bill potentially breaches the European Convention on Human Rights. The committee will be scrutinising the bill very carefully and reporting on it in early course. However, so far as I can see, the bill is designed to set the UK on a deliberate collision course with the European Court of Human Rights. In the Government's Human Rights Memorandum, the Government accepts that the bill engages Articles 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 13 and 14 of the ECHR, and by her Section 19(1)b statement, the Home Secretary clearly accepts that some or all of these rights might be breached by the bill. Mr Speaker, for once she's actually correct. The Joint Committee on Human Rights published our report on the Bill of Rights Bill in January, and we said that bill should be scrapped. Now we see some of its most reprehensible aspects cropping up in this bill. Time permits me to identify only two. First of all, Clause 1(5) of the bill undermines the fundamental principle of the universality of human rights by creating a class of people in respect of whom the courts in the United Kingdom will not be required to interpret this bill in a way that's compatible with the Convention. Secondly, Clause 49(1) sets conditions on the UK's compliance with interim measures issued by the court in Strasbourg. The Home Secretary tries to pretend there's something unusual about these orders, but any undergraduate law student knows that for a legal system to be effective, courts must be able to issue interim orders requiring parties to take or not to take certain steps while the full arguments in a case are litigated. In Scotland, they're called interim interdicts, in England, interim injunctions, and I'm sure the Home Secretary must have heard of them. Such orders are issued by the Strasbourg Court to prevent irreparable damage to human rights while a case is being considered. It was interim orders from the Strasbourg Court that stopped Russia executing British soldiers Sean Pinner and Aidan Aslan. And talking of Russia, Mr Speaker, many of the provisions in this bill echo legislation passed by Russia in 2015 limiting the availability and applicability of ECHR rights. And we all know what happened to Russia's membership of the Convention. Is that really the sort of bedfellow that the UK wants? Turning to Scotland, we want no part of this. The Convention is written into the Scotland Act, embodying the devolved settlement, which is the settled will of the Scottish people. If the UK takes us out of the ECHR, it will be without the consent of Scottish voters and without the consent of our Parliament. When I led a delegation of the Joint Committee to Strasbourg last year, I was told by interlocutors there that if the UK leaves the ECHR, it will strengthen the case for Scottish independence. While the Tories try to give Labour a headache, they are creating yet another reason for Scots to favour independence over the status quo.
Cash.
I fundamentally disagree with almost everything the Honourable Lady has said, as many people may understand. I believe in the rule of law, I believe in Parliament, I believe in democracy, and I believe in the sovereignty of this Parliament. I also, therefore, want this bill to work, but I do believe it's going to require amendment in committee or report stage, hence the need for a notwithstanding formula in the bill, which will actually enable us to be able to ensure that the courts cannot simply apply the existing arrangements that they're currently operating under. And as Lord Sumption said at the weekend, of course the courts will obey an Act of Parliament where it is necessary to do so. I agree very much with my honourable friend, the member for Stoke-on-Trent, and I've made this point myself, and as indeed has Professor Eakins, Professor of Constitutional Law at Oxford, with respect to Clause 49. This deals with interim measures of the European Court, and the bottom line is that we are going to have to make certain that it is final judgments only which would apply, not interim measures. I could spend much more time on this, but I won't. But I'm quite sure that this will require a notwithstanding provision, because otherwise I'm afraid the provision may not work effectively. I also would just simply say to my great friends, my honourable friends, about the issue of international law. Article 31 of the Refugee Convention, which deals with unlawful refugees in respect of, for example, the United Kingdom, does not apply at all unless such refugees come directly from territories where their life or freedom is threatened. Not therefore, for example, from France or Albania, and similarly, for the same reasons, Article 33 does not apply. This is a great benefit to us because we will be complying with international law in these respects, and that is a great benefit to everybody concerned. We have prevaricated for far too long. The Labour Party will never sort this out. the unelected Lords will oppose this bill and must, as it is amended by this elected House, be subjected to the Parliament Acts and to receive royal assent before the general election takes place. The Prime Minister is right to say stop the votes, but it has to be done lawfully, and under this bill, with some amendments, we'll be able to achieve that. Promises will not do, and I'm sure we will find that the promises that have been made can be fulfilled. And on that note, I'll leave it to the House.
Ian Burn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The unexpected pleasure. I will be voting against this bill today, and I'm proud to support the member for Stretham's reasoned amendment to stop the bill in its tracks. The pernicious bill fails to protect children and victims in trafficking, fails to ensure safe routes for refugees, fails to treat people with humanity, and it disgracefully expands the government's hostile environment. The bill, if enacted, would mean that anyone who's been put in a desperate situation of having to arrive in the UK on a small boat because of this government's failure to facilitate safe routes would have their asylum claim deemed inadmissible. This would mean that a Home Office won't even consider the claim, no matter how strong an application may be. Clause 2 in the bill means that the government can seek to remove anyone who does not arrive via the specific route or with specific documentation. These requirements the government knows are next to impossible for somebody fleeing violence and persecution to meet. The 1951 United Nations Convention, to which the UK is a signatory, states explicitly that refugees should not be penalised solely by reason of unlawful entry or because, being in need of refuge and protection, they remain illegally in the country. As the United Nations points out, most people fleeing war and persecution are simply unable to access required passports and visas. There are no safe and legal routes available to them. Denying them access to asylum on this basis undermines the very purpose for which the Refugee Convention was established. Trade unions and human rights campaigners have rightly condemned this bill. Under this bill, everyone who's subjected to the removal duty can also potentially be detained. This House should be doing everything in its power to ensure that people fleeing persecution and violence are given the safety, care and support they need, not inflicting further trauma and harm on them. Is this really what we have become? It shames those in this House who have gone before us. This anti-refugee bill, Mr. Speaker, must be voted down. It's inhumane, immoral and, if I was a better man, illegal. The TUC has said the government's proposal and language used to describe it are divisive from the stoke tension. We have seen evidence of this on the border of my constituency in Knowsley last month. The language used is so dangerous and damaging to our communities. To finish, I will make an observation, Mr. Speaker. It's not the people in boats who should fear coming to our shores, but the elite in the private jets, who with this government are responsible for the unequal, broken society we live in, where millions shiver and starve in their own homes, seeing no future for themselves and their families. I urge this House to reject the politics of division and reject the bill which shames this place and everything it's supposed to stand for.
Scott Benton.
The Prime Minister and Home Secretary have both made it clear that tackling illegal immigration is an absolute priority for this government, and I wholeheartedly welcome the firm measures outlined within this bill. The sad fact is that this country has been a soft touch for far too long. Our asylum policy has been chaotic, granting approvals to questionable claims, leaving people waiting for years for decisions, and all at a cost of billions of pounds per year to the taxpayer. Is it any wonder that the people of this country are sick and tired of the situation? My constituency is the most deprived in England. Many residents can't access housing, struggle to obtain a GP appointment and have little chance of finding an NHS dentist. They have paid into the system all of their lives, and is it any wonder that when they see people illegally entering this country, receiving free accommodation, free food and access to local services, it leaves them incredibly frustrated and angry? Let's dispel some of the myths around this issue that we hear from the opposition, lefty lawyers and celebrity do-gooders. Many of the people entering this country in small boats are not genuine asylum seekers. If their lives were truly in danger, they would have claimed sanctuary in the first safe country they arrived in. Instead, these people have travelled through many safe European nations to try to come to the UK. They are invariably single young men and increasingly from nations such as Albania. They are not coming here for sanctuary, but as illegal economic migrants. Our public services are already creaking under enormous pressure, and we simply can't accept hundreds of millions of people who would no doubt look to come here for a better life. I am afraid this country is nearly full. The measures in this bill are those which the residents of Blackpool have been crying out for an awful long time. These new measures can only work if we fully enact our Rwandan plan. It has been immensely frustrating that this policy has been tied up in the courts, both domestic and foreign. In fact, it's outrageous that the policy of the elected government of the day should be restricted in this manner. It is clear that this bill will likely encounter similar judicial frustrations, but I would urge the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary to stop at nothing to tackle this issue. And if the legislation requires reform or a departure from elements of the ECHR framework, as looks likely, then that is exactly what we must do. We simply have to sort this situation out, and I give the government my full support in doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I just remind the member opposite who's just finished speaking that the reason our public services are crumbling and people can't see a dentist, the reason that NHS workers are queuing up for food banks and parents living off their children's leftovers isn't because of migrants or asylum seekers or refugees. It's because of his government that's been in power for the last 30 years. Mr. Speaker, last night, Ke Huy Quan won Best Supporting Actor at the Oscars. In the 1970s, he fled Vietnam in a refugee crisis that saw countries closing their borders to desperate people arriving by boat. Had he arrived on our shores under this bill, he might well have been locked up and deported. Last year, Olympian Sir Mo Farah revealed that he arrived in the UK under a false passport, trafficked from a war zone into domestic servitude. Had he arrived under this bill, he might not have been eligible to access modern slavery protections. I raise these examples not because refugees should need to win awards and medals before they're respected, but to remind this House that the refugees this government seeks to ban are people with their own hopes and dreams. People who want to rebuild their lives and reunite with their families. People who, like any one of us, may go on to do exceptional things or live very ordinary existences, as should be their right. And I say this because it seems that some members of this House need reminding of refugees' humanity. When they say invasion, they present desperate people seeking sanctuary as a threat. When they say stop the boats, they mean turn our back on refugees. And when their policy is welcomed by far-right groups, we should all be alarmed about the direction that this government is taking us in. What the Home Secretary is proposing here is a de facto ban on seeking asylum in the UK. Because for the vast majority of refugees, there is no so-called legal way of reaching the UK. If you face religious persecution in Iran, there is no scheme you can apply to. If you are a victim of torture in Eritrea, there is no visa you can obtain. And even if you're from Afghanistan, a country which is supposed to have a resettlement scheme, the chances of you getting accepted are vanishingly tiny. Only 22 people arrived under Pathway 2. It's our asylum policies that are forcing people into the arms of smugglers. It's our asylum policies that are pushing people into fragile dinghies in the world's busiest shipping lane. And it's this government that is to blame for the misery that they cause. The only way to resolve this situation is opening safe and legal routes now.
Sarah Bretliff.
Speaker, this country, including the people of my constituency of Hyndburn and Haslingden, have amazing kindness, and we've seen that with the Ukraine scheme. And I think people in this country are genuinely supportive of immigration and refugees where they perceive the legislative system to be fair. Stopping channel crossings is not just vital for the UK, but it's a humanitarian policy option too. Every moment that we flounder and stagger around this debate, people smugglers are preying on people in Calais and Dunkirk, convincing them to make an unsafe journey, and it must be stopped. To do that, we need to address the pull factor, the feeling that if you just get to the UK, then it's somewhere to settle for life. And whilst I welcome the Prime Minister's new agreement with France, we cannot alone rely on this policy to reduce numbers. The opposition have repeatedly set out that new agreements with France are their priority, but the Prime Minister has already achieved this and delivered the largest ever small boats deal with France. In my inbox and when out and about on the doorstep in Hyndburn and Haslingden, this issue is one of the most frequently raised. I often think when I see SW1-centric commentators debate this subject that the voice of people in northern communities like mine is completely ignored.
Absolutely.
The fact of the matter is that in my part of the world, Hyndburn is supporting the second highest number of people receiving asylum support in Lancashire. The North West as a region has more people in receipt of asylum support than Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland combined. The Home Office acknowledges that these numbers fluctuate quite regularly, and that leads me on to my second point. The current system prioritises moving asylum seekers out of the South East. What we need to do is make sure that we have a fair immigration system, but that places like mine do not get the brunt of it, where we are struggling already in one of the most deprived areas in the country. So we need a fair system, and that is why I know that the people of Hyndburn and Haslingden support this legislation put forward by the Home Secretary.
Claudia Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is frankly frightening that we are at the second stage of a bill that begins with an effective admission by the Home Secretary that the proposed legislation is not compatible with international law and our human rights obligations. Yet despite this, the Home Secretary says that they want this House to go along with it anyway. The European Convention on Human Rights is often misrepresented by the party opposite and their media friends, but the facts are that it was drafted by the UK and protects the rights of my constituents in Leicester East and of every one of us. The bill is frightening, not just for refugees, but because it sets a precedent that the government can simply choose to derogate our human rights and can do so with almost no route to legal challenge. Not even children are safe under this bill. Whilst the bill does not instruct the deportation of unaccompanied children, it does give permission for their deportation if the government or Home Secretary so wishes. This is monstrous legislation, and no assurances from the party opposite can make it less so. Will the Home Secretary commit today to protect the rights of unaccompanied children and commit to ensure they are not deported under any circumstances? And let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. While the government disguises this bill under its Stop the Boat slogan, this legislation is designed to give the government the power to pick and choose which people from which countries and regions can apply for asylum at all, whether they come by boat or not. Many would argue that this is racist legislation, allowing safe and legal routes for a select group, but not others in classic colonial style, divide and rule style. According to the government, a person escaping torture, persecution and wars, even those involving British-made bombs and weapons who applies for asylum on arrival, is already disqualified and made automatically ineligible with no right of appeal, and under this bill will be deported. Furthermore, the bill gives the government the power to detain human beings who have committed no crime for 28 days with no right of appeal or right to apply for immigration bail. This is state-sanctioned fascism. It's inhumane and cruel. It's beyond dispute that this bill is an attack on internationally protected legal rights, but the bill goes even further to explicitly state that its purpose is to exclude certain human rights entitlements from the asylum process. The bill states certain human rights claims are made inadmissible. The bill is also moved by the government to put itself and agents above the law. The late, great Tony Benn famously said that we should watch how a government treats refugees because it's how it will treat UK citizens if they...
Order. In fairness, I want to get everybody in, so please help each other to help me get through. Sally Ann Hart. Mr. Speaker, sovereign states have a duty to protect their borders from the illegal movement of drugs, weapons, contraband and people. But sovereignty is not just about the protection from outside interference, it's also about having responsibilities for their own citizens' welfare. We hear so much about rights, but not enough about responsibilities. And the UK government, as with any government, has a responsibility to protect democracy, the rule of law and the rights of its citizens. The UK's illegal immigration issue is complex and multifaceted. It is about rights and responsibilities, and it does need addressing. And the Prime Minister and Home Secretary have put together a plan that will significantly address illegal migration. Illegal migration is wrong. Organised immigration crime, which is what we are talking about here, makes it easy for criminal gangs to make money and funds other forms of organised crime. Illegal immigration is not just a moral question, it's about fairness too. It is not fair to hard-working British taxpayers who are spending billions a year in funding the support for illegal immigrants when there is already pressure on our public services. Illegal immigration is not fair on those who come here legally and abide by the rules, and the abuse of our system undermines trust in the system. Paying people smugglers is a choice, and entering the UK illegally prevents law enforcement from conducting criminal record or security checks. We have a legal visa route for those people who wish to come here to work, and we do not have a government that is against immigration. The number of non-EU visas was at an all-time high last year. Criminal gangs who make money out of people trafficking and smuggling must be stopped and their business model dismantled. I've listened to the narrative about illegal immigration over the past 3 years or so. Those on the opposition benches are quick to criticise, challenge any measures that the Prime Minister and Home Secretary are taking, but have no plan and no solutions of their own. None have any desire at all to stop this trade and secure our borders. None have any desire to exercise the primary responsibility of a UK government, which is to serve and safeguard and protect the British public. Why do they think it is wrong to deport people with no right to be here, including foreign criminals? Yeah. We have to stop the boats, and this side of the House is the only party which has the plan and the desire to do so. Opposition parties are pro-open borders. They just will not admit it, and they are dishonest to this House and to the British public to claim otherwise.
Andrew Gwynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I despair at the tone of this debate. The dog whistle, the false arguments, we've just heard it there, that the Labour Party want open borders. Nothing, absolutely nothing could be further from the truth. The manufactured political rows that we've heard in recent days and in this debate. I say to members opposite that are willing with an open mind to listen, this is a serious issue. Be clear, I want secure and safe borders for my constituents. I want a robust and fair asylum system. I want compassion for those in desperate need of help, as the UK has always done, and including this government when it's come to Syria, Ukraine and Hong Kong. But I want the system to work. And it isn't working at present. And to say that it's not working because of the migrants, I say it's not working because the Home Office is not fit for purpose. The Home Office on the watch of this government. Now, I have to say, if rhetoric alone worked, the issues that we're debating today would have been fixed in the last 3 immigration bills. That we opposed them was because we said they were rhetoric and unworkable. And I'm afraid the same is true with many of the measures before us tonight. Yep. When we hear talk of hundreds of millions wanting to come to these shores, it's sensationalist. To say that we are going to be swamped
is just wrong, overrun, not correct. Lefty lawyers to blame. Saboteurs in the courts. It's always somebody else. Yep. Now, I believe that actually there is a lot of common ground. We heard it from the members for South Swindon, the former Prime Minister, the member for Bromley and Chislehurst. Yeah. We can get around the table and we can plan together an asylum and immigration system that works in the interests of our country, that works in the interests of our constituents. And is legal? Modern slavery. Actually something this government has championed its fight against. This bill does a disservice to that issue. And then I say on the European Convention of Human Rights, it doesn't matter what we think about the EHCR. Those countries listed in the schedule, many of them are signatories too. They won't accept returns if we are against that. The government needs to rethink.
I'm rising to support this policy because I believe it is fair and sensible and in keeping with the UK remaining a compassionate country. An asylum system should not be based on your ability to make a journey to a foreign country. That is what is not fair. Those opposed to the policy say that there are more safe and legal routes people wouldn't need to make the journey. But let's follow that line of thought through. Let's say we set up application centres in France. Whilst the journey would be a less strenuous one, a grandmother in a wheelchair or a double amputee would still be less able to make it than a fit adult, and it would remain unfair. So let's say we set up application centres in more accessible countries like Turkey. What would happen next? Even if there is a disagreement on the exact figure, no one can deny that many millions of people around the world would be eligible for asylum in the UK. And it's obvious to me that if tens of thousands of people are willing to make such a long and arduous journey to the UK to seek asylum, that many, many more would make an easier journey to somewhere like Turkey. I can't imagine the number being less than double, and there's no reason to think it wouldn't be even higher. And it would be completely untenable to maintain that anyone who understands British public opinion that we could continue with that. So you would need to introduce a cap. And then what? Of course, you would have to turn some people away. A humane policy would prioritise granting the elderly, the disabled and ill people asylum, so this would leave fit younger people as the ones we turned away, and there is no reason why they wouldn't make the crossing by boat anyway, and we are right back where we started. That is why more safe and legal routes will not solve this problem, because at the heart of the issue is the fact that there are many more people who could legitimately claim asylum than the British public would or should reasonably take in. If your test of an asylum policy's humaneness is whether a particular deserving individual, as we've heard many examples of this evening, can obtain asylum, no policy will ever pass that test. Because unless we agree to take in everyone, there will always be people who would like and deserve to come here that won't be able to. What the British public expect is that we take our fair share. Even if you personally want the UK to take many more refugees than we do, we have to remember this is taxpayers' money. Compassion, paid for by someone else, is compassion that must be offered carefully. Because if you don't do that, you find you grow the resentment and hostility that you seek to avoid in the first place. The British people are fair and compassionate, and they ask me and they ask each other, if people are coming from France and they are young men, are they really the people we have in mind when we want to say we give a safe haven to the most vulnerable? Does a preference to come to an English-speaking country give you a right to be here? Those are fair questions, and if we don't answer them, someone else will. That might seem harsh on the face of it, but I'm a Conservative because I believe we should act with our heads as well as our hearts, and that we should care less about how something looks on social media and in the chamber, and more about what it actually does. There is no problem-free panacea to this issue. It's about doing what overall helps best, and that's why I'm supportive of this policy, and I'm confident the British public will be too.
Mr. Speaker, this dehumanising bill will not stop boats, but it is no exaggeration to say that it will destroy our asylum system. It does rip up international law. Yep. It leaves modern slavery legislation in tatters, and it tramples all over human rights. But it is the implications of this bill for people, for the human beings caught up in it, that are the most important consideration. And the reality is that every man, woman, pregnant woman and child, no matter their individual circumstances and histories, is to be treated in the same brutal way. Whether it's a young man who fled the Taliban because of his sexuality, or a woman tortured and raped because she converted to Christianity, or a child trafficked here by a gang for exploitation. What this bill says is, we don't care. They applied for the wrong visa, or they arrived here by the wrong route.
That's all that counts under this bill, not the horrors that these people have had to endure. It is as if, Madam Speaker, that to this government these aren't human beings. All they are is a political problem. And how this bill treats these people is nothing short of sickening. The provisions on detention, if anyone bothered to read them, are absolutely outrageous. Protections for vulnerable people, pregnant women and children are tossed aside. Judicial oversight of liberty is made almost worthless. The chair of this Select Committee mentioned habeas corpus. That's a prehistoric relic, and we should not be left to rely on that to secure somebody's freedom. The Home Secretary basically helps herself to a power to detain whoever she wants for as long as she wants. It is, to put it mildly, extreme stuff. The permanent inadmissibility rules are as stupid as they are heartless, leaving genuine refugees, the Afghan, the Christian convert, either waiting to be removed to Rwanda for years on end or in permanent limbo. And bizarrely, and I don't think that this penny has dropped on the other side at all, it actually makes it harder to remove people who do not qualify for asylum, because if you do not consider their asylum application, you cannot remove them to their home country. That's something which is absolutely explicit on the face of this bill. So it's making harder to remove people who have no genuine claim for asylum. Trafficking victims, Madam Deputy Speaker, are also disgracefully abandoned. For the overwhelming majority, there will be no recovery period. There will be no leave to remain. They are being forced straight back into the arms of their people traffickers. The treatment of children in this bill is equally shocking. More detention, more unsafe accommodation from where they can be exploited, less child protection, kicked out of this country at 18, no prospect ever of citizenship. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is an utterly disgraceful bill that needs to be kicked out today. And frankly, also, the timetabling of this bill is a complete and utter disgrace. The lack of an impact assessment is a disgrace. And frankly, it is pathetic that Parliament is allowing itself to be treated in this manner.
Sir Robert Sims.
Western countries have immigration controls. They have rules. They have a system which people have to go through. And thousands of people fill out the forms, get the sponsors, pay the cheques, and go through the official Home Office systems for a whole range of purposes. And sometimes, we all deal with constituency casework, it takes a long time to get a legitimate wife in or to get somebody approved for a job. But no government in the Western world can allow legitimate rules-based system to be undermined by people arriving illegitimately in boats in Kent, because it undermines the whole system. It undermines all those people that decide to follow the system. And the majority of people who arrive in Kent are white men under 40 who want jobs because they're economic migrants. The reality is that what we ought to be doing is ensuring that we stop the trade so that ultimately people don't come here, and if they want to come here, they should follow legitimate routes. The reality is that people arriving illegally are causing the state to spend resources on them, which is a massive irritation to our constituents. Money that could be spent on education, money that could be spent on the NHS, money could be spent actually on speeding up the processing of the Home Office system so that those who are waiting legitimately to come in could come in a more speedy manner. The reality is many people think we're being taken by suckers because we're not dealing with this system. And what the Home Office are trying to do is to set up rules which ensure that we do deal with the situation that our constituents elected many of us to do so, to control illegal immigration. And clearly there's going to be some work to do on the bill. Bills aren't perfect, and this will go through the full parliamentary process. But I think the Home Office are trying to do their best to ensure that we safeguard our borders for a whole range of reasons. And also I agree with comments that some of my honourable friends have made, including the former Lord Chancellor. It isn't just laws that we need to pass, we need to administer the system far better. I have confidence in the team that we have in the Home Office are going to get on top of this and start to deal with issues that our constituents care passionately about. I think it's only fair and it's only reasonable, and it's what people expect.
Valerie Biero-Addy.
Deputy Speaker,
The government and its immediate predecessor are not trying to formulate a workable policy on this issue, and that's evident from the Home Secretary's bizarre and unconvincing opening. What they're trying to do is keep the ERG and other agitators on side, grubby politicking by using the most vulnerable people, often fleeing the effects of our wars or persecution or reprisals as collateral damage. The reality is that most asylum applications are fully justified. In the end, after a long and unnecessary delay, 3/4 of applications are granted. These are the people that the government wants to deny entry, not because of their circumstances, but because of how they arrived. We also now have abject sight of ministers putting out propaganda that boasts that anyone arriving by small boat will not be offered the protections of the Modern Slavery Act. Ministers are actually saying that they will refuse protections to people being trafficked and used as modern slaves, making this policy a charter for people trafficking. You can't say that you're going to be combating people smuggling if all you're doing is putting policies in place which actually encourage it. Now, one of the arguments that's often used is that, particularly when it comes to France, it's a safe space. But I was in Calais earlier this year, and I can tell you that it's anything but safe for refugees, particularly children. In fact, our government is now paying more and more money to make it more hostile and unsafe for these vulnerable people going through there. They absolutely are. Now, this bill addresses none of the issues when it comes to humanity, but there is an alternative, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a policy that is supported by all experts in the field. We could establish safe and legal routes, not the mythical routes that the Home Secretary can't seem to name or give us a single indication as to what they are. There could be a number of processing centres close to the French coast. Residence visas could be issued to all those entitled to be here. They could be safely transported here with no excuse to maintaining these appalling immigration detention centres. And if humanity doesn't appeal to members' offices, perhaps think about the millions of pounds that would be saved. Of course, that would put out companies like Serco, Mears, G4S and Clear Springs, those who are the big winners in the immigration detention estate. They would lose some money, but the tabloids would have to find someone else to attack, and government ministers would have to find a new enemy to distract from their own spectacular economic failures. But we wouldn't be breaking international law or demonising vulnerable people or falling out again with our closest neighbours. Madam Deputy Speaker, this legislation should not have seen the light of day. There is nothing worth amending, which is why I was pleased to table a cross-party amendment and pleased to support the reasoned amendment in the name of the Leader of the Opposition. If members opposite are deeply disturbed, as they say they are, then they should do the right thing and walk through the lobbies with us tonight and vote against this.
Sir Edward Lee.
I've been trying for 2 years, Madam Deputy Speaker, to get a young girl into this country, Myra Shabazz, who was a 14-year-old girl who was raped, abducted, and is now hiding in a room after being forced into this marriage. I'm told that I can't get her in because the whole system is under such pressure. So I'm all in favour of safe and legal routes. But the fact is that such is the misery in the world that there is no limit to the number of fit, able young men who want to come over here from Iraq and Eritrea and Syria. And I don't blame them. I would do the same. We speak English. President Macron has a point. We can have no identity cards. Maybe we should have identity cards. You can get jobs here. You can open a safe and legal processing centre in Lille, and it will be overwhelmed. 1,000 will apply today, 10,000 tomorrow. There's no limit to how many people want to come. You can process asylum applications even more quickly. That will produce even more applications. You can have more gendarmes based on the beach in France, and they will, as I said earlier, they will try the first night, the second night they will make it. So we have to do something. Otherwise, they are coming to every single hotel. Every single hotel in the country is rapidly being filled up. Now, again, for 2 years, I and my local council, West Lindsey, have been producing a fantastic plan to try and get redevelopment of former RAF Scampton. We're going to get £300 million worth of investment, the home of the Dam Busters, the Red Arrows. We're going to have a heritage centre. And then the Home Office is so desperate because every single hotel is filled up that they have now marched into my constituency and say they want to put 1,500 asylum seekers there. And of course, we oppose it. Nobody else in this chamber cares a damn about what happens in Gainsborough. I'm the local champion. I care about my people. I care about £300 million worth of investment. But I'm asking for an assurance from the Home Office that if they do come in, it will not put at risk this wonderful development. But in an interview with BBC Radio Lincolnshire, Peter Hewitt from Scampton Holdings said, and I quote, the development would be his development would be totally scuppered. He said the move would be rather inconsistent with running an airfield and airside operations. Mr Hewitt said if the housing plans went ahead, 40 acres out of 130 acres earmarked for redevelopment would be taken up. Now, this is just one example of what is happening in our country. The system is broken. We have to do something about it. And international experience proves, whether in Greece or in Australia, that the only two policies that work is either offshoring or pushback. Nothing else works. Unless we pass this bill, unless we have the courage to try and create an asylum system that gets into this country the real asylum seekers, the Mara Shabazz, the people who have been raped, forced into marriages, we will have a never-ending stream of young men paying criminal gangs to get into our country.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Back in 2019, the company that provides accommodation for asylum seekers in Northern Ireland housed around 1,000 people. Last Thursday, the figure was 3,271. A third of them are in traditional housing stock, two-thirds populated within 20 hotels in Northern Ireland, predominantly on the eastern side of our province. And I know the pressure that that has within some local communities. I know the pressure that that has on some local services. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, earlier in this debate, there was a challenge to members that they should be tempered in their language, they should be courteous to one another. Well, let me say this, as a Democratic Union, a spokesperson on Home Affairs and Immigration in this chamber, that I am not an out-of-touch lefty. I am not on the side of people smugglers. I am not a naive do-gooder, and I am not against the British people. But I will be supporting the official opposition's amendment this evening. And I say that as somebody who supported the Nationality and Borders Bill when it was before this House. I say that as somebody that when the Prime Minister came to this chamber a number of weeks ago and highlighted the problems with our immigration system, I was incredibly encouraged that he recognised there's a problem when so many applications are being approved in the United Kingdom and yet similar applicants elsewhere in the European Union are not. I thought there was a clear sign that our government was actually going to grasp these issues in a way that would work, not present us with a bill which on the face of it is incompatible with the ECHR. I'm interested in dealing with the problems of unmanaged or illegal migration in this country. But I am not interested in getting involved in what amounts to a culture war, a political culture war which is more about the forthcoming general election than anything else. Madam Deputy Speaker, I think it's a shame all round. I think the Right Honourable Lady for Maidenhead and the Right Honourable Gentleman for Swindon South were probably too polite when they addressed this shibboleth as to what's really behind this. The Right Honourable Lady for Maidenhead was right when she said that the National and Borders Bill has not had enough time to bed in. I thought the Prime Minister was right when he highlighted the deficiencies in the system. How much better would it be to sort out asylum applications and the process of assessing asylum applications than to do away with the process of accepting asylum applicants altogether? I've stood in this chamber against indefinite detention. It is cruel and it is immoral. This bill will probably proceed this evening, Madam Deputy Speaker. It will not proceed at this stage with my support, and I will certainly be working to change it.
Mark O'Longy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I entered politics in 1999, and since then, when I became a member of this place in 2019, I've always had at the heart of everything representation. We are, if not but anything else, a representative democracy. And I have to say that when I represent the people of Dudley here, I speak from the heart, saying that an overwhelming majority would want me to support the bill put forward tonight. The bill would act as a deterrent from people undertaking very perilous journeys, not only just across the Channel, and it's the people who do perish in the Channel that we get to hear about. The ones we don't get to hear about are the ones that might be coming across the other side of Africa or from other godforsaken country all the way to Calais. we don't hear about the harm that comes to them. But whilst we remain a magnet, and whilst the message out there is set foot in this United Kingdom, you shall not be removed ever again, then that magnet remains and people will continue to make these very dangerous trips. I hear about what members opposite say. I hear about Scottish members, and I must pay. I must mention the honourable member for Glasgow Central. She was right when she said that Glasgow Central takes more than the rest of Scotland, but that's a very relative comment to make when you're speaking to everyone else in this chamber, because actually the debate in Scotland back in November 2022, only a few months ago, was actually to argue against the Home Office, which was saying, oh, you should be taking 4,000 asylum seekers under the dispersal scheme, but actually COSLA, which represents a significant number of councils in Scotland, were saying, no, we can't do that, it should only be 2,000. And that was from a member of the Scottish Government saying so. They are actually saying that it should be a voluntary system for councils in Scotland. I hear from members opposite in the Labour Party who like to virtue signal and show that they are representing their own views rather than those of their own constituents when they talk about people who should be coming to this country because they are raped or because they are children or because... What is actually happening, if you look at the Albanians who've come over here, just to quote an example, section 14,000 of them have come from a safe country in Albania to another safe country in France and over here. Why aren't we hearing about them ever from members opposite? We only hear about these tiny numbers who they like to talk about.
Paul Blomfield.
Speaker, I served on the Nationality and Borders Bill Committee, where we were told time and again that its provisions to criminalise refugees would break the business model of people smugglers, despite the department's own impact assessment, which said that the sort of measures being proposed risked failing and driving people to more desperate routes. But that bill wasn't designed to work. It was designed to create the appearance of doing something, for the headlines, to provoke a fight with the UNHCR, to attack immigration lawyers, and to provide a platform for the lie, repeated again today, that Labour believes in open borders. Less than a year after it became law, here we are again. The Home Office impact assessment was proved right, the position in the Channel is worse, numbers making desperate journeys are higher, the appalling Rwanda scheme is stalled, and what's the government's response? Double down on failure. Yeah. A new Home Secretary, the same approach. This bill is even more cruel, and we should in particular look at the Children's Commissioner's concerns over child refugees. But the central proposition remains the same, to defeat people smugglers by criminalising their victims. And again, it's not designed to work, but to create the illusion of action. Talking up a problem but offering no solution, cynical, irresponsible and damaging our politics. At Prime Minister's questions last week, the PM was right to say that there's a global migration challenge. But the government likes to give the impression that those entering Europe do so with the sole intention of getting to the UK, ignoring every safe country along the way. Of course, it's not true. 19 other European countries take more refugees by head of population. And the biggest numbers are hosted by countries like Turkey, Colombia, Pakistan, Uganda. Madam Deputy Speaker, we need an honest debate. We need to stop the good refugee, bad refugee narrative of ministers. When the government has closed doors to all seeking refuge, except from Ukraine, Hong Kong, and the desperately difficult route remaining for Afghanistan. And ministers should stop demonising economic migrants. Clearly, we cannot accommodate everyone who wants to come here, but it's not a crime to seek a better life for themselves and their families. It's what people have done since the beginning of time. And there's an irony that as ministers demonise those coming for work, they're actually opening up new routes. As the Financial Times reported last week, we need a joined-up discussion on migration and asylum,
and we need to take care with the language. When ministers talk up problems around refugees and raise false expectations about the legislation, it damages democratic politics and opens opportunities for the far right, as we've seen in recent weeks. So let's tone down the rhetoric and let's look at real solutions and start by voting down this bill.
Order. Dr. Ben Spencer.
Mr. Speaker, our immigration and asylum system must be fair, able to support people fleeing violence and persecution, those who are most vulnerable. But it must not be undermined by criminal gangs who profit from illegal immigration, criminals who put at risk the very people we want to help. Do people believe the criminal gangs are supporting asylum seekers? Does anyone in this House believe that we should thank them for their humanitarian endeavours? Of course not. Support for vulnerable asylum seekers should be based on assessment of need, not the ability, money or connections to criminal gangs to bypass the system. Support for vulnerable asylum seekers should never mean that lives are put at risk in one of the world's busiest shipping lanes in a small boat. Safe and legal routes must be the means for which the most vulnerable receive support, not giving in to criminal gangs. Schemes such as the Syrian resettlement scheme, the Afghan scheme, and now Homes Ukraine have seen many thousands of refugees successfully relocated to the UK. We need more such schemes so that refugees, wherever they come from, can access safe and legal processes for claiming asylum. Our communities have opened their hearts and homes to those seeking refuge, and they'll continue to welcome those genuinely fleeing violence and persecution. That is their choice. But our communities do not choose an ever-increasing burden of illegal immigration being foisted onto the country by criminal gangs. In the past year, 45,000 people illegally entered the UK by small boats, costing the British taxpayer £3 billion a year. Now, imagine if that money was spent, the money that was spent housing people who came here illegally was used to create more safe routes for asylum claims. Imagine the difference to the thousands of genuine claimants without the means currently to access legal routes. Imagine the difference we could make if instead of political point scoring, the parties opposite join with us to end the exploitation and illegality rife in the current system and work with us to prioritise the needs of the most vulnerable.
Caroline Lucas.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. This is an immoral and deeply cruel and divisive bill. It's one that breaks international law, it runs roughshod over human rights, and it shames us all. And I'd argue it shames especially those ministers who are deliberately and dangerously stirring up hatred with their vile and dehumanising language. So I am pleased to associate myself with the reasoned amendment in the name of the Honourable Member for Streatham. But let's have some clarity over some of the facts here. The UK offers safety to far fewer refugees per capita than the average European country, including France and Germany, and far, far fewer than the countries neighbouring those from the 70% of refugees from the global south have fled. And behind the numbers and the statistics are real people with lives and hopes and families and dreams. In the words of the British Somali poet Warsan Shire, no one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land, unless home is the mouth of a shark or the barrel of a gun. And the bottom line is this, that far too often there are no other routes available to those fleeing violence and persecution, many of whom have family here that they want to be reunited with. Locking them up is beyond cruel. The UN High Commissioner on Refugees has warned that this bill would amount to an asylum ban. Yet ministers simply don't care. They're even coming up with new ways to circumvent international law. The bill explicitly gives them the authority to ignore future interim ECHR rulings. So even if a case were lodged in Strasbourg, they could still press on with detaining and criminalising asylum seekers while the courts are deciding. That is a process that could take up to 3 years. But you know, this government doesn't care whether the policy works. That's not what it's about. It's about dividing and ruling. It's about stoking those cultural wars. It's about picking a fight with the European Court of Human Rights for cynical electoral gain. It certainly doesn't care about the human beings caught in the crossfire. If it seriously wanted to protect the lives at risk from small boat crossings, then it would back, for example, more generous family reunification rights, and it would support safe and functioning routes. I have a constituent whose wife and daughters are stranded in Turkey, having fled Afghanistan in August 2021. They don't have the documents to apply for a family visa. They aren't eligible for the ACRS. They've played by the rules for the past 18 months, and they are desperate enough to consider crossing the channel to be reunited. And yet government ministers have not lifted one single finger to help. And even those who are eligible for the ACRS can't make it work. Not one Afghan has come to the UK via Pathway 3 of the ACRS regime since it opened in June last year. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Home Secretary on the face of this bill invites Parliament to rip up international law. The only act of a Parliament that has some kind of moral integrity is to rip up her illegal and immoral bill, which has no place on our statute book.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will be supporting the bill this evening. The whole point of this bill, Madam Deputy Speaker, its overriding objective is to decisively break the current model of the criminal smuggling gangs. In short, it seeks to remove any incentive to pay thousands of pounds to criminal gangs and attempt to cross the English Channel by boat to gain illegal entry to our country. Now, to put today's debate in context, since 2015, we've given safe harbour to just under 500,000 displaced and vulnerable people from Syria, Afghanistan, Hong Kong and, of course, Ukraine. But by contrast, most of the 85,000 people who've entered the UK illegally since 2018 have come from safe countries, and almost all have travelled through safe countries. Of all these illegal entrants, the majority are adult males and not vulnerable families. There is no war in Albania, and yet 1/4 of the recent illegal immigrants coming here originate from there. And what has been Labour's answer to this? Well, no one seems to know. At last week's Prime Minister's questions, all the Leader of the Opposition could do was criticise the government's proposals without saying anything about what his party would do differently. The Shadow Home Secretary put a similar performance in the previous day. She said, "We need solutions, not slogans." And then she offered nothing but empty slogans. After 3 years without a policy position, they've hurriedly cobbled together 5 bullet points, none of which are original and all of which have no detail to them. Setting out aims with no measures to achieve those aims is not a plan, Madam Deputy Speaker, it's empty rhetoric. Labour have no plan to tackle illegal immigration, and more to the point, they show no sign of wanting one. Now, the government have said that its approach is two-pronged. Firstly, by stopping the small boats, which this bill is designed to achieve, and secondly, by expanding safe and legal routes, as has been done in the case of Syria, Afghanistan, Hong Kong and Ukraine, alongside an annual cap set by Parliament. And I'd like to hear more about this from the government, because I believe that it's important that proposals like this are brought forward quickly as the bill proceeds through Parliament. My honourable friend, the member for Ruislip, Northwood and Pinner, has been vocal about the idea of creating an offshore asylum visa processing system, and I think this could be very helpful in that regard. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill cannot be the end of the story in terms of dealing with illegal immigration. It is, however, a solid foundation. At a stroke, it could destroy the business model of the criminal gangs and remove the incentive for people to risk their lives on hazardous channel crossings. The principle of this bill is therefore clearly right, and I'll be supporting it this evening.
Sam Tory.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency, Ilford South, is the most diverse constituency in the entire country. 80% of our community have heritage from a different part of the world. Many of my constituents, including the multiple hotels that we have currently holding asylum and refugee seekers, are people that are welcomed into our community. Because in Ilford we embrace humanity, and that the differences in our communities, the struggles that we all face, the way that people decide to blame each other for the ills that are facing our country is not the right way forward. Our local churches helped Afghan and Iraqi refugees find Qurans so they could actually practice their prayer. So it's wrong for members on the other side to say this isn't about our constituents. This bill, to be absolutely clear, and I am speaking on behalf of my constituents, is the most inhumane and unjust piece of legislation. It will do nothing to solve any of the problems that the Home Secretary outlined today. And if it passes, it will effectively criminalise asylum in this country and allow the government to commit flagrant human rights abuses without any real consequence. For the United Nations to actually say that this would be a breach of the Refugee Convention and undermine a long-standing humanitarian tradition of which the British people and I am proud of in this country. Instead, punish people fleeing persecution and conflict, conflicts which are often the consequences of decisions taken in this place and by our country, historically or in more recent times. In the short time I have, I want to tackle a little bit about the incendiary rhetoric from this government, because it's just that the playbook from a desperate government for the next election. I spent a large part of my life fighting the far right, not just in Barking and Dagenham and across the country. And some of the language I've heard over the months and days leading up to today reminded me of the same language that people like Nick Griffin would use to describe people. It is appalling, it's un-British and it's unacceptable, and it needs to be challenged. Hope Not Hate done a recent report that said that there is now a growing alignment between the language of the traditional far right and the language used by the mainstream right. That side of the house is supposed to be the mainstream right. When I look on that side of the other house, it's just like a turbocharged UKIP. You should be ashamed of yourselves for this bill. I'll finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by simply saying, if the desire to prevent the number of children making these dangerous journeys and for protecting, then the solution is clear: more safe routes of resettlement and expanding and improving the existing family reunion schemes.
The honourable member knows you do not address directly other honourable members. James Daly.
Speaker, can I just say that, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I start off, that after that quite extraordinary contribution, which mirrors a number of contributions across there, the irony of the benches opposite criticising rhetoric and incendiary language. So far we've had one who's described the policy as fascist, one who's described the policies as racist, and we've gone through the whole gamut of the left-wing cliches in respect of addressing this. Now, I'm not bothered. It doesn't concern me, Madam Deputy Speaker, what any single member opposite thinks about what I believe in and what I stand for, but it does concern that when they slander my constituents, and millions of people throughout this country who have legitimate concerns regarding small boats and the social consequences of that. We are spending £6 million per day. 6 million, 3 billion and rising on hotels. And we are expected simply to do nothing as both a parliament and a government. This is legislation that I believe is needed, and let's get to the heart of this legislation, not the rhetoric that we've heard opposite. So let's see whether the British people disagree with this. So this legislation makes provision for an annual cap on the number of people admitted to the UK through safe and legal routes. Who disagrees with that?
No one.
Nobody. There are numerous countries all over the world, Madam Deputy Speaker, that have an annual cap, and wouldn't it be nice just for once for this place to take some responsibility for actual immigration policy, not subcontract it to a court or somebody else, to actually decide the type of immigration we need, where we need it. And also, let's talk about this, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is never addressed by the party opposite. What about capacity? In my area, we have no housing. We have no doctor's places. We have no school places. This is something that the party opposite just simply want to ignore. So migration policy is related to a number of different factors, but it's an eminently sensible policy that the people of this country support. Let's go on to the next one, which is such an outrage, to promptly remove those with no legal right to remain in the UK. Now, that is a principle. There's a legitimate debate to have about how successful we've been as it, but how can you argue about that as a principle? That the legal duty on the Home Secretary to remove people within a reasonably practicable time for the 28-day period to allow that to happen, how on earth can that be unreasonable? This is a policy that responds, and what we should have, within the system that we've got, it is in the Home Office. We've got this extraordinary situation with the Home Office where we've doubled the number of caseworkers and we've lost productivity. We need some targets. We need people to be held accountable. And what this bill is about, which members opposite do not want, it is holding each and every single one of us accountable for what we believe in terms of immigration policy and how that immigration policy can be put in place in a reasonable, sound and fair way for every single person in our country.
Tommy Shepherd.
Gary Lineker and others are right to caution about the use of language in this debate, but I think it's important that we should also understand why people use the words that they do. When the Home Secretary talks about invasion, when she refers to us and them continuously, and when she tries to characterise this problem as there being millions of people waiting to come to the shores of this country, she does so for a particular reason. And it's because, generally speaking, the people of these islands are compassionate and fair-minded. And in order to get proposals so inhumane and so brutal accepted, it is first necessary to dehumanise and then demonise the people to which they refer. And that is why the public are invited to regard migrants as some sort of amorphous collective menace, a threat to our way of life and our well-being, rather than the truth, which is they are an assembly of some of the most wretched people on the earth who have undergone imaginable horror and have stories to tell that most of us would never wish to experience. And let us be honest, Madam Deputy Speaker. The problem of small boats is one entirely of this government's making. For years, they have been playing a game of grotesque political whack-a-mole, where the hammer of government policy has come down on the heads of the world's most vulnerable people every time they try and find a route through to the shores of this country. And we've got to a situation where the legal routes are now so non-existent or so limited that most people have simply no alternative but to put their lives in the hands of the people smugglers on the shores of France. And the truth is, until and unless we open up those safe legal routes, this problem will continue. And the government's novel approach to increasing numbers of people claiming asylum is simply now to make it illegal to claim asylum in the first place. That is a grotesque and absurdist logic that Franz Kafka himself would be proud of. I've heard a lot of the members opposite talk about criminal gangs. Well, let me tell you this, Madam Deputy Speaker. If I was organising an organised criminal group, and if I was engaged in people smuggling and modern-day slavery, I would be rubbing my hands in glee at these proposals, because they alter the balance of power between these criminal gangs and the people that they oppress by removing the redress and the rights that people have when they come to this country. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, on cost. A lot of talk about how many millions this is costing. Quite simple to get rid of the cost. Process the applications and allow people to work and pay taxes while they are being considered. That would solve the problem overnight.
Jane Stevenson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am very grateful for the chance to say a few words in this debate. This is an issue that has been raised with me repeatedly on the doorsteps in Wolverhampton North East, and it is of importance to my constituents. I am really disappointed in some of the language we have heard from the benches opposite today. My constituents are not without compassion. My constituents are not xenophobic. And to paint their concerns as being from a very bad place is very disappointing. They have, I'm afraid, the inability of parties opposite to accept that we have to limit the numbers of asylum claims we process and we accept into the country. It astounds me and my constituents. Evidently, resources are limited and we do face a global migration crisis. The moral case for stopping the boats cannot be denied, and I don't hear this. A fair and just asylum system does not mean it relies on your physical fitness to scramble across a continent and pay a people smuggler. A fair and just asylum system means that the most vulnerable are given the chance to claim asylum, not people who are young men climbing into boats. As we did in Syria, we took people from the border of a war zone. We took older people, disabled people, those who could not make the journey, pregnant women. And we have to recognise this is a difficult bill to put forward. It is not a fluffy, huggy, bunny bill, but this situation, we have to come to this place and take difficult choices. And we do need a limit. But we need, this bill does open more safe and legal routes for people in the greatest, with a quota that we will set in this place.
Stop shouting her down.
We will have the opportunity to decide the numbers of asylum claims we process each year. I welcome the bill. I do hope it works. But overwhelmingly, that case for looking at why we have the migration crisis, It is a case for more foreign aid. It is a case for better trade links. It is a case for lifting these countries out of poverty. It is a case for making sure these countries are stabilised. And that is a global problem. The whole Western world should be uniting to attempt to make progress in it. But I will not be lectured by people who, when we say we have to have a pragmatic limit on numbers, shout at the Home Secretary, shame on you, shame on you. It is not worthy of debate in this place.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I wonder what our international partners across the globe are thinking about this bill and about this discussion tonight. The fact that we're acting like a bunch of pound shop UKippers, and whatever happens with regards to the current bill, I just feel totally ashamed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm ashamed as a Member of Parliament to be thinking that in the mother of all parliaments, we're all elected, we've all got representatives in the constituency with different views, that we're sitting talking about the best way in denying people coming to this country some of the most deprived, desperate people in the world. It's an absolute outrage. This bill shouldn't, under any circumstances, see the light of day. It really shouldn't. And it pains me to say this, Madam Deputy Speaker. There's been some decent contributions from people on the opposite benches who I've got lots of respect for. By goodness, there's been some rhetoric. And I'll not take any lectures, by the way, on rhetoric, because, you know, what's being said tonight is that every hotel, nearly every hotel in the UK is now full of refugees. What a load of nonsense coming from the benches opposite. I also referred to a number of other issues. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure if you're aware, don't tell me with compassion. It's only a matter of months ago since the Home Secretary, previous to the current one, I believe that might be the case, wanted to have wave machines to blast these people back onto the shores of France. And we've got a situation in Brighton at a hotel where there's 137 kids missing. Don't tell me with compassion, because that's what we're talking about, real people here. And it's absolutely essential that we don't get into this number crunching game, that we get into the nitty gritty, looking after people. Be proud. Of course we're proud to be British. Be proud and stand firm on behalf of these people. Put these people before politics. Recover some semblance of humanity. Scrap this ghastly toxic bill and support some of the most desperate people in the world.
Siobhan Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The public are expecting action in relation to small boats and illegal migration. The main issues raised with me are illegality, asylum seeker hotels and safe and legal routes, and I will come to a number of those points in a moment. It's clearly extremely dangerous and not sustainable to have 45,000 people arriving across the Channel in small boats, many of whom are paying people smugglers. It's not sustainable for our own communities in housing and on services, and with many councils, including Labour councils, saying that they absolutely cannot cope and are not able to take additional people at the moment. The Stroud public also know that this is an international issue, something that's often lost in some of the debate online, but it's an international issue and it has a very serious national security bent too. So I find that away from social media and the noise of shouting down anything, literally anything, that the government tries to do on this issue, away from all the yelling, people really understand that the government has to do absolutely everything it possibly can, and given that we are legislators, it's not surprised that we're going to try and do legislation. So on the issue of hotel accommodation, my constituents know that I have worked really hard and I've actually been very careful not to use my social media or my platform to draw attention to hotels within Gloucestershire and to attention to asylum seekers in our county, because given the attacks on various hotels and places around the country, I don't think it's fair or responsible to communities to do that. I've instead spoken to people directly. I've held meetings. I've had police down to particular parts of my constituency, and I have, however, spoken before about my disappointment and indeed anger that hotels have been placed in inappropriate sites, rural and down areas that we know will cause difficulties. These hotels have to close. I want to hear from my right honourable friend more about when that will happen. On safe and legal routes, like many of my constituents, I of course want to see safe and legal routes that is controlled. I think unfortunately this term has become quite nebulous. We do have to nail down what that means, and the reality is that I do think that we should have the safe and legal route policy working alongside and transparent to this bill. I think it's good that it's referenced, but we do need to have the transparency. And I want to know whether the front bench, my right honourable friend, will consider creating a super clear and simple safe and legal route policy. I looked to this recent Spectator leader that talks about a simple policy of a safe route being created for each illegal migrant that is returned. That's gloriously simple. I think it would deal with a lot of the concerns for the public, and I think it would also pull the pants down from the opposition.
Order. Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We can agree or disagree with Gary Lineker on his choice of words. The fact is, he's perfectly entitled to say what he did about the vile, incendiary language of the governing party, who have spoken of refugees as invasions and swarms, and how he sees the parallels with the rhetoric of 1930s Germany. What he expressed was a cry out, a warning from history. We remember the horrors of the past in order to learn the lessons in the present and ensure they're never repeated. But in their desperate bid to hold on to power, to distract from their disastrous handling of the economy, where working people have seen their standards of living decimated under 13 years of austerity, the Tories are, at very best, playing the culture war cards in trying to distract attention away from their failures by using the age-old far-right strategy of scapegoating and dehumanising the most desperate of people, pointing the finger at them to say they are the cause of our problems, as has been explained by the honourable member from Poole. With such breathtaking disregard for basic humanity, ministers are now determined to deny refugees their most fundamental human rights. They're not even trying to hide it. It's explicit on the very face of the bill. The Home Secretary has been advised that the bill will, more likely than not, be found to breach the European Convention. But she nevertheless told the House that she was confident it was compatible. That is either gross stupidity and incompetence or much, much worse. We should really worry about the Home Secretary, who admits to dreaming of expelling refugees to Rwanda and one who has used such disgraceful language to describe the arrival of refugees via the English Channel as an invasion. The UK did the right thing in responding to Putin's war crimes with the Homes for Ukraine scheme. But how is their plight any different to somebody fleeing Syria, Afghanistan and Yemen? Don't they feel pain? Didn't they lose their homes or have loved ones killed in plain sight? Don't they deserve our compassion and our assistance? It really beggars belief, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the government claims to be compassionate. This bill is not compassionate. It is cruel, heartless and wicked, and it goes against any claims they have of providing welcome and sanctuary to refugees. As one of the prime architects and signatories to the conventions around refugees and human rights, this evil bill brings shame on this House and on this nation, and I urge all right honourable and honourable members to vote against this bill tonight.
Jack Brereton.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For my constituents in Stoke-on-Trent South, this bill is long awaited. My constituents want us to crack down on the horrific people smugglers, stop small boat crossings, remove those who have no right to be here, and deny asylum to those who illegally cross our borders from safe countries. People voted overwhelmingly in numbers in Stoke-on-Trent and Staffordshire to take back control of our borders, and they expect this government to deliver. Stoke-on-Trent has done more than most to welcome those in greatest need. Over 1,000 refugees and asylum seekers now being accommodated, not to mention the Ukrainians and others who have been taken in by local families as a result of Putin's barbaric war. But we can only take so much. There is certainly no room for chancers from safe countries who are paying big money to shameless smugglers to play the system. Small boat smuggling is unfair, immoral and unsustainable. The pressures on local health services, schools, social services and the third sector has been significant. I welcome the new Home Office hub in Stoke-on-Trent that will help clear the backlog of cases. For too long, all the pressures of accommodation have rested on a small number of authorities, including Stoke-on-Trent, defined as resettlement areas. A Hotel California scheme, supposedly voluntary, but with no ability to leave. We were forced to accept totally unsustainable numbers and often in totally inappropriate locations. I'm pleased the government have listened and now taken action to ensure a more equitable distribution across the entire country. But ultimately, action is needed to reduce the overall number entering the UK illegally in the first place. So I welcome this bill, and I welcome the measures announced by the Prime Minister both in December and last week. Unprecedented pressures necessitate unprecedented actions, and it is actions in this bill that will actually break the people smugglers' model. I do hope these actions will be properly resourced and implemented. The Home Office must restore our confidence in its ability to deliver, particularly when it comes to detention and removal. There is, I know, an abundance of determination on the front bench, which I hope is shared across government. It is vitally important we ensure these measures are legally watertight and don't simply face the ongoing challenges by Labour-backed lawyers, as we've seen with Rwanda. Everything possible must be done to ensure this bill is incontrovertible. And nor will we enjoy the support of the general public unless we tackle these issues. This bill is about fairness and that illegal migrants can't jump the queue. It is about ensuring that we never again allow our generosity and compassion of the British people to be abused by unscrupulous people smugglers and bogus claimants.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. What we've heard today is a shamefully grim level of debate from some of the members opposite, a debate that lacks compassion and logic. So I want to start on a positive. Last night, something truly historic happened. Ke Huy Quan became the first East and Southeast Asian actor to win an Oscar. He said, "My journey started on a boat. I ended up in a refugee camp. They say stories like this only happen in movies. This is the American dream." Why is this story of success not a British dream? Especially when we have people like Mo Farah with a similar experience, filling stadiums, smashing records and wrapped in a union flag. Why is that hope and aspiration crushed before it even starts? Because of fear and failure. 13 years of Tory failure, to be exact, a failure to provide any sense of international leadership, failing to negotiate workable deals with other countries, and at home, this government is making 40% fewer asylum decisions a year than they were in 2015, leaving 160,000 people waiting in limbo for much longer and pushing up accommodation costs. This immigration bill is based in fear. The fear of the Prime Minister and Home Secretary losing a grip of their own party. Now, people of faith often speak about the opposite of fear. They speak about hope. And they have spoken out against this bill. The Board of Deputies have shared their concerns. I met earlier today with members from the Jain community, and their focus was on compassion for all living things, not this. Last June, all bishops in the House of Lords signed a letter raising alarm about the Rwanda policy. Today, the Archbishop of York joined the Muslim Council of Britain and 350 other charities and faith organisations to condemn this bill, saying it was immoral and inept. Now, normally, this level of criticism would make a government stop and think, but we're not in ordinary times. Instead, we have yet another Prime Minister so desperate to stay in power and keep a Conservative party together that he is willing to tear a country apart. Now, this is the base level of this bill. The government blaming others, reaching for unworkable, inhumane covers for their own wretched failure. And my grandparents' generation that fought in a war won't be fooled, and neither will the Gen Zs. Luton Sixth Form celebrated their Culture Day last week. Beautiful, exciting, harmonious. Those young people know that there is strength in diversity, not fear. That's true strength. And what we hear today is fear. It's the only card left that this clapped-out Conservative government have to play. And our faith communities know that the generation who fought against division and hatred know that too, and so do our young people. Britain is so much better than this bill, and our country is so much better than the Conservative government give it credit for.
It's obvious not everyone's going to get in. The final speakers, they know who they are, have said that they will try to be 2 minutes, which means I can get 4 more speakers in. David Simmons will lead the way.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Away from the noise and heat, there are a number of elements in this bill which are very much to be welcomed and which have been supported cross-party in the past. The principle of a cap that we already operate with our resettlement schemes. The principle of consultation with local authorities to determine the capacity that the country has to accommodate newly arrived refugees. And in particular, the focus on early and swift decision-making. And those are, in my view, very strong reasons to support the bill this evening. Now, clearly the focus will be mainly on those areas where there's a need for improvement. And I'd simply highlight 2. The first of those is the need to clarify the interaction between, in particular, sections 15, 16, 17 and 18 of this bill and the Children Act. Now, we know there's a long history of the Home Office taking a view about the primacy of immigration legislation simply to be overturned by the courts on judicial review, who take the view that duties contained in the Children Act come first. And we need to ensure that this legislation is watertight and that will operate in a way that serves the interests of unaccompanied children, but does so in a way that is practical and operable. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the key weakness that I see at the moment, and one which I do think we need to address, is the lack of a permission stage for those wishing to claim asylum in the UK. If you wish to work in our country, if you wish to get married here, if you wish to study here, you have to apply for a visa before you travel to the UK. And then we decide to whom we will issue those visas and how many that we are going to issue. In respect of asylum, there is no such process of control. And my argument to the front bench and to the government is that by introducing an asylum visa, we would give ourselves genuine control over who arrives in the UK, how many people come to the UK, what numbers and where they go, and avoid the risk of both the free-for-all and also the legal challenges which are significant peril for this bill.
Sarah Sultana.
Deputy Speaker, last year child poverty nearly doubled. Workers' wages fell at the fastest rate in decades. There was more than a 25% jump in people sleeping on the streets, while our school and hospitals continue to crumble with their funding slashed. These are the crises that grip our country, but instead of addressing them, the Tories focus on this, whipping up fear and hate, demonising people who flee war and torture, whose supposed only crime is wanting to rebuild their lives in Britain. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill isn't really about stopping the boats. No one believes it will do that. It's about scapegoating, it's about diverting attention, it's about pretending that the crisis we face is people arriving in dinghies, not growing poverty and inequality. It's about pretending that the challenges our constituents face aren't soaring bills and a collapsing NHS, but refugees. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is really about divide and rule. It's about the Tories' plan to get ahead in the polls and desperately cling to power, even if that means breaking international law and throwing refugees under the bus. Madam Deputy Speaker, I don't think anyone believes that this bill will work on its own terms. I don't think the members opposite believe that it will work, but the real problem is the terms that it sets, because these aren't boats we're legislating on, they're people. They're people, the vast majority of whom have had their asylum claims accepted once they're here and take this route because the government has closed safe routes for refugees and refuses to create new ones. So this really is a crisis of compassion. It's a crisis of solidarity which has been created by those at the top. A decade ago, it was David Cameron who called refugees a swarm, and today the Home Secretary uses a far-right language of an invasion. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, instead of pandering to the right-wing press and attacking the rights of refugees, let's defeat this bill and actually address the real sources of the problems in this country.
Brendan Clark-Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will continue the trend of highlights without commentary. 45,000 crossed the Channel illegally in 2022. We know 27% were Albanian and 74% were males under 40, as the Home Secretary highlighted earlier. And this is also on top of the hotels, which have been costing us up to £6 million per day. This putting our public services and, of course, our NHS under great strain. So what today's debate is actually about is also fairness. We are a fair country, we are a welcoming country. We've shown this with Ukraine, with Syria, with Afghanistan, with Hong Kong. Indeed, 89,000 people from Ukraine, 18,900 from Afghanistan. This is also a humane policy, and this is tackling the people smuggling gangs who are responsible for the deaths in the Channel, which cannot continue. And we also must make processing shorter. And we've got to clear that backlog for the genuine refugees, because that is what this is about today. So I welcome the plans to tackle this and the wider package of measures, not just the bill today, but everything else that we are also introducing. Some want to make this about the ECHR and whether you stay or whether you leave, and of course that is a debate for another time, but I think all members will agree that is a better reason to make this legislation work. Show that we can control our borders within it. That is my challenge to the opposition. Vote with us today and show that this can be the case. But this is an opposition that has shown a patronising views to countries like Rwanda, has campaigned to drag murderers off flights, and wants open borders, blanket approvals and amnesties for those cheating our system. I support this legislation 100%.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the government has failed to build a system that takes on the refugee and migrant-related challenges of this century. A system that shows compassion to those who so desperately need it and deals with the very small number of people that seek to exploit the system. Let us not forget that stopping the boats once and for all can only be attained by calling time on the criminal gangs that seek to exploit the most vulnerable. And there is nothing in this bill that addresses this issue. This government has no interest in penalising the perpetrators. It is more concerned with playing to the galleries, even if it means pursuing a cruel and impractical policy that they themselves know will not work. The bill is not worth the paper it is written on. Pure and simple, it is a hallmark of a desperate government that has long run out of ideas in a last-ditch attempt to cling on to power. This government is seeking to use wedge issues to drive division in our society, to mask their fundamental failings in every other aspect of public life. That is the reality faced by our communities after 13 years of failure by this Conservative government, and that is not the fault of refugees. As a city of sanctuary, I am proud that my city of Liverpool plays its part in the support of the most vulnerable from overseas, people that have fled violence, persecution and genocide. This bill does nothing to deal with criminal gangs, nothing to assist the victims of modern slavery, and does nothing to address return agreements and so much more. It's time to scrap the bill, go back to the drawing board and build a system that will deliver for the British people and those seeking refuge from overseas.
Shadow Minister Stephen Kinnock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's been an incredibly well-subscribed debate today, so in the time that's available to me, I'm not going to be able to thank all of my honourable friends behind me for their absolutely excellent contributions. I hope they'll forgive me for thanking them all collectively. I'd also like to thank some on the benches opposite for making some excellent and insightful contributions, and particularly, of course, the Right Honourable Member for Maidenhead. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm old enough to remember Conservative Home Secretary, the Right Honourable Member for Witham, standing at that dispatch box and promising the House that her new Nationality and Borders Bill would deter illegal entry to the UK, break the business model of the smuggling gangs and protect the lives of those whom they are endangering. Fast forward 2 years, scroll your way through a few more Prime Ministers and Home Secretaries, and here we are again, having to listen to the same old reheated rhetoric and empty promises. The more things change, Madam Deputy Speaker, the more they stay the same. Now, the party opposite likes to claim that it stands for secure borders. But when the last Labour government left office in 2010, fewer than 10,000 people were waiting for a decision on a claim for asylum. And yet it now stands at more than 160,000, the highest since records began. And members opposite will also recognise that the number of failed asylum seekers being returned has decreased by an astonishing 80% since 2010. So the reality is that successive Conservative governments since 2010 have lost control of our borders, and the people smugglers are laughing all the way to the bank. And a third bit of nonsense being peddled by the benches opposite is that this bill will stop the boats. Madam Deputy Speaker, everyone agrees that the small boats crossings must be stopped. Thousands of people are risking life and limb, and it's utterly appalling that the people smugglers are making millions from this trade in human misery. So fundamentally the question is whether the measures set out in this bill can reasonably be expected to solve the problem. And the answer to that question is a clear and resounding no. In fact, if this bill were to pass, it would actively make matters worse by adding further to the enormous asylum backlog and by piling further cost onto the staggering £7 million a day hotel bill that's currently being picked up by the British taxpayer. This is because, Madam Deputy Speaker, the government can label channel crossers inadmissible or illegal all they want, and they can promise that they will be detained and swiftly removed until the cows come home. But the fact is that ministers are completely unable to answer these two obvious and vitally important questions. Detained where? And removed to where? Now, Rwanda's a non-starter because the Rwandan government can only take 200. And how on earth is the government planning to send asylum seekers back across the Channel unless we have a formal returns agreement with the EU to replace the Dublin Convention? Now, ministers tried all of this last year. Under the Nationality and Borders Act, they made 18,000 people inadmissible. And how many did they remove or return, Madam Deputy Speaker? 21. I would therefore encourage ministers to drop their obsession with chasing tabloid headlines and to focus instead on prioritising measures that will actually work. Which brings me to the final myth that needs busting, Madam Deputy Speaker, the idea that we on these benches have somehow not been putting forward our own proposals. Every single time the Leader of the Opposition, the Shadow Home Secretary and I have come to this dispatch box, we have set out exactly how Labour in government will tackle the small boats crossings and fix an asylum system that has been utterly broken by 13 years of Tory incompetence and indifference. But it appears that members on the benches opposite have not been paying attention. So let me remind them of our plan. First, we will scrap the unaffordable, unworkable and unethical Rwanda scheme and redirect all that wasted taxpayer money into resourcing a 100-strong elite cross-border police unit to relentlessly pursue the real enemy, the ruthless criminal gangs and traffickers, and to ensure that we tackle this upstream, working with the French and across Europe to defeat the gangs. Second, we would negotiate a returns agreement with the EU as a matter of urgency. Madam Deputy Speaker, successive Conservative governments since 2016 have focused on trashing relations with our European partners and allies. So the Prime Minister has a mountain to climb in terms of rebuilding the trust that's going to be required as the basis for securing a returns deal. We wish him well, but the reality is that it's going to take a Labour government to pick up the pieces and succeed where the government has so badly failed. Third, we would introduce long overdue measures to get a grip on the decision-making process for asylum claims. We would clear the backlog once and for all by establishing an effective triage system and by reversing the absurd and incomprehensible decision to downgrade the seniority of key Home Office officials. And fourthly, while the government does little more than pay lip service to the idea of safe and legal routes, we will act to fix the current resettlement programmes, including the broken Afghanistan pathways. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's time to let the grown-ups back into the room. 3 years ago, Many people who had never voted Tory before put their trust in this government because they wanted secure borders, controlled migration and competent governance. But absolutely none of those things has been delivered. So it is little wonder that the country has had enough of a government that cynically brings forward bills that are far more about scapegoating and slogans than they are about solutions. They are little wonder that they've had enough of a government that knows it can't stand on its record. So instead it's planning to fight the general election on a platform that is all about stoking anxiety, fear and division. Madam Deputy Speaker, the good news is that the British people are not stupid. They watch on as Conservative ministers blame everyone else for their own failures. They blame the civil servants, they blame the lawyers, they blame the European Union and the ECHR. Madam Deputy Speaker, they even blame the football pundits. But our constituents know exactly where the buck stops. They know that the day is approaching when they will be able to vote for a Labour government that will tackle the small boats crisis and deal with the myriad other challenges and crises that our country is facing after 13 years of Tory failure. And they know that that day cannot come soon enough.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, this has been a passionate debate characterised by many excellent speeches. And I commend on my side, amongst others, the members for Bromley, for Gainsborough, for Boston and Skegness, for a series of outstanding speeches. None more so than my friend, the member for Gedling, who said that his constituent had told him that you and your fellow MPs can stop this vile trade tonight. I implore you to do so. He spoke for the country. And as my right honourable friends, the Prime Minister and the Home Secretary have been clear, we must stop the boats. We must secure our borders. Our approach is guided by that most British of values, fairness, because the present situation is anything but fair. Ours is a generous and compassionate country, and we will continue to offer sanctuary and refuge to those fleeing persecution and conflict and tyranny. But we will not accept mass illegal migration to our shores, orchestrated by people smugglers, and it's for that reason that we are introducing this bill today, to address this challenge once and for all. Let me start by addressing some of the important points that were raised. Firstly, by those honourable and right honourable members who have argued for the exclusion of children and families from the scheme or the detention powers. This is a difficult and sensitive topic, but let me be clear. We cannot allow women and children to be used as pawns in the people smugglers' despicable trade. I have seen for myself the depravity of the people smuggling gangs. There is no low to which they would not stoop. They have no regard for human life. And if we were to inadvertently create an incentive to split up families, to encourage adults to make false claims, there is no doubt, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my mind, that they would do it. And that is why we will handle this issue with the sensitivity that it deserves. But we will ensure that we break the evil people smugglers model. And my right honourable friend, the member for Maidenhead and for Chingford, both spoke powerfully about the modern slavery frameworks that they forged and the need to protect genuine victims. We agree. The government is committed to tackling the heinous crime of modern slavery and supporting victims. And it's for that reason that we want to prevent abuse. Just 6% of detentions ending in 2019 involved a referral, rising to 53% in 2020 and to 73% in 2021. We have to defend the modern slavery architecture by reforming it and ensuring that it is not open to abuse. Which brings me to the Right Honourable Lady, the Shadow Home Secretary, who spoke eloquently, but she couldn't bring herself to say that those crossing the Channel in a small boat are illegal, or that it is wrong to break into our country. No, nor could she explain what these migrants, the overwhelming majority of whom are young men, fleeing as they do, no, I won't, through Greece, through Italy, through Germany, through Belgium, through the Netherlands, or indeed France, are actually fleeing through. She laments the absence of a European replacement to the Dublin Agreement, but failed to mention that just 1% of the UK's transfer requests were granted in 2020, and that year after year we took back more people than we transferred. She didn't provide one credible proposal to stop the boats, which should come as no surprise, because when Labour announced their 5 missions, stopping the boats didn't even feature. They literally had nothing to say. And the Right Honourable Lady was sensible enough to say it, but her backbenchers betrayed the real views of the Labour Party. They queued up one after another to dismiss the perfectly reasonable concerns of the British public as racist and fascist. And from the SNP, we heard what could only be described as performative compassion. Because in those 25 minutes, the member for Glasgow Central did not mention the fact that Scotland accounts for 8% of the UK's population, but only hosts 1% of all migrants in initial and contingency accommodation. In fact, there are more migrants housed in contingency accommodation in Kensington than there are in the entirety of Scotland. Their message, Madam Deputy Speaker, is clear. Refugees welcome, but not in SNP Scotland. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, let me be clear. This country will always provide support for those who are in need, and nothing in this bill will ever change that. As you saw from the 500,000 people who entered this country in recent years on humanitarian visas, more than at any time in our modern history. This country believes in dealing with migrants with dignity, but it also believes that there is no dignity in the dinghies, there's no humanity in the people smugglers, and we have to break their business model. That's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have brought forward this bill. So there's a simple choice before us. Is it for the British government to decide who enters this country, or for the people smuggling gangs? On this side of the House, we believe that without border controls, national security ultimately is compromised, that the fabric of communities begin to fray, and public services come under intolerable pressure. We believe that whilst we should always be generous to those in need, there are limits on the support that we can provide. It is members on this side of the House who are on the right side of the moral debate. It's clear that for that reason, we will stop the boats, we will secure our borders, and I commend this bill to the House.
Order. The original question was that the bill be now read a second time, since when an amendment has been proposed as on the order paper. The question is that the amendment be made. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. Division, clear the lobby. So could the sergeant check whether the division bell is ringing?